Section 1 of Weird Tales Presents Dark Stories of Stark Unreasoning Terror by Robert E. Howard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Black Hound of Death. Chapter 1. The Killer in the Dark. Egyptian darkness. The phrase is too vivid for complete comfort, suggesting not only blackness, but unseen things lurking in that blackness, things that skulk in the deep shadows and shun the light of day, slinking figures that prowl beyond the edge of normal life. Some such thoughts flitted vaguely through my mind that night as I groped along the narrow trail that wound through the deep pinelands. Such thoughts are likely to keep company with any man who dares invade in the night that lonely stretch of densely timbered river country which the black people call Egypt, for some obscurely racial reason. There is no blackness this side of hell's unlighted abyss as absolute as the blackness of the pine woods. The trail was but a half-guessed trace winding between walls of solid ebony. I followed it as much by the instincts of the piney woods dweller as by the guidance of the external senses. I went as hurriedly as I dared, but stealth was mingled with my haste, and my ears were whetted to knife-edge alertness. This caution did not spring from the uncanny speculation roused by the darkness and silence. I had good material reason to be wary. Ghosts might roam the pinelands with gaping, bloody throats and cannibalistic hunger as the Negroes maintained, but it was no ghost I feared. I listened for the snap of a twig under a great splay foot, for any sound that would presage murder striking from the black shadows. The creature, which I feared haunted Egypt, was more to be dreaded than any gibbering phantom. That morning the worst Negro desperado in that part of the state had broken from the clutches of the law, leaving a ghastly toll of dead behind him. Down along the river, bloodhounds were baying through the brush, and hard-eyed men with rifles were beating up the thickets. They were seeking him in the fastnesses near the scattered black settlements, knowing that a Negro seeks his own kind in his extremity. But I knew Tope Braxton better than they did. I knew he deviated from the general type of his race. He was unbelievably primitive, atavistic enough to plunge into uninhabited wilderness and live like a blood-mad gorilla in solitude that would have terrified and daunted a more normal member of his race. So while the hunt flowed away in another direction, I rode toward Egypt alone. But it was not altogether to look for Tope Braxton that I plunged into that isolated fastness. My mission was one of warning rather than search. Deep in the mazy pine labyrinth, a white man and his servant lived alone, and it was the duty of any man to warn them that a red-handed killer might be skulking about their cabin. I was foolish, perhaps, to be traveling on foot, but men who wear the name of Garfield are not in the habit of turning back on a task once attempted. When my horse unexpectedly went lame, I left him at one of the Negro cabins which fringed the edge of Egypt, and went on afoot. Night overtook me on the path, and I intended remaining until morning with the man I was going to warn, Richard Brent. He was a taciturn recluse, suspicious and peculiar, but he could scarcely refuse to put me up for the night. He was a mysterious figure. Why he chose to hide himself in a southern pine forest, none knew. He had been living in an old cabin in the heart of Egypt for about 6 months. Suddenly, as I forged through the darkness, my speculations regarding the mysterious recluse were cut short, wiped clear out of my mind. I stopped dead, the nerves tingling in the skin on the backs of my hands. A sudden shriek in the dark has that effect, and the scream was edged with agony and terror. It came from somewhere ahead of me. Breathless silence followed that cry, a silence in which the forest seemed to hold its breath, and the darkness shut in more blackly still. Again the scream was repeated, this time closer. Then I heard the pound of bare feet along the trail, and a form hurled itself at me out of the darkness. My revolver was in my hand, and I instinctively thrust it out to fend the creature off. The only thing that kept me from pulling the trigger was the noise the object was making, gasping, sobbing noises of fear and pain. It was a man, and direly stricken. He blundered full into me, shrieked again, and fell sprawling, slobbering and yammering. "Oh, my God, save me! Oh, God, have mercy on me!" "What the devil is it?" I demanded, my hair stirring on my scalp at the poignant agony in the gibbering voice. The wretch recognized my voice. He clawed at my knees. "Oh, Mas Kirby, don't let him touch me. He's done killed my body and now he wants my soul. It's me, poor Jim Tyke. Don't let him get me." I struck a match and stood staring in amazement while the match burned down to my fingers. A black man groveled in the dust before me, his eyes rolling up whitely. I knew him well, one of the Negroes who lived in their tiny log cabins along the fringe of Egypt. He was spotted and splashed with blood, and I believe he was mortally wounded. Only abnormal energy rising from frenzied panic could have enabled him to run as far as he had. Blood jetted from torn veins and arteries in breast, shoulder, and neck, and the wounds were ghastly to see, great ragged tears that were never made by bullet or knife. One ear had been torn from his head and hung loose, with a great piece of flesh from the angle of his jaw and neck, as if some gigantic beast had ripped it out with his fangs. "What in God's name did this?" I ejaculated as the match went out, and he became merely an indistinct blob in the darkness below me. "A bear?" Even as I spoke, I knew that no bear had been seen in Egypt for 30 years. "He done it," the thick sobbing mumble welled up through the dark. "The white man that come by my cabin and asked me to guide him to Mr. Brent's house. He said he had a toothache, so he had his head bandaged, but the bandages slipped and I seen his face. He killed me for seeing him." "You mean he set dogs on you?" I demanded, for his wounds were such as I have seen on animals worried by vicious hounds. "No, sir," whimpered the ebbing voice. "He done it himself. Oh." The mumble broke in a shriek as he twisted his head, barely visible in the gloom, and stared back the way he had come. Death must have struck him in the midst of that scream, for it broke short at the highest note. He flopped convulsively once, like a dog hit by a truck, and then lay still. I strained my eyes into the darkness, and made out a vague shape a few yards away in the trail. It was erect and tall as a man. It made no sound. I opened my mouth to challenge the unknown visitant, but no sound came. An indescribable chill flowed over me, freezing my tongue to my palate. It was fear, primitive and unreasoning, and even while I stood paralyzed, I could not understand it, could not guess why that silent, motionless figure, sinister as it was, should rouse such instinctive dread. Then suddenly the figure moved quickly toward me, and I found my voice. "Who comes there?" No answer, but the form came on in a rush, and as I groped for a match, it was almost upon me. I struck the match. With a ferocious snarl, the figure hurled itself against me. The match was struck from my hand and extinguished, and I felt a sharp pain on the side of my neck. My gun exploded almost involuntarily and without aim, and its flash dazzled me, obscuring rather than revealing the tall man-like figure that struck at me. Then, with a crashing rush through the trees, my assailant was gone, and I staggered alone on the forest trail. Swearing angrily, I felt for another match. Blood was trickling down my shoulder, soaking through my shirt. When I struck the match and investigated, another chill swept down my spine. My shirt was torn and the flesh beneath slightly cut. The wound was little more than a scratch, but the thing that roused nameless fear in my mind was the fact that the wound was similar to those on poor Jim Tyke. End of section 1. Section 2 of Weird Tales Presents Dark Stories of Stark Unreasoning Terror by Robert E. Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Black Hound of Death, Chapter 2. Dead Men with Torn Throats. Jim Tyke was dead, lying face down in a pool of his own blood, his red-dabbled limbs sprawling drunkenly. I stared uneasily at the surrounding forest that hid the thing that had killed him. That it was a man, I knew. The outline in the brief light of the match had been vague but unmistakably human. But what sort of a weapon could make a wound like the merciless chomping of great bestial teeth? I shook my head, recalling the ingenuity of mankind in the creation of implements of slaughter, and considered a more acute problem. Should I risk my life further by continuing upon my course? Or should I return to the outer world, and bring in men and dogs to carry out poor Jim Tyke's corpse and hunt down his murderer? I did not waste much time in indecision. I had set out to perform a task. If a murderous criminal besides Tote Braxton were abroad in the piney woods, there was all the more reason for warning the men in that lonely cabin. As for my own danger, I was already more than halfway to the cabin. It would scarcely be more dangerous to advance than retreat. If I did turn back and escape from Egypt alive, before I could rouse a posse, anything might happen in that isolated cabin under the black trees. So I left Jim Tyke's body there in the trail and went on, gun in hand and nerves sharpened by the new peril. That visitant had not been Tope Braxton. I had the dead man's word for it that the attacker was a mysterious white man. The glimpse I had had of the figure had confirmed the fact that he was not Tope Braxton. I would have known that squat, apish body even in the dark. This man was tall and spare, and the mere recollection of that gaunt figure made me shiver unreasoningly. It is no pleasant experience to walk along a black forest trail with only the stars glinting through the dense branches, and the knowledge that a ruthless murderer is lurking near, perhaps within arm's length in the concealing darkness. The recollection of the butchered black man burned vividly in my brain. Sweat beaded my face and hands, and I wheeled a score of times, glaring into the blackness where my ears had caught the rustle of leaves or the breaking of a twig. How could I know whether the sounds were but the natural noises of the forest or the stealthy movements of the killer? Once I stopped with an eerie crawling of my skin, as far away through the black trees I glimpsed a faint, lurid glow. It was not stationary. It moved, but it was too far away for me to make out the source. With my hair prickling unpleasantly, I waited, for I knew not what. But presently the mysterious glow vanished, and so keyed up I was to unnatural happenings that it was only then that I realized the light might well have been made by a man walking with a pine-knot torch. I hurried on, cursing myself for my fears, the more baffling because they were so nebulous. Peril was no stranger to me in that land of feud and violence where century-old hates still smoldered down the generations. Threat of bullet or knife openly or from ambush had never shaken my nerves before, but I knew now that I was afraid of something I could not understand or explain. I sighed with relief when I saw Richard Brent's light gleaming through the pines, but I did not relax my vigilance. Many a man, danger-dogged, had been struck down at the very threshold of safety. Knocking on the door, I stood sidewise, peering into the shadows that ringed the tiny clearing and seemed to repel the faint light from the shuttered windows.
"Who's there?"
came a deep, harsh voice from within.
"Is that you, Ashley?"
"No, it's me, Kirby Garfield. Open the door." The upper half of the door swung inward, and Richard Brent's head and shoulders were framed in the opening. The light behind him left most of his face in shadow, but could not obscure the harsh, gaunt lines of his features, nor the gleam of the bleak gray eyes.
"What do you want at this time of night?"
he demanded with his usual brusqueness. I replied shortly, for I did not like the man. Courtesy in our part of the country is an obligation no gentleman thinks of shirking. "I came to tell you that it's very likely that a dangerous Negro is prowling in your vicinity. Tope Braxton killed Constable Joe Sorley and a Negro trustee, and broke out of jail this morning. I think he took refuge in Egypt. I thought you ought to be warned."
"Well, you warned me,"
he snapped in his short-clipped Eastern accent.
"Why don't you be off?"
"Because I have no intention of going back through those woods tonight," I answered angrily. "I came in here to warn you, not because of any love of you, but simply because you're a white man. The least you can do is let me put up in your cabin until morning. All I ask is a pallet on the floor. You don't even have to feed me." That last was an insult I could not withhold in my resentment. At least in the piney woods it is considered an insult, but Richard Brent ignored my thrust at his penuriousness and discourtesy. He scowled at me. I could not see his hands.
"Did you see Ashley anywhere along the trail?"
he asked finally. Ashley was his servant, a saturnine figure as taciturn as his master, who drove into the distant river village once a month for supplies. "No, but he might have been in town, and left after I did."
"I guess I'll have to let you in,"
he muttered grudgingly. "Well, hurry up," I requested. "I've got a gash in my shoulder I want to wash and dress. Tope Braxton isn't the only killer abroad tonight." At that he halted in his fumbling at the lower door, and his expression changed.
"What do you mean?"
"There's a dead nigger a mile or so up the trail. The man who killed him tried to kill me. He may be after you for all I know. The nigger he killed was guiding him here." Richard Brent started violently, and his face went livid.
"What do you mean?"
His voice cracked, unexpectedly falsetto.
What man?
I don't know. A fellow who manages to rip his victims like a hound.
A hound!
The words burst out in a scream. The change in Brent was hideous. His eyes seemed starting from his head. His hair stood up stiffly on his scalp, and his skin was the hue of ashes. His lips drew back from his teeth in a grin of sheer terror. He gagged and then found voice.
Get out!
He choked.
I see it now. I know why you wanted to get in my house. You bloody devil. He sent you. You're his spy. Go.
The last was a scream, and his hands rose above the lower half of the door at last. I stared into the gaping muzzles of a sawed-off shotgun.
Go before I kill you.
I stepped back off the stoop, my skin crawling at the thought of a close-range blast from that murderous implement of destruction. The black muzzles and the livid, convulsed face behind them promised sudden demolition. "You cursed fool," I growled, courting disaster in my anger. "Be careful with that thing. I'm going. I'd rather take a chance with a murderer than a madman." Brent made no reply. Panting and shivering like a man smitten with ague, he crouched over his shotgun and watched me as I turned and strode across the clearing. Where the trees began, I could have wheeled and shot him down without much danger, for my .45 would outrange his shorted and scattergun. But I'd come there to warn the fool, not to kill him. The upper door slammed as I strode in under the trees, and the scream of light was cut abruptly off. I drew my gun and plunged into the shadowy trail, my ears whetted again for sounds under the black branches. My thoughts reverted to Richard Brent. It was surely no friend who had sought guidance to his cabin. The man's frantic fear had bordered on insanity. I wondered if it had been to escape this man that Brent had exiled himself in this lonely stretch of pinelands and river. Surely it had been to escape something that he had come. For he never concealed his hatred of the country nor his contempt for the native people, white and black. But I had never believed that he was a criminal, hiding from the law. The light fell away behind me, vanished among the black trees. A curious, chill, sinking feeling obsessed me, as if the disappearance of that light, hostile as was its source, had severed the only link that connected this nightmarish adventure with the world of sanity and humanity. Grimly taking hold of my nerves, I strode on up the trail. But I had not gone far when again I halted. This time it was the unmistakable sound of horses running. The rumble of wheels mingled with the pounding of hoofs. Who would be coming along that nighted trail in a rig but Ashley? But instantly I realized that the team was headed in the other direction. The sound receded rapidly and soon became only a distant blur of noise. I quickened my pace, much puzzled, and presently I heard hurried, stumbling footsteps ahead of me, and a quick, breathless panting that seemed indicative of panic. I distinguished the footsteps of two people, though I could see nothing in the intense darkness. At that point the branches interlaced over the trail, forming a black arch through which not even the stars gleamed. "Ho there," I called cautiously. "Who are you?" Instantly the sounds ceased abruptly, and I could picture two shadowy figures standing tensely still, with bated breath. "Who's there?" I repeated. "Don't be afraid. It's me, Kirby Garfield." "Stand where you are," came a hard voice I recognized as Ashley's. "You sound like Garfield, but I want to be sure. If you move, you'll get a slug through you." There was a scratching sound and a tiny flame leaped up. A human hand was etched in its glow, and behind it the square, hard face of Ashley peering in my direction. A pistol in his other hand caught the glint of the fire, and on that arm rested another hand, a slim, white hand, with a jewel sparkling on one finger. Dimly I made out the slender figure of a woman. Her face was like a pale blossom in the gloom. "Yes, it's you, all right," Ashley grunted. "What are you doing here?" "I came to warn Brent about Tope Braxton," I answered shortly. I do not relish being called on to account for my actions to anybody. "You've heard about it, naturally. If I'd known you were in town, it would have saved me a trip. What are you all doing on foot?" "Our horses ran away a short distance back," he answered. "There was a dead Negro in the trail, but that's not what frightened the horses. When we got out to investigate, they snorted and wheeled and bolted with the rig. We had to come on foot, and it's been a pretty nasty experience. From the looks of the Negro, I judge a pack of wolves killed him, and the scent frightened the horses. We've been expecting an attack any minute." "Wolves don't hunt in packs and drag down human beings in these woods." It was a man that killed Jim Tyke. In the waning glow of the match, Ashley stood staring at me in amazement, and then I saw the astonishment ebb from his countenance and horror grow there. Slowly his color ebbed, leaving his bronzed face as ashy as that of his master had been. The match went out, and we stood silent. "Well," I said impatiently. "Speak up, man. Who's the lady with you?"
"She's Mr. Brent's niece."
The answer came tonelessly through dry lips.
"I'm Gloria Brent,"
she exclaimed in a voice whose cultured accent was not lost in the fear that caused it to tremble.
"Uncle Richard wired for me to come to him at once."
"I've seen the wire," Ashley muttered. "You showed it to me, but I don't know how he sent it. He hasn't been to the village, to my knowledge, in months."
"I came on from New York as fast as I could," she exclaimed. "I can't understand why the telegram was sent to me instead of to somebody else in the family."
"You were always your uncle's favorite, miss," said Ashley.
"Well, when I got off the boat at the village just before nightfall, I found Ashley just getting ready to drive home. He was surprised to see me, but of course he brought me on out, and then that dead man—"
She seemed considerably shaken by the experience. It was obvious that she had been raised in a very refined and sheltered atmosphere. If she had been born in the piney woods, as I was, the sight of a dead man, white or black, would not have been an uncommon phenomenon to her.
The dead man,"
she stammered, and then she was answered most hideously. From the black woods beside the trail rose a shriek of blood-curdling laughter. Slavering, mouthing sounds followed it, so strange and garbled that at first I did not recognize them as human words. Their inhuman intonations sent a chill down my spine.
"Dead men!" the inhuman voice chanted. "Dead men with torn throats! There will be dead men among the pines before dawn! Dead men! Fools, you are all dead!"
Ashley and I both fired in the direction of the voice, and in the crashing reverberations of our shots, the ghastly chant was drowned. But the weird laugh rang out again, deeper in the woods, and then silence closed down like a black fog in which I heard the semi-hysterical gasping of the girl. She had released Ashley and was clinging frantically to me. I could feel the quivering of her lithe body against mine. Probably she had merely followed her feminine instinct to seek refuge with the strongest. The light of the match had shown her that I was a bigger man than Ashley.
"Hurry, for God's sake!" Ashley's voice sounded strangled. "Can't be far to the cabin. Hurry! You'll come with us, Mr. Garfield."
"What was it?" the girl was panting. "Oh, what was it?"
"A madman, I think," I answered, tucking her trembling little hand under my left arm. But at the back of my mind was whispering the grisly realization that no madman ever had a voice like that. It sounded like some bestial creature speaking with human words, but not with a human tongue. "Get on the other side of Miss Brent, Ashley," I directed. "Keep as far from the trees as you can. If anything moves on that side, shoot first and ask questions later. I'll do the same on this side. Now, come on." He made no reply as he complied. His fright seemed deeper than that of the girl. His breath came in shuddering gasps. The trail seemed endless, the darkness abysmal. Fear stalked along the trail on either hand and slunk grinning at our backs. My flesh crawled with the thought of a demoniacal clawed and fanged thing hurling itself upon my shoulders. The girl's little feet scarcely touched the ground, as we almost carried her between us. Ashley was almost as tall as I, though not so heavy, and was strongly made. Ahead of us a light glimmered between the trees at last, and a gusty sigh of relief burst from his lips. He increased his pace until we were almost running.
"The cabin at last, thank God,"
he gasped as we plunged out of the trees. "Hail your employer, Ashley," I grunted. "He's driven me off with a gun once tonight. I don't want to be shot at by the old—" I stopped, remembering the girl.
"Mr. Brent!"
shouted Ashley.
"Mr. Brent, open the door quick. It's me, Ashley."
Instantly, light flooded from the door as the upper half was drawn back and Brent peered out, shotgun in hand, blinking into the darkness.
"Hurry and get in."
Panic still thrummed in his voice. Then,
"Who's that standing behind you?"
he shouted furiously.
"Mr. Garfield and your niece, Miss Gloria."
"Uncle Richard!"
she cried, her voice catching in a sob. Pulling loose from us, she ran forward and threw her lithe body half over the lower door,
throwing her arms around his neck. "Uncle Richard, I'm so afraid. What does this all mean?"
He seemed thunderstruck.
"Gloria," he repeated. "What in heaven's name are you doing here?"
"Why, you sent for me."
She fumbled out a crumpled yellow telegraph form.
"See, you said for me to come at once."
He went livid again.
"I never sent that, Gloria. Good God, why should I drag you into my particular hell? There's something devilish here. Come in. Come in quickly."
He jerked open the door and pulled her inside, never relinquishing the shotgun. He seemed to fumble in a daze. Ashley shouldered in after her and exclaimed to me,
"Come in, Mr. Garfield. Come in, come in."
I had made no move to follow them. At the mention of my name, Brent, who seemed to have forgotten my presence, jerked loose from the girl with a choking cry and wheeled, throwing up the shotgun. But this time I was ready for him. My nerves were too much on edge to let me submit to any more bullying. Before he could bring the gun into position, he was looking in the muzzle of my .45. "Put it down, Brent," I snapped. "Drop it before I break your arm. I'm fed up on your idiotic suspicions." He hesitated, glaring wildly, and behind them the girl shrank away. I suppose that in the full flood of the light from the doorway I was not a figure to inspire confidence in a young girl, with my frame which is built for strength and not looks, and my dark face scarred by many a brutal river battle.
"He's our friend, Mr. Brent," interposed Ashley. "He helped us in the woods." "He's a devil," raved Brent, clinging to his gun, though not trying to lift it. "He came here to murder us. He lied when he said he came to warn us against a black man. What man would be fool enough to come into Egypt at night just to warn a stranger? My God, has he got both of you fooled? I tell you, he wears the brand of the Hound."
"Then you know he's here," cried Ashley.
"Yes, this fiend told me, trying to worm his way into the house. God, Ashley, he's tracked us down. In spite of all our cleverness, we've trapped ourselves. In a city we might buy protection, but here in this accursed forest, who will hear our cries or come to our aid when the fiend closes in upon us? What fools we were to think to hide from him in this wilderness."
"I heard him laugh," shuddered Ashley. "He taunted us from the bushes in his beast's voice. I saw the man he killed, ripped and mangled as if by the fangs of Satan himself. What are we to do?"
"What can we do except lock ourselves in and fight to the last?" shrieked Brent. His nerves were in frightful shape.
"Please, tell me what it is all about,"
pleaded the trembling girl. With a terrible, despairing laugh, Brent threw out his arm, gesturing toward the black woods beyond the faint light.
"The devil in human form is lurking out there," he exclaimed. "He has tracked me across the world, and has cornered me at last. Do you remember Adam Grimm?"
"The man who went with you to Mongolia 5 years ago? But he died, you said. You came back without him."
"I thought he was dead," muttered Brent. "Listen, I will tell you. Among the black mountains of Inner Mongolia, where no white man has ever penetrated, our expedition was attacked by fanatical devil worshippers, the black monks of Erlik, who dwell in the forgotten and accursed city of Yalgan. Our guides and servants were killed, and all our stock driven off but one small camel. Grimm and I stood them off all day, firing from behind the rocks when they tried to rush us. That night we planned to make a break for it, on the camel that remained to us. But it was evident to me that the beast could not carry us both to safety. One man might have a chance. When darkness fell, I struck Grimm from behind with my gun butt, knocking him senseless. Then I mounted the camel and fled." He did not heed the look of sick amazement and abhorrence growing in the girl's lovely face. Her wide eyes were fixed on her uncle as if she were seeing the real man for the first time, and was stricken by what she saw. He plunged on, too obsessed and engulfed by fear to care or heed what she thought of him. The sight of a soul stripped of its conventional veneer and surface pretense is not always pleasant. I broke through the lines of the besiegers and escaped in the night. Grimm naturally fell into the hands of the devil worshippers, and for years I supposed that he was dead. They had the reputation of slaying by torture every alien that they captured. Years passed and I had almost forgotten the episode. Then, 7 months ago, I learned that he was alive. was indeed back in America, thirsting for my life. The monks had not killed him. Through their damnable arts they had altered him. The man is no longer wholly human, but his whole soul is bent on my destruction. To appeal to the police would have been useless. He would have tricked them and wreaked his vengeance in spite of them. I fled from him up and down across the country for more than a month, like a hunted animal. And finally, when I thought I had thrown him off the track, I took refuge in this God-forsaken wilderness, among these barbarians, of whom that man Kirby Garfield is a typical example.
"You can talk of barbarians?" she flamed, and her scorn would have cut the soul of any man who was not so totally engrossed in his own fears. She turned to me. "Mr. Garfield, please come in. You must not try to traverse this forest at night with that fiend at large."
"No!" shrieked Brent. "Get back from the door, you little fool! Ashley, hold your tongue. I tell you, he is one of Adam Grimm's creatures. He shall not set foot in this cabin."
She looked at me, pale, helpless, and forlorn, and I pitied her as I despised Richard Brent. She looked so small and bewildered. "I wouldn't sleep in your cabin if all the wolves of hell were howling outside," I snarled at Brent. "I'm going, and if you shoot me in the back, I'll kill you before I die. I wouldn't have come back at all, but the young lady needed my protection. She needs it now, but it's your privilege to deny her that. Miss Brent," I said, "if you wish, I'll come back tomorrow with a buckboard and carry you to the village. You'd better go back to New York."
"Ashley will take her to the village," roared Brent. "Damn you! Will you go?"
With a sneer that brought the blood purpling his countenance, I turned squarely upon him and strode off. The door banged behind me, and I heard his falsetto voice mingled with the tearful accents of his niece. Poor girl. It must have been like a nightmare to her, to have been snatched out of her sheltered urban life and dropped down in a country strange and primitive to her, among people whose ways seemed incredibly savage and violent, and into a bloody episode of wrong and menace and vengeance. The deep pinelands of the Southwest seemed strange and alien enough at any time to the average Eastern city dweller, and added to their gloomy mystery and primordial wilderness was this grim phantom out of an unsuspected past, like the figment of a nightmare. I turned squarely about, stood motionless in the black trail, staring back at the pinpoint of light which still winked through the trees. Peril hovered over the cabin in that tiny clearing, and it was no part of a white man to leave that girl with the protection of none but her half-lunatic uncle and his servant. Ashley looked like a fighter, but Brent was an unpredictable quantity. I believed he was tinged with madness. His insane rages and equally insane suspicions seemed to indicate as much. I had no sympathy for him. A man who would sacrifice his friend to save his own life deserves death. But evidently Grimm was mad. His slaughter of Jim Tyke suggested homicidal insanity. Poor Jim Tyke had never wronged him. I would have killed Grimm for that murder alone, if I had had the opportunity, and I did not intend that the girl should suffer for the sins of her uncle. If Brent had not sent that telegram as he swore, then it looked much as if she had been summoned for a sinister purpose. Who but Grimm himself would have summoned her to share the doom he planned for Richard Brent? Turning, I strode back down the trail, if I could not enter the cabin. I could at least lurk in the shadows, ready at hand if my help was needed. A few moments later I was under the fringe of trees that ringed the clearing. Light still shone through the cracks in the shutters, and at one place a portion of the window pane was visible. And even as I looked, this pane was shattered, as if something had been hurled through it. Instantly the night was split by a sheet of flame that burst in a blinding flash out of the doors and windows and chimney of the cabin. For one infinitesimal instant I saw the cabin limned blackly against the tongues of flame that flashed from it. With the flash came the thought that the cabin had been blown up, but no sound accompanied the explosion. Even while the blaze was still in my eyes, another explosion filled the universe with blinding sparks, and this one was accompanied by a thunderous reverberation. Consciousness was blotted out too suddenly for me to know that I had been struck on the head from behind, terrifically and without warning. End of section 2. Section 3 of Weird Tales Presents Dark Stories of Stark, Unreasoning Terror by Robert E. Howard. Black Hound of Death, Chapter 3. Black Hands. A flickering light was the first thing that impressed itself upon my awakening faculties. I blinked, shook my head, came suddenly fully awake. I was lying on my back in a small glade, walled by towering black trees which fitfully reflected the uncertain light that emanated from a torch stuck upright in the earth near me. My head throbbed, and blood clotted my scalp. My hands were fastened together before me by a pair of handcuffs. My clothes were torn and my skin scratched as if I had been dragged brutally through the brush. A huge black shape squatted over me. A black man of medium height, but of gigantic breadth and thickness, clad only in ragged, muddy breeches. Tope Braxton. He held a gun in each hand, and alternately aimed first one and then the other at me, squinting along the barrel. One pistol was mine, the other had once belonged to the constable that Braxton had brained. I lay silent for a moment, studying the play of the torchlight on the great black torso. His huge body gleamed shiny ebony or dull bronze as the light flickered. He was like a shape from the abyss whence mankind crawled ages ago. His primitive ferocity was reflected in the bulging knots of muscles that corded his long, massive, apish arms. His huge sloping shoulders, above all the bullet-shaped head that jutted forward on a column-like neck. The wide, flat nostrils, murky eyes, thick lips that writhed back from tusk-like teeth, all proclaimed the man's kinship with the primordial. "Where the devil do you fit into this nightmare?" I demanded. He showed his teeth in an ape-like grin. "I thought it was time you was coming to, Kirby Garfield," he grinned. "I wanted you to come to before I kill you, so you know who killed you. Then I go back and watch Mr. Grimm kill the old man and the gal." "What do you mean, you black devil?" I demanded harshly. "Grimm? What do you know about Grimm?" "I meet him in the deep woods after he killed Jim Tyke. I hear a gunfire and come with a torch to see who. Thought maybe somebody after me. I meet Mr. Grimm." "So you are the man I saw with the torch," I grunted. "Mr. Grimm's a smart man. He say if I help him kill some folks, he help me get away. He take and throw bomb into the cabin. That bomb don't kill them folks, just paralyze them. I watch in the trail and hit you when you come back. That man Ashley ain't plumb paralyzed, so Mr. Grimm, he take and bite out his throat like he done Jim Tyke." "What do you mean, bite out his throat?" I demanded. "Mr. Grimm ain't a human being. He stand up and walk like a man, but he part hound or wolf." "You mean a werewolf?" I asked, my scalp prickling. He grinned. "Yeah, that's it. They had him in the old country." Then he changed his mood. "I done talked long enough. Go on, blow your brains out now." His thick lips froze in a killer's mirthless grin as he squinted along the barrel of the pistol in his right hand. My whole body went tense as I sought desperately for a loophole to save my life. My legs were not tied, but my hands were manacled, and a single movement would bring hot lead crashing through my brain. In my desperation, I plumbed the depths of the black folklore for a dim, all but forgotten superstition. "These handcuffs belonged to Joe Sorley, didn't they?" I demanded. "Uh-huh," he grinned without ceasing to squint along the sights. "I took him along with his gun after I beat his head in with a window bar. I thought I might need him." "Well," I said, "if you kill me while I'm wearing him, you're eternally damned. Don't you know that if you kill a man who's wearing a cross, his ghost will haunt you forever after?" He jerked the gun down suddenly, and his grin was replaced by a snarl. "What do you mean, white man?" "Just what I say. There's a cross scratched on the inside of one of these cuffs. I've seen it 1,000 times. Now go ahead and shoot, and I'll haunt you into hell." "Which cuff?" he snarled, lifting a gun butt threateningly. "Find out yourself," I sneered. "Go ahead. Why don't you shoot? I hope you've had plenty of sleep lately, because I'll see to it that you never sleep again. In the night, under the trees, you'll see my face leering at you. You'll hear my voice in the wind that moans through the cypress branches. When you close your eyes in the dark, you'll feel my fingers at your throat." "Shut up!" he roared, brandishing his pistols. His black skin was tinged with an ashy hue. "Shut me up if you dare!" I struggled up to a sitting position and then fell back cursing. Damn you, my leg's broken. At that, the ashy tinge faded from his ebon skin, and purpose rose in his reddish eyes.
So your leg's busted.
He bared his glistening teeth in a beastly grin.
Thought you fell mighty hard, and then I dragged you a right smart piece.
Laying both pistols on the ground, well out of my reach, he rose and leaned over me, dragging a key out of his breeches pocket. His confidence was justified, for was I not unarmed, helpless, with a broken leg? I did not need the manacles. Bending over me, he turned the key in the old-fashioned handcuffs and tore them off. And like twin striking snakes, my hands shot to his black throat, locked fiercely, and dragged him down on top of me. I'd always wondered what would be the outcome of a battle between me and Tope Braxton. One can hardly go about picking fights with black men. But now a fierce joy surged in me, a grim gratification that the question of our relative prowess was to be settled once and for all, with life for the winner and death for the loser. Even as I gripped him, Braxton realized that I had tricked him into freeing me, that I was no more crippled than he was. Instantly, he exploded into a hurricane of ferocity that would have dismembered a lesser man than I. We rolled on the pine needles, rending and tearing. Were I penning an elegant romance, I should tell how I vanquished Tope Braxton by a combination of higher intelligence, boxing skill, and deft science that defeated his brute strength. But I must stick to the facts in this chronicle. Intelligence played little part in that battle. It would have helped me no more than it would have helped a man in the actual grip of a gorilla. As for artificial skill, Tope would have torn the average boxer or wrestler limb from limb. Man-developed science alone could not have withstood the blinding speed, tigerish ferocity, and bone-crushing strength that lurked in Tope Braxton's terrible thews. It was like fighting a wild beast, and I met him in his own game. I fought Tope Braxton as the rivermen fight, as savages fight, as bull-apes fight. Breast to breast, muscle straining against muscle. Iron fist crushing against hard skull, knee driven to groin, teeth slashing sinewy flesh, gouging, tearing, smashing. We both forgot the pistols on the ground. We must have rolled over them half a dozen times. Each of us was aware of only one desire, one blind crimson urge to kill with naked hands, to rend and tear and maul and trample until the other was a motionless mass of bloody flesh and splintered bone. I do not know how long we fought. Time faded into a bloodshot eternity. His fingers were like iron talons that tore the flesh and bruised the bone beneath. My head was swimming from its impacts against the hard ground, and from the pain in my side I knew at least one rib was broken. My whole body was a solid ache and burn of twisted joints and wretched thews. My garments hung in ribbons, wrenched by the blood that sluiced from an ear that had been ripped loose from my head. But if I was taking terrible punishment, I was dealing it too. The torch had been knocked down and kicked aside, but it still smoldered fitfully, lending a lurid dim light to that primordial scene. Its light was not so red as the murder lust that clouded my dimming eyes. In a red haze, I saw his white teeth gleaming in a grin of agonized effort, his eyes rolling whitely from a mask of blood. I had mauled his face out of all human resemblance. From eyes to waist, his black hide was laced with crimson. Sweat slimed us, and our fingers slipped as they gripped. Writhing half free from his rending clutch, I drove every straining knot of muscle in my body behind my fist that smashed like a mallet against his jaw. There was a crack of bone, an involuntary groan. Blood spurted and the broken jaw dropped down. A bloody froth covered the loose lips. Then for the first time those black tearing fingers faltered. I felt the great body that strained against mine yield and sag. And with a wild beast sob of gratified ferocity ebbing from my pulped lips, my fingers at last met in his throat. Down on his back he went, with me on his breast. His failing hands clawed at my wrists, weakly and more weakly, and I strangled him, slowly, with no trick of jiu-jitsu or wrestling, but with sheer brute strength, bending his head back and back between its shoulders until the thick neck snapped like a rotten branch. In that drunkenness of battle I did not know when he died, did not know that it was death that had at last melted the iron thews of the body beneath me. Reeling up numbly, I dazedly stamped on his breast and head until the bones gave way under my heels, before I realized that Tope Braxton was dead. Then I would have fallen and lapsed into insensibility but for the dizzy realization that my work was not yet ended. Groping with numb hands, I found the pistols and reeled away through the pines in the direction in which my forest-bred instinct told me the cabin of Richard Brent stood. With each step, my tough recuperative powers asserted themselves. Tope had not dragged me far. Following his jungle instincts, he had merely hauled me off the trail into the deeper woods. A few steps brought me to the trail, and I saw again the light of the cabin gleaming through the pines. Braxton had not been lying then about the nature of that bomb. At least the soundless explosion had not destroyed the cabin, for it stood as I had seen it last, apparently undamaged. Light poured as before from the shuttered windows, but from it came a high-pitched, inhuman laughter that froze the blood in my veins. It was the same laughter that had mocked us beside the shadowed trail. End of section 3. Section 4 of Weird Tales Presents Dark Stories of Stark Unreasoning Terror by Robert E. Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Black Hound of Death, Chapter 4. The Hound of Satan. Crouching in the shadows, I circled the little clearing to reach a side of the cabin which was without a window. In the thick darkness, with no gleam of light to reveal me, I glided out from the trees and approached the building. Near the wall, I stumbled over something bulky and yielding, and almost went to my knees, my heart shooting into my throat with the fear of the noise betraying me. But the ghastly laughter still bellowed horribly from inside the cabin, mingled with the whimpering of a human voice. It was Ashley I had stumbled over, or rather, his body. He lay on his back, staring sightlessly upward, his head lolling back on the red ruin of his neck. His throat had been torn out. From chin to collar it was a great, gaping, ragged wound. His garments were slimy with blood. Slightly sickened, in spite of my experience with violent deaths, I glided to the cabin wall and sought without success for a crevice between the logs. The laughter had ceased in the cabin, and that frightful, inhuman voice was ringing out, making the nerves quiver in the backs of my hands. With the same difficulty that I had experienced before, I made out the words.
And so they did not kill me, the black monks of Erlich. They preferred a jest, a delicious jest, from their point of view. Merely to kill me would be too kind. They thought it more humorous to play with me a while, as cats do with a mouse, and then send me back into the world with a mark I could never erase. The brand of the Hound. That's what they called it, and they did their job well indeed. None knows better than they how to alter a man. Black magic? Bah! Those devils are the greatest scientists in the world. What little the Western world knows about science has leaked out in little trickles from those black mountains. Those devils could conquer the world if they wanted to. They know things that no modern even dares to guess. They know more about plastic surgery, for instance, than all the scientists of the world put together. They understand glands as no European or American understands them. They know how to retard or exercise them so as to produce certain results. God, what results! Look at me! Look, damn you, and go mad!
I glided about the cabin until I reached a window, and peered through a crack in the shutter. Richard Brent lay on a divan in a room incongruously richly furnished for that primitive setting. He was bound hand and foot. His face was livid and scarcely human. In his starting eyes was the look of a man who had at last come face to face with ultimate horror. Across the room from him, the girl, Gloria, was spread-eagled on a table, held helpless with cords on her wrists and ankled. She was stark naked, her clothing lying in scattered confusion on the floor as if they had been brutally ripped from her. Her head was twisted about as she stared in wide-eyed horror at the tall figure which dominated the scene. He stood with his back toward the window where I crouched as he faced Richard Brent. To all appearances, this figure was human, the figure of a tall, spare man in dark, close-fitting garments, with a sort of cape hanging from his lean, wide shoulders. But at the sight, a strange trembling took hold of me, and I recognized at last the dread I had felt since I first glimpsed that gaunt form on the shadowy trail above the body of poor Jim Tyke. There was something unnatural about the figure, something not apparent as he stood there with his back to me, yet an unmistakable suggestion of abnormality, and my feelings were the dread and loathing that normal men naturally feel toward the abnormal.
They made me the horror I am today, and then drove me forth,
he was yammering in his horrible, mouthing voice.
But the change was not made in a day or a month or a year. They played with me, as devils play with a screaming soul, on the white-hot grids of hell. Time and again I would have died in spite of them, but I was upheld by the thought of vengeance. Through the long black years shot red with torture and agony, I dreamed of the day when I would pay the debt I owed to you, Richard Brent. You spawn of Satan's vilest gutter. So at last the hunt began. When I reached New York, I sent you a photograph of my face, and a letter detailing what had happened and what would happen. You fool. Did you think you could escape me? Do you think I would have warned you if I were not sure of my prey? I wanted you to suffer with the knowledge of your doom, to live in terror, to flee and hide like a hunted wolf. You fled, and I hunted you, from coast to coast. You did temporarily give me the slip when you came here, but it was inevitable that I should smell you out. When the black monks of Yalgan gave me this...
His hand seemed to stab at his face, and Richard Brent cried out slobberingly.
They also instilled in my nature something of the spirit of the beast. They copied. To kill you was not enough. I wished to glut my vengeance to the last shuddering ounce. That is why I sent a telegram to your niece, the one person in the world that you cared for. My plans worked out perfectly, with one exception. The bandages I have worn ever since I left Yalgan were displaced by a branch, and I had to kill the fool who was guiding me to your cabin. No man looks upon my face and lives, except Tope Braxton, who is more like an ape than a man anyway. I fell in with him shortly after I was fired at by the man Garfield, and I took him into my confidence, recognizing a valuable ally. He is too brutish to feel the same horror at my appearance than the other Negro felt. He thinks I am a demon of some sort, but so long as I am not hostile toward him, he sees no reason why he should not ally himself with me. It was fortunate I took him in, for it was he who struck down Garfield as he was returning. I would have already killed Garfield myself, but he was too strong, too handy with his gun. You might have learned a lesson from these people, Richard Brent. They live hardily and violently, and they are tough and dangerous as timber wolves. But you are soft and over-civilized. You will die far too easily. I wish you were as hard as Garfield was. I would like to keep you alive for days, to suffer. I gave Garfield a chance to get away, but the fool came back and had to be dealt with. That bomb I threw through the window would have had little effect upon him. It contained one of the chemical secrets I managed to learn in Mongolia, but it is effective only in relation to the bodily strength of the victim. It was enough to knock out a girl and a soft, pampered degenerate like you. But Ashley was able to stagger out of the cabin, and would quickly have gained his full powers if I had not come upon him and put him beyond power of harm.
Brent lifted a moaning cry. There was no intelligence in his eyes, only a ghastly fear. Foam flew from his lips. He was mad. mad as the fearful being that posed and yammered in that room of horror. Only the girl writhing pitifully on that ebony table was sane. All else was madness and nightmare. And suddenly, complete delirium overcame Adam Grimm, and the laboring monotones shattered in a heart-stopping scream.
"First the girl!"
shrieked Adam Grimm, or the thing that had been Adam Grimm.
"The girl! To be slain as I have seen women slain in Mongolia! To be skinned alive slowly! Oh, so slowly! She shall bleed to make you suffer, Richard Brent! Suffer as I suffered in Black Yalgan! She shall not die until there is no longer an inch of skin left on her body below her neck. Watch me flay your beloved niece, Richard Brent."
I do not believe Richard Brent comprehended. He was beyond understanding anything. He yammered gibberish, tossing his head from side to side, spattering foam from his livid working lips. I was lifting a revolver, but just then Adam Grimm whirled, and the sight of his face froze me into paralysis. What unguessed masters of nameless science dwell in the black towers of Yalgan, I dare not dream. But surely black sorcery from the pits of hell went into the remolding of that countenance. Ears, forehead, and eyes were those of an ordinary man, but the nose, mouth, and jaws were such as men have not even imagined in nightmares. I find myself unable to find adequate descriptive phrases. They were hideously elongated, like the muzzle of an animal. There was no chin. Upper and lower jaws jutted like the jaws of a hound or a wolf, and the teeth, bared by the snarling bestial lips, were gleaming fangs. How those jaws managed to frame human words I cannot guess. But the change was deeper than superficial appearance. In his eyes, which blazed like coals of hell's fire, was a glare that never shone from any human's eyes, sane or mad. When the black devil monks of Yalgan altered Adam Grimm's face, they wrought a corresponding change in his soul. He was no longer a human being. He was a veritable werewolf, as terrible as any in medieval legend. The thing that had been Adam Grimm rushed toward the girl, a curved skinning knife gleaming in his hand, and I shook myself out of my daze of horror and fired through the hole in the shutter. My aim was unerring. I saw the cape jerk to the impact of the slug, and at the crash of the shot the monster staggered, and the knife fell from his hand. Then instantly he whirled and dashed back across the room toward Richard Brent. With lightning comprehension he realized what had happened. He knew he could take only one victim with him, and made his choice instantly. I do not believe that I can logically be blamed for what happened. I might have smashed that shutter, leaped into the room, and grappled with the thing that the monks of Inner Mongolia had made of Adam Grimm. But so swiftly did the monster move that Richard Brent would have died anyway before I could have burst into the room. I did what seemed the only obvious thing. I poured lead through the window into that loping horror as it crossed the room. That should have halted it, should have crashed it down dead on the floor. But Adam Grimm plunged on, heedless of the slugs ripping into him. His vitality was more than human, more than bestial. There was something demoniac about him, invoked by the black arts that made him what he was. No natural creature could have crossed that room under that raking hail of close-range lead. At that distance I could not miss. He reeled at each impact, but he did not fall until I had smashed home the sixth bullet. Then he crawled on, beast-like, on hands and knees, froth and blood dripping from his grinning jaws. Panic swept me. Frantically I snatched the second gun and emptied it into that body that writhed painfully onward, spattering blood at every movement. But all hell could not keep Adam Grimm from his prey, and death itself shrank from the ghastly determination in that once human soul. With 12 bullets in him, literally shot to pieces, his brains oozing from a great hole in his temple, Adam Grimm reached the man on the divan. The misshapen head dipped. A scream gurgled in Richard Brent's throat as the hideous jaws locked. For a mad instant, those two frightful visages seemed to melt together, to my horrified sight. The mad human and the mad inhuman. Then with a wild beast gesture, Grim threw up his head, ripping out his enemy's jugular, and blood deluged both figures. Grim lifted his head with his dripping fangs and bloody muzzle, and his lips writhed back in a last peal of ghastly laughter that choked in a rush of blood as he crumpled and lay still. End of section 4. Section 5 of Weird Tales Presents Dark Stories of Stark Unreasoning Terror by Robert E. Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Dream Snake. The night was strangely still. As we sat upon the wide veranda, gazing out over the broad, shadowy lawns, the silence of the hour entered our spirits, and for a long while no one spoke. Then far across the dim mountains that fringed the eastern skyline, a faint haze began to glow, and presently a great golden moon came up, making a ghostly radiance over the land, and etching boldly the dark clumps of shadows that were trees. A light breeze came whispering out of the east, and the unmowed grass swayed before it in long sinuous waves, dimly visible in the moonlight. And from among the group upon the veranda there came a swift gasp, a sharp intake of breath that caused us all to turn and gaze. Faming was leaning forward, clutching the arms of his chair, his face strange and pallid in the spectral light, a thin trickle of blood seeping from the lip in which he had set his teeth. Amazed, we looked at him, and suddenly he jerked about with a short, snarling laugh. "There's no need of gawking at me like a flock of sheep," he said irritably, and stopped short. We sat bewildered, scarcely knowing what sort of reply to make, and suddenly he burst out again. "Now, I guess I'd better tell the whole thing, or you'll be going off and putting me down as a lunatic. Don't interrupt me, any of you. I want to get this thing off my mind. You all know that I'm not a very imaginative man, but there's a thing, purely a figment of imagination, that has haunted me since babyhood. A dream." He fairly cringed back in his chair as he muttered, "A dream, and God, what a dream. The first time... No, I can't remember the first time I ever dreamed it. I've been dreaming the hellish thing ever since I can remember. Now, it's this way. There's a sort of bungalow set upon a hill in the midst of wide grasslands, not unlike this estate. But this scene is in Africa, and I am living there with a sort of servant, a Hindu. Just why I am there is never clear to my waking mind, though I am always aware of the reason in my dreams. As a man of a dream, I remember my past life, a life which in no way corresponds with my waking life. But when I am awake, my subconscious mind fails to transmit these impressions. However, I think that I am a fugitive from justice, and the Hindu is also a fugitive. How the bungalow came to be there, I can never remember, nor do I know in what part of Africa it is, though all these things are known to my dream self. But the bungalow is a small one, of a very few rooms, and is situated upon the top of the hill, as I said. There are no other hills about, and the grasslands stretch to the horizon in every direction, knee-high in some places, waist-high in others. Now, the dream always opens as I am coming up the hill, just as the sun is beginning to set. I am carrying a broken rifle, and I have been on a hunting trip. How the rifle was broken, and the full details of the trip I clearly remember, dreaming, but never upon waking. It is just as if a curtain were suddenly raised and a drama began, or just as if I were suddenly transferred to another man's body and life, remembering past years of that life and not cognizant of any other existence. And that is the hellish part of it. As you know, most of us dreaming are at the back of our consciousness, aware that we are dreaming. No matter how horrible the dream may become, we know that it is a dream, and thus insanity or possible death is staved off. But in this particular dream there is no such knowledge. I tell you, it is so vivid, so complete in every detail, that I wonder sometimes if that is not my real existence, and this is a dream. But no, for then I should have been dead years ago. As I was saying, I come up the hill, and the first thing I am cognizant of that is out of the ordinary is a sort of track leading up the hill in an irregular way. That is, the grass is mashed down, as if something heavy had been dragged over it. But I pay no especial attention to it, for I am thinking, with some irritation, that the broken rifle I carry is my only arm, and that now I must forego hunting until I can send for another. You see, I remember thoughts and impressions of the dream itself, of the occurrences of the dream. It is the memories that the dream I has of that other dream existence that I cannot remember. So I come up the hill and enter the bungalow. The doors are open and the Hindu is not there. But the main room is in confusion. Chairs are broken, a table overturned. The Hindu's dagger is lying upon the floor, but there is no blood anywhere. Now, in my dreams, I never remember the other dreams, as sometimes one does. Always it is the first dream, the first time. I always experience the same sensations in my dreams, with as vivid a force as the first time I ever dreamed. So I am not able to understand this. The Hindu is gone, but thus I ruminate, standing in the center of the disordered room. What did away with him? Had it been a raiding party of Negroes, they would have looted the bungalow and probably burned it. Had it been a lion, the place would have been smeared with blood. Then suddenly I remember the track I saw going up the hill, and a cold hand touches my spine. For instantly the whole thing is clear. The thing that came up from the grasslands and wrought havoc in the little bungalow could be naught else except a giant serpent. And as I think of the size of the spore, cold sweat beads my forehead, and the broken rifle shakes in my hand. Then I rush to the door in a wild panic. My only thought is to make a dash for the coast. But the sun has set and dusk is stealing across the grasslands. And out there somewhere, lurking in the tall grass, is that grisly thing, that horror. God. The ejaculation broke from his lips with such feeling that all of us started, not realizing the tension we had reached. There was a second's silence, then he continued. So I bolt the doors and windows, light the lamp I have, and take my stand in the middle of the room. And I stand like a statue, waiting, listening. After a while the moon comes up, and her haggard light drifts through the windows, and I stand still in the center of the room. The night is very still. Something like this night. The breeze occasionally whispers through the grass, and each time I start and clench my hands until the nails bite into the flesh and the blood trickles down my wrists. And I stand there and wait and listen. But it does not come that night. The sentence came suddenly and explosively, and an involuntary sigh came from the rest, a relaxing of tension. I am determined, if I live the night through, to start for the coast early the next morning, taking my chance out there in the grim grasslands, with it. But with morning, I dare not. I do not know in which direction the monster went, and I dare not risk coming upon him in the open, unarmed as I am. So, as in a maze, I remain at the bungalow, and ever my eyes turn toward the sun, lurching relentlessly down the sky toward the horizon. Oh God, if I could but halt the sun in the sky! The man was in the clutch of some terrific power. His words fairly leaped at us. Then the sun rocks down the sky, and the long gray shadows come stalking across the grasslands. Dizzy with fear, I have bolted the doors and windows and lighted the lamp long before the last faint glow of twilight fades. The light from the windows may attract the monster, but I dare not stay in the dark. And again I take my stand in the center of the room, waiting. There was a shuddersome halt. Then he continued, barely above a whisper, moistening his lips. There is no knowing how long I stand there. Time has ceased to be, and each second is an eon. Each minute is an eternity stretching into endless eternities. Then, God, but what is that? He leaned forward, the moonlight etching his face into such a mask of horrified listening that each of us shivered and flung a hasty glance over our shoulders. Not the night breeze this time, he whispered. Something makes the grasses swish, swish, as if a great long pliant weight were being dragged through them. Above the bungalow it swishes and then ceases, in front of the door. Then the hinges creak. Creak. The door begins to bulge inward, a small bit. Then some more. The man's arms were held in front of him, as if braced strongly against something, and his breath came in quick gasps.
And I know I should lean against the door and hold it shut, but I do not. I cannot move. I stand there, like a sheep waiting to be slaughtered. But the door holds. Again that sigh expressive of pent-up feeling. He drew a shaky hand across his brow. And all night I stand in the center of that room, as motionless as an image, except to turn slowly, as the swish, swish of the grass marks the fiend's course about the house. Ever I keep my eyes in the direction of that soft, sinister sound. Sometimes it ceases for an instant, or for several minutes, and then I stand scarcely breathing, for a horrible obsession has it that the serpent has in some way made entrance into the bungalow, and I start and whirl this way and that, frightfully fearful of making a noise, though I know not why, but ever with the feeling that the thing is at my back. Then the sounds commence again, and I freeze, motionless. Now here is the only time that my consciousness, which guides my waking hours, ever in any way pierces the veil of dreams. I am in the dream, in no way conscious that it is a dream, but in a detached sort of way my other mind recognizes certain facts and passes them on to my sleeping, shall I say, ego. That is to say, my personality is for an instant truly dual and separate to an extent, as the right and left arms are separate, while making up parts in the same entity. My dreaming mind has no cognizance of my higher mind. For the time being, the other mind is subordinated, and the subconscious mind is in full control, to such an extent that it does not even recognize the existence of the other. But the conscious mind, now sleeping, is cognizant of dim thought waves emanating from the dream mind. I know that I have not made this entirely clear, but the fact remains that I know that my mind, conscious and subconscious, is near to ruin. My obsession of fear as I stand there in my dream is that the serpent will raise itself and peer into the window at me, and I know in my dream that if this occurs I shall go insane. And so vivid is the impression imparted to my conscious, now sleeping mind, that the thought waves stir the dim seas of sleep. And somehow I can feel my sanity rocking as my sanity rocks in my dream. Back and forth it totters and sways until the motion takes on a physical aspect, and I in my dream am swaying from side to side. Not always is the sensation the same, but I tell you, if that horror ever raises its terrible shape and leers at me, if I ever see the fearful thing in my dream, I shall become stark, wild, insane. There is a restless movement among the rest. God, but what a prospect, he muttered. To be insane and forever dreaming the same dream night and day. But there I stand, and centuries go by. But at last a dim gray light begins to steal through the windows. The swishing dies away in the distance, and presently a red, haggard sun climbs the eastern sky. Then I turn about and gaze into a mirror, and my hair has become perfectly white. I stagger to the door and fling it wide. There was nothing in sight but a wide track leading away down the hill through the grasslands, in the opposite direction from that which I would take toward the coast, and with a shriek of maniacal laughter I dash down the hill and race across the grasslands. I race until I drop from exhaustion. Then I lie until I can stagger up and go on. All day I keep this up, with superhuman effort, spurred on by the horror behind me. And ever as I hurl myself forward on weakening legs, ever as I lie gasping for breath, I watch the sun with a terrible eagerness. How swiftly the sun travels when a man races it for life. A losing race it is, as I know when I watch the sun sinking toward the skyline, and the hills which I had hoped to gain ere sundown seemingly as far away as ever. His voice was lowered, and instinctively we leaned toward him. He was gripping the chair arms, and the blood was seeping from his lip. Then the sun sets, and the shadows come, and I stagger on and fall and rise and reel on again, and I laugh. Then I cease, for the moon comes up and throws the grasslands in ghostly and silvery relief. The light is white across the land, though the moon itself is like blood. and I look back the way I have come, and far back.
All of us leaned farther toward him, our hair a prickle. His voice came like a ghostly whisper.
Far back, I see the grass waving. There is no breeze, but the tall grass parts and sways in the moonlight in a narrow, sinuous line, far away but nearing every instant.
His voice died away. Somebody broke the ensuing stillness. And then?
Then I awake. Never yet have I seen the foul monster.
But that is the dream that haunts me, and from which I have wakened, in my childhood screaming, in my manhood in cold sweat. At irregular intervals I dream it, and each time lately. He hesitated, and then went on. Each time lately, the thing has been getting closer. Closer. The waving of the grass marks his progress, and he nears me with each dream. And when he reaches me, then... He stopped short, then without a word rose abruptly and entered the house. The rest of us sat silent for a while, then followed him, for it was late. How long I slept I do not know, but I woke suddenly with the impression that somewhere in the house someone had laughed, long, loud, and hideously, as a maniac laughs. Starting up, wondering if I had been dreaming, I rushed from my room, just as a truly horrible shriek echoed through the house. The place was now alive with other people who had been awakened, and all of us rushed to Faming's room whence the sounds had seemed to come. Faming lay dead upon the floor, where it seemed he had fallen in some terrific struggle. There was no mark upon him, but his face was terribly distorted, as the face of a man who had been crushed by some superhuman force, such as some gigantic snake. End of section 5. Section 6 of Weird Tales Presents Dark Stories of Stark Unreasoning Terror by Robert E. Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Dig Me No Grave. The thunder of my old-fashioned door knocker, reverberating eerily through the house, roused me from a restless and nightmare-haunted sleep. I looked out the window. In the last light of the sinking moon, the white face of my friend John Conrad looked up at me. "May I come in, Kirwan?" His voice was shaky and strained. "Certainly." I sprang out of my bed and pulled on a bathrobe as I heard him enter the front door and ascend the stairs. A moment later he stood before me, and in the light which I had turned on I saw his hands tremble and noticed the unnatural pallor of his face. "Old John Gremlin died an hour ago," he said abruptly. "Indeed? I had not known that he was ill." "It was sudden, virulent attack of peculiar nature, a sort of seizure somewhat akin to epilepsy. He had been subject to some such spells of late years, you know." I nodded. I knew something of the old hermit-like man who had lived in his great dark house on the hill. Indeed, I had once witnessed one of his strange seizures, and I had been appalled at the writhings, howlings, and yammerings of the wretch, who had groveled on the earth like a wounded snake, gibbering terrible curses and black blasphemies until his voice broke in a wordless screaming, which spattered his lips with foam. Seeing this, I understood why people in old times looked on such victims as men possessed by demons. "Some hereditary taint," Conrad was saying. "Old John doubtless fell heir to some ingrown weakness brought on by some loathsome disease, which was his heritage from perhaps a remote ancestor. Such things occasionally happen. Or else, well, old John himself pried about in the mysterious parts of the earth and wandered all over the East in his younger days. It is quite possible that he was infected with some obscure malady in his wanderings. There are still many unclassified diseases in Africa and the Orient." "But," said I, "you have not told me the reason for this sudden visit at this unearthly hour, for I notice that it is past midnight." My friend seemed rather confused.
Well, the fact is that John Grimlin died alone, except for myself. He refused to receive any medical aid of any sort, and in the last few moments, when it was evident that he was dying, and I was prepared to go for some sort of help in spite of him, he set up such a howling and screaming that I could not refuse his passionate pleas, which were that he should not be left to die alone. I have seen men die, added Conrad, wiping the perspiration from his pale brow, but the death of John Grimlin was the most fearful I have ever seen. He suffered a great deal. He appeared to be in much physical agony, but this was mostly submerged by some monstrous mental or psychic suffering. The fear in his distended eyes and his screams transcended any conceivable earthly terror. I tell you, Kirawan, Grimlin's fright was greater and deeper than the ordinary fear of the beyond shown by a man of ordinarily evil life. I shifted restlessly. The dark implications of this statement sent a chill of nameless apprehension trickling down my spine. I know the country people always claimed that in his youth he sold his soul to the devil, and that his sudden epileptic attacks were merely a visible sign of the fiend's power over him. But such talk is foolish, of course, and belongs in the Dark Ages. We all know that John Grimlin's life was a peculiarly evil and vicious one, even toward his last days. With good reason, he was universally detested and feared, for I never heard of his doing a single good act. You were his only friend. And that was a strange friendship, said Conrad. I was attracted to him by his unusual powers, for despite his bestial nature, John Grimlin was a highly educated man, a deeply cultured man. He had dipped deep into occult studies, and I first met him in this manner, for as you know, I've always been strongly interested in these lines of research myself. But in this, as in all other things, Grimlin was evil and perverse. He had ignored the white side of the occult and delved into the darker, grimmer phases of it, into devil worship and voodoo and Shintoism. His knowledge of these foul arts and sciences was immense and unholy, and to hear him tell of his researches and experiments was to know such horror and repulsion as a venomous reptile might inspire. For there had been no depths to which he had not sunk, and some things he only hinted at, even to me. I tell you, Kirawan, it is easy to laugh at tales of the black world of the unknown, when one is in pleasant company under the bright sunlight. But had you sat at ungodly hours in the silent, bizarre library of John Grimlin, and looked on the ancient, musty volumes and listened to his grisly talk as I did, your tongue would have cloven to your palate with sheer horror as mine did, and the supernatural would have seemed very real and near to you, as it seemed to me. But in God's name, man, I cried, for the tension was growing unbearable. Come to the point and tell me what you want of me. I want you to come with me to John Grimlin's house and help carry out his outlandish instructions in regard to his body. I had no liking for the adventure, but I dressed hurriedly, an occasional shudder of premonition shaking me. Once fully clad, I followed Conrad out of the house and up the silent road which led to the house of John Grimlin. The road wound uphill, and all the way, looking upward and forward, I could see that great grim house perched like a bird of evil on the crest of the hill, bulking black and stark against the stars. In the west pulsed a single dull red smear where the young moon had just sunk from view, behind the low black hills. The whole night seemed full of brooding evil, and the persistent swishing of a bat's wings somewhere overhead caused my taut nerves to jerk and thrum. To drown the quick pounding of my own heart, I said, "Do you share the belief so many hold that John Grimlin was mad?" We strode on several paces before Conrad answered, seemingly with a strange reluctance. "But for one instant, I would say no man was ever saner. But one night in his study, he seemed suddenly to break all bonds of reason. He had discoursed for hours on his favorite subject, black magic, when suddenly he cried, as his face lit with a weird, unholy glow, 'Why should I sit here babbling such child's prattle to you? These voodoo rituals, these Shinto sacrifices, feathered snakes, goats without horns, black leopard cults, bah! Filth and dust that the wind blows away, dregs of the real unknown, the deep mysteries.
mere echoes from the abyss. I could tell you things that would shatter your paltry brain. I could break into your ear names that would wither you like burnt weed. What do you know of Yog-Sothoth, of Cthulhu, and the sunken cities? None of these names is even included in your mythologies. Not even in your dreams have you glimpsed the black cyclopean walls of Koth, or shriveled before the noxious winds that blow from Yuggoth. But I will not blast you lifeless with my black wisdom. I cannot expect your infantile brain to bear what mine holds. Were you as old as I, had you seen as I have seen, kingdoms crumble and generations pass away, had you gathered as ripe grain the dark secrets of the centuries. He was raving away, his wildly lit face scarcely human in appearance, and suddenly, noting my evident bewilderment, he burst into a horrible, cackling laugh. "Gad!" he cried in a voice and accent strange to me. "Methinks I've frighted ye, and certes, it is not to be marvelled at, sith ye but a naked savage in the arts of life, after all. Ye think I be old, eh? Why, ye gaping lout, ye'd drop dead were I to divulge the generations of men I've known." But at this point such horror overcame me that I fled from him as from an adder, and his high-pitched, diabolical laughter followed me out of the shadowy house. Some days later I received a letter apologizing for his manner, and ascribing it too candidly, to drugs. I did not believe it, but I renewed our relations after some hesitation. "It sounds like utter madness," I muttered. "Yes," admitted Conrad hesitantly, "but, Hero One, have you ever seen anyone who knew John Grimlin in his youth?" I shook my head. "I've been at pains to inquire about him discreetly," said Conrad. "He has lived here, with the exception of some mysterious absences, often for months at a time, for 20 years. The older villagers remember distinctly when he first came and took over that old house on the hill, and they all say that in the intervening years he seems not to have aged perceptibly. When he came here, he looked just as he does now, or did up to the moment of his death, of the appearance of a man about 50. I met old von Bonk in Vienna, who said he knew Grimlin when a very young man studying in Berlin 50 years ago, and he expressed astonishment that the old man was still living, for he said at that time Grimlin seemed to be about 50 years of age." I gave an incredulous exclamation, seeing the implication toward which the conversation was trending. "Nonsense! Professor von Bonk is past 80 himself, and liable to the errors of extreme age. He confused this man with another." Yet, as I spoke, my flesh crawled unpleasantly, and the hairs on my neck prickled. "Well," shrugged Conrad, "here we are at the house." The huge pile reared up menacingly before us, and as we reached the front door a vagrant wind moaned through the nearby trees, and I started foolishly as I again heard the ghostly beat of the bat's wings. Conrad turned a large key in the antique lock, and as we entered a cold draught swept across us like a breath from the grave, moldy and cold. I shuddered. We groped our way through a black hallway and into a study, and here Conrad lighted a candle, for no gas lights or electric lights were to be found in the house. I looked about me, dreading what the light might disclose, but the room, heavily tapestried and bizarrely furnished, was empty save for us two. Where is it?" I asked in a husky whisper from a throat gone dry. "Upstairs," answered Conrad in a low voice, showing that the silence and mystery of the house had laid a spell on him also. "Upstairs in the library where he died." I glanced up involuntarily. Somewhere above our head, the lone master of this grim house was stretched out in his last sleep, silent, his white face set in a grinning mask of death. Panic swept over me, and I fought for control. After all, it was merely the corpse of a wicked old man who was past harming anyone. This argument rang hollowly in my brain like the words of a frightened child who is trying to reassure himself. I turned to Conrad. He had taken a time-yellowed envelope from an inside pocket. "This," he said, removing from the envelope several pages of closely written time-yellowed parchment, "is, in effect, the last word of John Grimlin, though God alone knows how many years ago it was written. He gave it to me 10 years ago, immediately after his return from Mongolia. It was shortly after this that he had his first seizure. This envelope he gave me sealed, and he made me swear that I would hide it carefully, and that I would not open it until he was dead.
when I was to read the contents and follow their directions exactly. More, he made me swear that no matter what he said or did after giving me the envelope, I would go ahead as first directed. "For," he said with a fearful smile, "the flesh is weak, but I am a man of my word, and though I might, in a moment of weakness, wish to retract, it is far, far too late now. You may never understand the matter, but you are to do as I have said." Well, again Conrad wiped his brow. Tonight, as he lay writhing in his death agonies, his wordless howls were mingled with frantic admonitions to me to bring him the envelope and destroy it before his eyes. As he yammered this, he forced himself up on his elbows, and with eyes starting and hair standing straight up on his head, he screamed at me in a manner to chill the blood. And he was shrieking for me to destroy the envelope, not to open it. And once he howled in his delirium for me to hew his body into pieces and scatter the bits to the four winds of heaven. An uncontrollable exclamation of horror escaped my dry lips. "At last," went on Conrad, "I gave in. Remembering his commands 10 years ago, I at first stood firm, but at last, as his screeches grew unbearably desperate, I turned to go for the envelope, even though that meant leaving him alone. But as I turned with one last fearful convulsion, in which blood-flecked foam flew from his writhing lips, the life went from his twisted body in a single great wrench." He fumbled at the parchment. "I am going to carry out my promise. The directions herein seem fantastic and may be the whims of a disordered mind, but I gave my word. They are briefly that I place his corpse on the great black ebony table in his library, with 7 black candles burning about him. The doors and windows are to be firmly closed and fastened. Then, in the darkness which precedes dawn, I am to read the formula, charm, or spell, which is contained in a smaller, sealed envelope inside the first, and which I have not yet opened." "But is that all?" I cried. "No provisions as to the disposition of his fortune, his estate, or his corpse?" "Nothing. In his will, which I have seen elsewhere, he leaves estate and fortune to a certain Oriental gentleman, named in the document as Malek Tus." "What?" I cried, shaken to my soul. "Conrad, this is madness heaped on madness. Malek Tus? Good God, no mortal man was ever so named. That is the title of the foul god worshipped by the mysterious Yezidis, they of Mount Alamout, the accursed, whose 8 brazen towers rise in the mysterious wastes of deep Asia. His idolatrous symbol is the brazen peacock, and the Mohammedans, who hate his demon-worshipping devotees, say he is the essence of the evil of all the universes, the prince of darkness, Ahriman, the old serpent, the veritable Satan. And you say Gremlin names this mythical demon in his will?" "It is the truth." Conrad's throat was dry. "And look, he has scribbled a strange line at the corner of this parchment. 'Dig me no grave, I shall not need one.'" Again a chill wandered down my spine. "In God's name," I cried in a kind of frenzy, "let us get this incredible business over with." "I think a drink might help," answered Conrad, moistening his lips. "It seems to me I've seen Gremlin go into this cabinet for wine." He bent to the door of an ornately carved mahogany cabinet, and after some difficulty opened it. "No wine here," he said disappointedly, "and if ever I felt the need of stimulants... What's this?" He drew out a roll of parchment, dusty, yellowed, and half covered with spiderwebs. Everything in that grim house seemed, to my nervously excited senses, fraught with mysterious meaning and import, and I leaned over his shoulder as he unrolled it. "It's a record of peerage," he said. "Such a chronicle of births, deaths, and so forth, as the old families used to keep in the 16th century and earlier." "What's the name?" I asked. He scowled over the dim scrawls, striving to master the faded archaic script. Grym... I've got it. Gremlin, of course. It's the records of old John's family, the Gremlins of Toad's Heath Manor, Suffolk. What an outlandish name for an estate. Look at the last entry. Together we read, "John Gremlin, born March 10th, 1630. And then we both cried out. Under this entry was freshly written,
in a strange, scrawling hand, died March 10th, 1930. Below this there was a seal of black wax, stamped with a strange design, something like a peacock with a spreading tail. Conrad stared at me speechless, while the color ebbed from his face. I shook myself with the rage engendered by fear. "It's the hoax of a madman," I shouted. "The stage has been set with such great care that the actors have overstepped themselves. Whoever they are, they have heaped up so many incredible effects as to nullify them. It's all very stupid, very dull drama of illusion." And even as I spoke, icy sweat stood out on my body and I shook as with an ague. With a wordless motion, Conrad turned toward the stairs, taking up a large candle from a mahogany table. "It was understood, I suppose," he whispered, "that I should go through with this ghastly matter alone, but I had not the moral courage, and now I'm glad I had not." A still horror brooded over the silent house as we went up the stairs. A faint breeze stole in from somewhere and set the heavy velvet hangings rustling, and I visualized stealthy taloned fingers drawing aside the tapestries to fix red gloating eyes upon us. Once I thought I heard the indistinct clumping of monstrous feet somewhere above us, but it must have been the heavy pounding of my own heart. The stairs debouched into a wide dark corridor in which our feeble candle cast a faint gleam which but illuminated our pale faces and made the shadows seem darker by comparison. We stopped at a heavy door, and I heard Conrad's breath draw in sharply as a man's will when he braces himself physically or mentally. I involuntarily clenched my fists until the nails bit into the palms. Then Conrad thrust the door open. A sharp cry escaped his lips. The candle dropped from his nerveless fingers and went out. The library of John Grimlin was ablaze with light, though the whole house had been in darkness when we entered it. This light came from 7 black candles placed at regular intervals about the great ebony table. On this table, between the candles, I had braced myself against the sight. Now in the face of the mysterious illumination and the sight of the thing on the table, my resolution nearly gave way. John Grimlin had been unlovely in life. In death he was hideous. Yes, he was hideous, even though his face was mercifully covered with the same curious silken robe which, worked in fantastic bird-like designs, covered his whole body except the crooked claw-like hands and the bare withered feet. A strangling sound came from Conrad. "My God," he whispered, "what is this?" I laid his body out on the table and placed the candles about it, but I did not light them, nor did I place that robe over the body, and there were bedroom slippers on his feet when I left. He halted suddenly. We were not alone in the death room. At first we had not seen him, as he sat in the great armchair in a farther nook of a corner, so still that he seemed a part of the shadows cast by the heavy tapestries. As my eyes fell upon him, a violent shuddering shook me, and a feeling akin to nausea racked the pit of my stomach. My first impression was of vivid, oblique yellow eyes which gazed unwinkingly at us. Then the man rose and made a deep salaam, and we saw that he was Oriental. Now, when I strive to etch him clearly in my mind, I can resurrect no plain image of him. I only remember those piercing eyes and the yellow fantastic robe he wore. We returned his salute mechanically, and he spoke in a low, refined voice. "Gentlemen, I crave your pardon. I have made so free as to light the candles. Shall we not proceed with the business pertaining to our mutual friend?" He made a slight gesture toward the silent bulk on the table. Conrad nodded, evidently unable to speak. The thought flashed through our minds at the same time that this man had also been given a sealed envelope. But how had he come to the Grimlin house so quickly? John Grimlin had been dead scarcely 2 hours, and to the best of our knowledge no one knew of his demise but ourselves. And how had he got into the locked and bolted house? The whole affair was grotesque and unreal in the extreme. We did not even introduce ourselves or ask the stranger his name. He took charge in a matter-of-fact way, and so under the spell of horror and illusion were we, that we moved dazedly, involuntarily obeying his suggestions, given us in a low, respectful tone. I found myself standing on the left side of the table. looking across its grisly burden at Conrad. The Oriental stood with his arms folded and head bowed at the head of the table, nor did it then strike me as being strange that he should stand there, instead of Conrad, who was to read what Gremlin had written. I found my gaze drawn to the figure worked on the breast of the stranger's robe in black silk. A curious figure, somewhat resembling a peacock and somewhat resembling a bat or a flying dragon. I noted with a start that the same design was worked on the robe covering the corpse. The doors had been locked, the windows fastened down. Conrad, with a shaky hand, opened the inner envelope and fluttered open the parchment sheets contained therein. These sheets seemed much older than those containing the instructions to Conrad in the larger envelope. Conrad began to read in a monotonous drone which had the effect of hypnosis on the hearer, so at times the candles grew dim in my gaze, and the room and its occupants swam strange and monstrous, veiled and distorted like an hallucination. Most of what he read was gibberish. It meant nothing, yet the sound of it, and the archaic style of it, filled me with an intolerable horror. To ye contract elsewhere recorded, I, John Grimlan, hereby swear by ye name of ye nameless one to keep good faith. Wherefore do I now write in blood these words spoken to me in this grim and silent chamber, in ye dead city of Koth, whereto no mortal man hath attained but me. These same words now writ down by me to be read over my body at ye appointed time to fulfill my part of ye bargain, which I entered into of mine own free will, and knowledge, being of right mind and 50 years of age, this year of 1680 A.D. Here beginneth ye incantation. Before man was, ye elder ones were, and even yet their Lord dwelleth among ye shadows, to which if a man set his foot, he may not turn upon his track. The words merged into a barbaric gibberish as Conrad stumbled through an unfamiliar language. A language faintly suggesting the Phoenician, but shuddery with the touch of a hideous antiquity beyond any remembered earthly tongue. One of the candles flickered and went out. I made a move to relight it, but a motion from the silent Oriental stayed me. His eyes burned into mine, then shifted back to the still form on the table. The manuscript had shifted back into its archaic English. And ye mortal which gaineth to ye black citadels of Koth, and speaks with ye dark lord whose face is hidden, for a price may he gain his heart's desire, riches and knowledge beyond counting, and life beyond mortal span, even 250 years. Again Conrad's voice trailed off into unfamiliar gutturals. Another candle went out. Let not ye mortal flinch as ye time draweth nigh for payment, and ye fires of hell lay hold upon ye vitals as the sign of reckoning. For ye prince of darkness taketh his due in ye end, and he is not to be cozened. What ye have promised, that ye shall deliver. Augantha na shuba. At the first sound of those barbaric accents, a cold hand of terror locked about my throat. My frantic eyes shot to the candles, and I was not surprised to see another flicker out. Yet there was no hint of any draught to stir the heavy black hangings. Conrad's voice wavered. He drew his hand across his throat, gagging momentarily. The eyes of the Oriental never altered. Among ye sons of men glide strange shadows forever. Men see ye tracks of ye talons, but not ye feet that make them. Over ye souls of men spread great black wings. There is but one black master, though men call him Satanas, and Beelzebub, and Apollyon, and Ahriman, and Malek Tuz. Mists of horror engulfed me. I was dimly aware of Conrad's voice, droning on and on, both in English and in that other fearsome tongue whose horrific import I scarcely dared try to guess. And with stark fear clutching at my heart, I saw the candles go out, one by one. And with each flicker, as the gathering gloom darkened about us, my horror mounted. I could not speak. I could not move. My distended eyes were fixed with agonized intensity on the remaining candle. The silent Oriental at the head of that ghastly table was included in my fear. He had not moved nor spoken, but under his drooping lids his eyes burned with devilish triumph. I knew that beneath his inscrutable exterior he was gloating fiendishly. But why? Why? But I knew that the moment the extinguishing of the last candle plunged the room into utter darkness, some nameless, abominable thing would take place. Conrad was approaching the end. His voice rose to the climax and gathering crescendo. "Approacheth now ye moment of payment. Ye ravens are flying. Ye bat wing against ye sky. There are skulls in ye stars. Ye soul and ye body are promised and shall be delivered up, not to ye dust again, nor ye elements from which spring life." The candle flickered slightly. I tried to scream, but my mouth gaped to a soundless yammering. I tried to flee, but I stood frozen, unable even to close my eyes. "Ye abyss yawns, and ye debt is to pay. Ye light fails, ye shadows gather. There is no God but evil, no light but darkness, no hope but doom." A hollow groan resounded through the room. It seemed to come from the robe-covered thing on the table. That robe twitched fitfully. "O wings in ye black dark!" I started violently. A faint swish sounded in the gathering shadows. The stir of the dark hangings? It sounded like the rustle of gigantic wings. "O red eyes in ye shadows! What is promised, what is writ in blood is fulfilled. Ye light is gulfed in blackness. Ya Koth!" The last candle went out suddenly, and a ghastly, unhuman cry that came not from my lips or from Conrad's burst unbearably forth. Horror swept over me like a black, icy wave. In the blind dark I heard myself screaming terribly. Then with a swirl and a great rush of wind, something swept the room, flinging the hangings aloft and dashing chairs and tables, crashing to the floor. For an instant, an intolerable odor burned our nostrils. A low, hideous tittering mocked us in the blackness. Then silence fell like a shroud. Somehow Conrad found a candle and lighted it. The faint glow showed us the room in fearful disarray, showed us each other's ghastly faces, and showed us the black ebony table, empty. The doors and windows were locked as they had been, but the Oriental was gone, and so was the corpse of John Grimlin. Shrieking like damned men, we broke down the door and fled frenziedly down the well-like staircase where the darkness seemed to clutch at us with clammy black fingers. As we tumbled down into the lower hallway, a lurid glow cut the darkness, and the scent of burning wood filled our nostrils. The outer doorway held momentarily against our frantic assault, then gave way, and we hurtled into the outer starlight. Behind us the flames leaped up with a crackling roar as we fled down the hill. Conrad, glancing over his shoulder, halted suddenly, wheeled and flung up his arms like a madman and screamed, "Soul and body he sold to Malektus, who is Satan 250 years ago. This was the night of payment. And my God, look! The fiend has claimed his own!" I looked, frozen with horror. Flames had enveloped the whole house with appalling swiftness, and now the great mass was etched against the shadowed sky, a crimson inferno. And above the Holocaust hovered a gigantic black shadow like a monstrous bat, and from its dark clutch dangled a small white thing like the body of a man dangling limply. Then, even as we cried out in horror, it was gone, and our dazed gaze met only the shuddering walls and blazing roof, which crumpled into the flames with an earth-shaking roar. End of section 6. Section 7 of Weird Tales Presents Dark Stories of Stark Unreasoning Terror by Robert E. Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ben Tucker. Sea Curse. And some return by failing light, and some in the waking dream, for she hears the heels of the dripping ghosts that ride the rough roof beam. They were the brawlers and the braggarts, the loud boasters and hard drinkers of Faring Town. John Colrick and his crony lie-lip Canule. Many a time have I, a tousle-haired lad, stolen to the tavern door to listen to their curses, their profane arguments and wild sea-songs, half fearful and half in admiration of these wild rovers. Aye, all the people of Faring Town gazed on them with fear and admiration, for they were not like the rest of the faring men. They were not content to ply their trade along the coasts and among the shark-teeth shoals. No yawls, no skiffs for them. They fared farther than any other man in the village, for they shipped on the great sailing ships, that went out on the white tides to brave the restless gray ocean and make ports in strange lands. Ah, I mind it was swift times in the little seacoast village of Faring when John Colrick came home with his furtive lie-lip at his side, swaggering down the gangplank in his tarry sea clothes and the broad leather belt that held his ever-ready dagger, shouting condescending greeting to some favored acquaintance, kissing some maiden who ventured too far, then up the street, roaring some scarcely decent song of the sea. How the cringers and the idlers, the hangers-on, would swarm about the two desperate heroes, flattering and smirking, guffawing hilariously at each nasty jest. For to the tavern loafers and to some of the weaker among the straightforward villagers, these men with their wild talk and their brutal deeds, their tales of the seven seas and far countries, these men, I say, were valiant knights, nature's noblemen who dared to be men of blood and brawn. And all feared them, so that when a man was beaten or a woman insulted, the villagers muttered and did nothing. And so when Moll Farrell's niece was put to shame by John Colrick, none dared even to put in words what all thought. Moll had never been married, and she and the girl lived alone in a little hut down close to the beach, so close that in high tide the waves came almost to the door. The people of the village accounted old Moll something of a witch, and she was a grim, gaunt old dame who had little to say to anyone. But she minded her own business, and eked out a slim living by gathering clams and picking up bits of driftwood. The girl was a pretty, foolish little thing, vain and easily befooled, else she had never yielded to the shark-like blandishments of John Colrick. I mind the day was a cold winter day, with a sharp breeze out of the east, when the old dame came into the village street shrieking that the girl had vanished. All scattered over the beach, and back among the bleak inland hills to search for her. All save John Colrick and his cronies who sat in the tavern, dicing and toping. All the while beyond the shoals we heard the never-ceasing droning of the heaving, restless gray monster, and in the dim light of the ghostly dawn, Moll Farrell's girl came home. The tides bore her gently across the wet sands and laid her almost at her own door. Virgin white she was, and her arms were folded across her still bosom. Calm was her face, and the gray tides sighed about her slender limbs. Moll Farrell's eyes were stones, yet she stood above her dead girl and spoke no word till John Colrick and his crony came reeling down from the tavern, their drinking jacks still in their hands. Drunk was John Colrick, and the people gave back for him, murder in their souls. So he came and laughed at Moll Farrell across the body of her girl. "Zounds!" swore John Colrick. "The wench has drowned herself, Lylip." Lylip laughed with the twist of his thin mouth. He always hated Moll Farrell, for it was she that had given him the name of Lylip. Then John Colrick lifted his drinking jack, swaying on his uncertain legs. "A health to the wench's ghost!" he bellowed, while all stood aghast. Then Moll Farrell spoke, and the words broke from her in a scream which sent ripples of cold up and down the spines of the throng.
"The curse of the foul fiend upon ye, John Colrick!" she screamed. "The curse of God rest upon your vile soul throughout eternity. May you gaze on sights that shall sear the eyes of you and scorch the soul of you. May you die a bloody death and writhe in hell's flames for 1,000,000 and 1,000,000 and yet 1,000,000 years. I curse you by sea and by land, by earth and by air, and by the demons of the oceans and the demons of the swamplands, the fiends of the forests and the goblins of the hills, and you." Her lean fingers stabbed at Lylip Canool, and he started backward, his face paling. "You shall be the death of John Colrick, and he shall be the death of you. You shall bring John Colrick to the doors of hell, and John Colrick shall bring you to the gallows tree. I set the seal of death upon your brow, John Colrick. You shall live in terror and die in horror far out upon the cold grey sea. But the sea that took the soul of innocence to her bosom shall not take you, but shall fling forth your vile carcass to the sands. I, John Colrick," and she spoke with such a terrible intensity that the drunken mockery on the man's face changed to one of swinish stupidity. "The sea roars for the victim it will not keep. There is snow upon the hills, John Colrick, and ere it melts your corpse will lie at my feet, and I shall spit upon it and be content."
Culric and his cronies sailed at dawn for a long voyage, and Moll went back to her hut and her clam gathering. She seemed to grow leaner and more grim than ever, and her eyes smoldered with a light not sane. The days glided by, and people whispered among themselves that Moll's days were numbered, for she faded to a ghost of a woman. But she went her way, refusing all aid. That was a short, cold summer, and the snow on the barren inland hills never melted, a thing very unusual, which caused much comment among the villagers. At dusk and at dawn, Moll would come up on the beach, gaze up at the snow which glittered on the hills, then out to sea with a fierce intensity in her gaze. Then the days grew shorter, the nights longer and darker, and the cold gray tides came sweeping along the bleak strands, bearing the rain and sleet of the sharp east breezes. And upon a bleak day a trading vessel sailed into the bay and anchored, and all the idlers and the wastrels flocked to the wharves, for that was the ship upon which John Culric and Lylip Canule had sailed. Down the gangplank came Lylip, more furtive than ever, but John Culric was not there. To shouted queries, Canule shook his head.
Culric deserted ship at a port of Sumatra, said he. He had a row with the skipper, lads. Wanted me to desert too, but no, I had to see you find lads again, eh, boys?
Almost cringing was Lylip Canule, and suddenly he recoiled as Moll Farrell came through the throng. A moment they stood eyeing each other, then Moll's grim lips bent in a terrible smile.
There's blood on your hand, Canule,
she lashed out suddenly, so suddenly that Lylip started and rubbed his right hand across his left sleeve.
Stand aside, witch,
he snarled in sudden anger, striding through the crowd which gave back for him. His admirers followed him to the tavern. Now, I mind that the next day was even colder. Grey fogs came drifting out of the east and veiled the sea and the beaches. There would be no sailing that day, and so all the villagers were in their snug houses, or matching tales at the tavern. So it came about that Joe, my friend, a lad of my own age, and I, were the ones who saw the first of the strange thing that happened. Being harum-scarum lads of no wisdom, we were sitting in a small rowboat, floating at the end of the wharfs, each shivering and wishing the other would suggest leaving, there being no reason whatever for our being there, save that it was a good place to build air castles undisturbed. Suddenly, Joe raised his hand.
Say, he said, you hear? Who can be out on the bay upon a day like this?
Nobody. What do you hear?
Oars, or I'm a lubber. Listen.
There was no seeing anything in that fog, and I heard nothing. Yet Joe swore he did, and suddenly his face assumed a strange look.
Somebody rowing out there, I tell you. The bay is alive with oars from the sound. A score of boats at the least. You dolt, can you not hear?
Then, as I shook my head, he leaped and began to undo the painter.
I'm off to sea. Name me liar if the bay is not full of boats, all together like a close fleet. Are you with me?
Yes, I was with him, though I heard nothing. Then out in the grayness we went, and the fog closed behind and before, so that we drifted in a vague world of smoke, seeing naught and hearing naught. We were lost in no time, and I cursed Joe for leading us upon a wild goose chase that was like to end with our being swept out to sea. I thought of Moll Farrell's girl and shuddered. How long we drifted, I know not. Minutes faded into hours, hours into centuries. Still, Joe swore he heard the oars, now close at hand, now far away, and for hours we followed them, steering our course toward the sound as the noise grew or receded. This I later thought of and could not understand. Then, when my hands were so numb that I could no longer hold the oar, and the forerunning drowsiness of cold and exhaustion was stealing over me, bleak white stars broke through the fog which glided suddenly away, fading like a ghost of smoke, and we found ourselves afloat just outside the mouth of the bay. The waters lay smooth as a pond, all dark green and silver in the starlight, and the cold came crisper than ever. I was swinging the boat about to put back into the bay when Joe gave a shout, and for the first time I heard the clack of oarlocks. I glanced over my shoulder and my blood went cold. A great beaked prow loomed above us, a weird, unfamiliar shape against the stars, and as I caught my breath, sheered sharply and swept by us with a curious swishing I'd never heard any other craft make. Joe screamed and backed oars frantically, and the boat walled out of the way just in time, for though the prow had missed us, still otherwise we had died. for from the sides of the ship stood long oars, bank upon bank, which swept her along. Though I had never seen such a craft, I knew her for a galley. But what was she doing upon our coasts? They said, the far-farers, that such ships were still in use among the heathens of Barbary, but it was many a long heaving mile to Barbary, and even so she did not resemble the ships described by those who had sailed far. We started in pursuit, and this was strange, for though the waters broke about her prow, and she seemed fairly to fly through the waves, yet she was making little speed, and it was no time before we caught up with her. Making our painter fast to a chain far back beyond the reach of the swishing oars, we hailed those on deck, but there came no answer, and at last, conquering our fears, we clambered up the chain and found ourselves upon the strangest deck man has trod for many a long roaring century.
"This is no Barbary rover," muttered Joe fearsomely. "Look how old it seems, almost ready to fall to pieces. Why, 'tis fairly rotten."
There was no one on deck, no one at the long sweep with which the craft was steered. We stole to the hold and looked down the stair. Then and there, if ever men were on the verge of insanity, it was we. For there were rowers there, it is true. They sat upon the rowers' benches, and drove the creaking oars through the grey waters. And they that rowed were skeletons. Shrieking, we plunged across the deck to fling ourselves into the sea. But at the rail I tripped upon something and fell headlong, and as I lay I saw a thing which vanquished my fear of the horrors below for an instant. The thing upon which I had tripped was a human body, and in the dim grey light that was beginning to steal across the eastern waves, I saw a dagger hilt standing up between his shoulders. Joe was at the rail urging me to haste, and together we slid down the chain and cut the painter. Then we stood off into the bay. Straight on kept the grim galley, and we followed slowly, wondering. She seemed to be heading straight for the beach beside the wharfs, and as we approached we saw the wharfs thronged with people. They had missed us, no doubt, and now they stood, there in the early dawn light, struck dumb by the apparition which had come up out of the night in the grim ocean. Straight on swept the galley, her oars a swish. Then ere she reached the shallow water, crash! A terrific reverberation shook the bay. Before our eyes the grim craft seemed to melt away. Then she vanished, and the green waters seethed where she had ridden. But there floated no driftwood there, nor did there ever float any ashore. Aye, something floated ashore, but it was grim driftwood. We made the landing amid a hum of excited conversation that stopped suddenly. Moll Farrell stood before her hut, limbed gauntly against the ghostly dawn, her lean hand pointed seaward, and across the sighing wet sands borne by the grey tide something came floating, something that the waves dropped at Moll Farrell's feet. And there looked up at us, as we crowded about, a pair of unseeing eyes set in a still white face. John Culrick had come home. Still and grim he lay, rocked by the tide, and as he lurched sideways all saw the dagger hilt that stood from his back. The dagger all of us had seen 1,000 times at the belt of Lie-Lip Canool.
"Aye, I killed him,"
came Canool's shriek as he writhed and grovelled before our gaze.
"At sea, on a still night in a drunken brawl, I slew him and hurled him overboard, and from the far seas he has followed me."
His voice sank to a hideous whisper.
"Because of the curse, the sea would not keep his body."
And the wretch sank down, trembling, the shadow of the gallows already in his eyes.
"Aye,"
strong, deep, and exultant was Moll Farrell's voice.
"From the hell of lost craft, Satan sent a ship of bygone ages. A ship red with gore, and stained with the memory of horrid crimes. None other would bear such a vile carcass. The sea has taken vengeance, and has given me mine. See now how I spit upon the face of John Culrick."
And with a ghastly laugh, she pitched forward, the blood starting to her lips, and the sun came up across the restless sea. End of section 7. Section 8 of Weird Tales presents Dark Stories of Stark Unreasoning Terror by Robert E. Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. read by Ben Tucker. The Fearsome Touch of Death. As long as midnight cloaks the earth with shadows grim and stark, God save us from the Judas kiss of a dead man in the dark. Old Adam Farrell lay dead in the house wherein he had lived alone for the last 20 years. A silent, churlish recluse, in his life he had known no friends, and only 2 men had watched his passing. Dr. Stein rose and glanced out the window into the gathering dusk. "You think you can spend the night here, then?" he asked his companion. This man, Fallred by name, assented. "Yes, certainly. I guess it's up to me." "Rather a useless and primitive custom, sitting up with the dead," commented the doctor, preparing to depart. "But I suppose in common decency we will have to bow to precedence. Maybe I can find someone who'll come over here and help you with your vigil." Fallred shrugged his shoulders. "I doubt it. Farrell wasn't known by many people. I scarcely knew him myself, but I don't mind sitting up with the corpse." Dr. Stein was removing his rubber gloves, and Fallred watched the process with an interest that almost amounted to fascination. A slight involuntary shudder shook him at the memory of touching these gloves. Slick, cold, clammy things like the touch of death. "You may get lonely tonight if I don't find anyone," the doctor remarked as he opened the door. "Not superstitious, are you?" Fallred laughed. "Scarcely. To tell the truth, from what I hear of Farrell's disposition, I'd rather be watching his corpse than have been his guest in life." The door closed, and Fallred took up his vigil. He seated himself in the only chair the room boasted, glanced casually at the formless, sheeted bulk on the bed opposite him, and began to read by the light of the dim lamp which stood on the rough table. Outside the darkness gathered swiftly, and finally Fallred laid down his magazine to rest his eyes. He looked again at the shape which had, in life, been the form of Adam Farrell, wondering what quirk in the human nature made the sight of a corpse not only so unpleasant but such an object of fear to many. Unthinking ignorance, seeing in dead things a reminder of death to come, he decided lazily, and began idly contemplating as to what life had held for this grim and crabbed old man, who had neither relatives nor friends, and who had seldom left the house wherein he had died. The usual tales of miser-hoarded wealth had accumulated, but Fallred felt so little interest in the whole matter that it was not even necessary for him to overcome any temptation to pry about the house for possible hidden treasure. He returned to his reading with a shrug. The task was more boresome than he had thought for. After a while he was aware that every time he looked up from his magazine and his eyes fell upon the bed with its grim occupant, he started involuntarily as if he had, for an instant, forgotten the presence of the dead man, and was unpleasantly reminded of the fact. The start was slight and instinctive, but he felt almost angered at himself. He realized for the first time the utter and deadening silence which enwrapped the house. A silence apparently shared by the night, for no sound came through the window. Adam Farrell had lived as far apart from his neighbors as possible, and there was no other house within hearing distance. Fallred shook himself as if to rid his mind of unsavory speculations and went back to his reading. A sudden vagrant gust of wind whipped through the window, in which the light in the lamp flickered and went out suddenly. Fallred, cursing softly, groped in the darkness for matches, burning his fingers on the hot lamp chimney. He struck a match, relighted the lamp, and glancing over at the bed, got a horrible mental jolt. Adam Farrell's face stared blindly at him, the dead eyes wide and blank, framed in the gnarled gray features. Even as Fallred instinctively shuddered, his reason explained the apparent phenomenon. The sheet that covered the corpse had been carelessly thrown across the face, and the sudden puff of wind had disarranged and flung it aside. Yet there was something grisly about the thing, something fearsomely suggestive, as if, in the cloaking dark, a dead hand had flung aside the sheet, just as if the corpse were about to rise. Fallred, an imaginative man, shrugged his shoulders at these ghastly thoughts and crossed the room to replace the sheet. The dead eyes seemed to stare at him malevolently, with an evilness that transcended the dead man's churlishness in life. The workings of a vivid imagination, Fallred knew, and he recovered the gray face, shrinking as his hand chanced to touch the cold flesh, slick and clammy, the touch of death. He shuddered with the natural revulsion of the living for the dead, and went back to his chair and magazine. At last, growing sleepy, he lay down upon a couch which, by some strange whim of the original owner, formed part of the room's scant furnishings, and composed himself for slumber. He decided to leave the light burning, telling himself that it was in accordance with the usual custom of leaving lights burning for the dead. He was not willing to admit to himself that already he was conscious of a dislike for lying in the darkness with the corpse. He dozed, awoke with a start, and looked at the sheeted form on the bed. Silence reigned over the house, and outside it was very dark. The hour was approaching midnight, with its accompanying eerie domination over the human mind. Falred glanced again at the bed where the body lay, and found the sight of the sheeted object most repellent. A fantastic idea had birth in his mind and grew, that beneath the sheet, the mere lifeless body had become a strange monstrous thing, a hideous, conscious being that watched him with eyes which burned through the fabric of the cloth. This thought, a mere fantasy of course, he explained to himself by the legends of vampires, undead, ghosts, and such like, the fearsome attributes with which the living have cloaked the dead for countless ages, since primitive man first recognized in death something horrid and apart from life. Man feared death, thought Falred, and some of his fear of death took hold on the dead so that they too were feared, and the sight of the dead engendered grisly thoughts, gave rise to dim fears of hereditary memory, lurking back in the dark corners of the brain. At any rate, that silent hidden thing was getting on his nerves. He thought of uncovering the face, on the principle that familiarity breeds contempt. The sight of the features, calm and still in death, would banish, he thought, all such wild conjectures as were haunting him in spite of himself. But the thought of those dead eyes staring in the lamplight was intolerable. So at last he blew out the light and lay down. This fear had been stealing upon him so insidiously and gradually that he had not been aware of its growth. With the extinguishing of the light, however, and the blotting out of the sight of the corpse, things assumed their true character and proportions, and Falred fell asleep almost instantly, on his lips a faint smile for his previous folly. He awakened suddenly. How long he had been asleep he did not know. He sat up, his pulse pounding frantically, the cold sweat beading his forehead. He knew instantly where he was, remembered the other occupant of the room. But what had awakened him? A dream. Yes, now he remembered. A hideous dream in which the dead man had risen from the bed and stalked stiffly across the room with eyes of fire and a horrid leer frozen on his grey lips. Falred had seemed to lie motionless, helpless. Then as the corpse reached a gnarled and horrible hand, he had awakened. He strove to pierce the gloom, but the room was all blackness, and all without was so dark that no gleam of light came through the window. He reached a shaking hand toward the lamp, then recoiled as if from a hidden serpent. Sitting here in the dark with a fiendish corpse was bad enough, but he dared not light the lamp, for fear that his reason would be snuffed out like a candle at which he might see. Horror, stark and unreasoning, had full possession of his soul. He no longer questioned the instinctive fears that rose in him. All those legends he had heard came back to him and brought a belief in them. Death was a hideous thing, a brain-shattering horror, imbuing lifeless men with a horrid malevolence. Adam Farrell in his life had been simply a churlish but harmless man. Now he was a terror, a monster, a fiend lurking in the shadows of fear, ready to leap on mankind with talons dipped deep in death and insanity. Falred sat there, his blood freezing, and fought out his silent battle. Faint glimmerings of reason had begun to touch his fright, when a soft, stealthy sound again froze him. He did not recognize it as the whisper of the night wind across the window-sill. His frenzied fancy knew it only as the tread of death and horror. He sprang from the couch, then stood undecided. Escape was in his mind, but he was too dazed to even try to formulate a plan of escape. Even his sense of direction was gone. Fear had so stultified his mind that he was not able to think consciously. The blackness spread in long waves about him, and its darkness and void entered into his brain. His motions, such as they were instinctive. He seemed shackled with mighty chains, and his limbs responded sluggishly like an imbecile's. A terrible horror grew up in him and reared its grisly shape, that the dead man was behind him, was stealing upon him from the rear. He no longer thought of lighting the lamp. He no longer thought of anything. Fear filled his whole being. There was room for nothing else. He backed slowly away in the darkness, hands behind him, instinctively feeling the way. With a terrific effort, he partly shook the clinging mists of horror from him, and, the cold sweat clammy upon his body, strove to orient himself. He could see nothing, but the bed was across the room in front of him. He was backing away from it. There was where the dead man was lying, according to all rules of nature. If the thing were, as he felt, behind him, then the old tales were true. Death did not implant in lifeless bodies an unearthly animation, and dead men did not roam the shadows to work their ghastly and evil will upon the sons of men. Then, great God, what was man but a wailing infant, lost in the night, and beset by frightful things from the black abysses and the terrible unknown voids of space and time? These conclusions he did not reach by any reasoning process. They leaped full-grown into his terror-dazed brain. He worked his way slowly backward, groping, clinging to the thought that the dead man must be in front of him. Then his back-flung hands encountered something. Something slick, cold and clammy, like the touch of death. A scream shook the echoes, followed by the crash of a falling body. The next morning, they who came to the house of death found 2 corpses in the room. Adam Farrell's sheeted body lay motionless upon the bed, and across the room lay the body of Fallred, beneath the shelf where Dr. Stein had absent-mindedly left his gloves. Rubber gloves, slick and clammy to the touch of a hand groping in the dark, a hand of one fleeing his own fear. Rubber gloves, slick and clammy and cold, like the touch of death. End of section 8. Section 9 of Weird Tales presents Dark Stories of Stark Unreasoning Terror by Robert E. Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Fire of Asshurbanipal. Yar Ali squinted carefully down the blue barrel of his Lee Enfield, called devoutly on Allah, and sent a bullet through the brain of a flying rider. "Allah Akbar!" the big Afghan shouted in glee, waving his weapon above his head. "God is great! By Allah, Sahib, I have sent another one of the dogs to hell!" His companion peered cautiously over the rim of the sand pit they had scooped with their hands. He was a lean and wiry American, Steve Clarney by name. "Good work, old horse," said this person. "4 left. Look, they're drawing off." The white-robed horsemen were indeed reining away, clustering together just out of accurate rifle range, as if in council. There had been 7 when they had first swooped down on the comrades, but the fire from the 2 rifles in the sandpit had been deadly. "Look, Sahib, they abandoned the fray." Yar Ali stood up boldly and shouted taunts at the departing riders, one of whom whirled and sent a bullet that kicked up sand 30 feet in front of the pit. "They shoot like sons of dogs," said Yar Ali in complacent self-esteem. "By Allah, did you see that rogue plunge from his saddle as my lead went home? Up, Sahib, let us run after them and cut them down." Paying no attention to this outrageous proposal, for he knew it was but one of the gestures Afghan nature continually demands, Steve rose, dusted off his breeches, and gazing after the riders, now white specks far out on the desert, said musingly, "Those fellows ride as if they had some set purpose in mind, not a bit like men running from a licking." "Aye," agreed Yar Ali promptly, and seeing nothing inconsistent with his present attitude and recent bloodthirsty suggestion. "They ride after more of their kind. They're hawks who give up their prey, not quickly. We had best move our position quickly, Steve Sahib. They will come back, maybe in a few hours, maybe in a few days. It all depends on how far away lies the oasis of their tribe. But they will be back. We have guns and lives. They want both, and behold." The Afghan levered out the empty shell and slipped a single cartridge into the breech of his rifle. My last bullet, Sahib." Steve nodded. "I've got 3 left." The raiders whom their bullets had knocked from the saddle had been looted by their own comrades. No use searching the bodies which lay in the sand for ammunition. Steve lifted his canteen and shook it. Not much water remained. He knew that Yar Ali had only a little more than he, though the big Afridi, bred in a barren land, had used and needed less water than did the American, although the latter, judged from a white man's standards, was hard and tough as a wolf. As Steve unscrewed the canteen cap and drank very sparingly, he mentally reviewed the chain of events that had led them to their present position. Wanderers, soldiers of fortune, thrown together by chance and attracted to each other by mutual admiration, he and Yar Ali had wandered from India up through Turkestan and down through Persia, an oddly assorted but highly capable pair. Driven by the restless urge of inherent wanderlust, their avowed purpose, which they swore to and sometimes believed themselves, was the accumulation of some vague and undiscovered treasure, some pot of gold at the foot of some yet unborn rainbow. Then, in ancient Shiraz, they had heard of the Fire of Asshurbanipal. From the lips of an ancient Persian trader, who only half believed what he repeated to them, they heard the tale that he in turn had heard from the babbling lips of delirium in his distant youth. He had been a member of a caravan 50 years before, which, wandering far on the southern shore of the Persian Gulf trading for pearls, had followed the tale of a rare pearl far into the desert. The pearl, rumored found by a diver and stolen by a sheikh of the interior, they did not find, but they did pick up a Turk who was dying of starvation, thirst, and a bullet wound in the thigh. As he died in delirium, he babbled a wild tale of a silent, dead city of black stone set in the drifting sands of the desert, far to the westward, and of a flaming gem clutched in the bony fingers of a skeleton on an ancient throne. He had not dared bring it away with him because of an overpowering, brooding horror that haunted the place, and thirst had driven him into the desert again, where Bedouins had pursued and wounded him. Yet he had escaped, riding hard until his horse fell under him. He died without telling how he had reached the mythical city in the first place, but the old trader thought he must have come from the northwest, a deserter from the Turkish army, making a desperate attempt to reach the Gulf. The men of the caravan had made no attempt to plunge still further into the desert in search of the city, for, said the old trader, they believed it to be the ancient city of evil, spoken of in the Necronomicon of the mad Arab al-Hazred, the city of the dead on which an ancient curse rested. Legends named it vaguely. The Arabs called it Beled el-Jinn, the city of devils, and the Turks, Kara Sher, the black city. And the gem was that ancient and accursed jewel belonging to a king of long ago, whom the Grecians called Sardanapalus, and the Semitic peoples Asshurbanipal. Steve had been fascinated by the tale, admitting to himself that it was doubtless one of the 10,000 cock and bull myths mooted about the East. Still, there was a possibility that he and Yar Ali had stumbled onto a trace of that pot of rainbow gold for which they searched. And Yar Ali had heard hints before of a silent city of the sands. Tales had followed the eastbound caravans over the high Persian uplands and across the sands of Turkestan, into the mountain country and beyond. Vague tales, whispers of a black city of the jinn, deep in the hazes of a haunted desert. So, following the trail of the legend, the companions had come from Shiraz to a village on the Arabian shore of the Persian Gulf, and there had heard more from an old man who had been a pearl diver in his youth. The loquacity of age was on him, and he told tales repeated to him by wandering tribesmen who had them in turn from the wild nomads of the deep interior. And again Steve and Yar Ali heard of the still black city with giant beasts carved of stone and the skeleton sultan who held the blazing gem. And so, mentally swearing at himself for a fool, Steve had made the plunge, and Yar Ali, secure in the knowledge that all things lay on the lap of Allah, had come with him. Their scanty supply of money had been just sufficient to provide riding camels and provisions for a bold flying invasion of the unknown. Their only chart had been the vague rumors that placed the supposed location of Kara Sher. There had been days of hard travel, pushing the beasts, and conserving water and food. Then, deep in the desert they invaded, they had encountered a blinding sand wind in which they had lost the camels. After that came long miles of staggering through the sands, battered by a flaming sun, subsisting on rapidly dwindling water from their canteens and food Yar Ali had in a pouch. No thought of finding the mythical city now. They pushed on blindly in hope of stumbling upon a spring. They knew that behind them no oases lay within a distance they could hope to cover on foot. It was a desperate chance, but their only one. Then white-clad hawks had swooped down on them, out of the haze of the skyline, and from a shallow and hastily scooped trench, the adventurers had exchanged shots with the wild riders who circled them at top speed. The bullets of the Bedouins had skipped through their makeshift fortifications, knocking dust into their eyes, and flicking bits of cloth from their garments. But by good chance neither had been hit. Their one bit of luck, reflected Clarny, as he cursed himself for a fool. What a mad venture it had been anyway. To think that two men could so dare the desert and live, much less wrest from its abysmal bosom the secrets of the ages. And that crazy tale of a skeleton hand gripping a flaming jewel in a dead city. Bosh! What utter rot! He must have been crazy himself to credit it, the American decided with the clarity of view that suffering and danger bring. "Well, old horse," said Steve, lifting his rifle, "let's get going. It's a toss-up if we die of thirst or get sniped off by the Desert Brothers. Anyway, we're doing no good here."
"God gives," agreed Yarli cheerfully. "The sun sinks westward. Soon the coolness of night will be upon us. Perhaps we shall find water yet, Sahib. Look, the terrain changes to the south."
Clarny shaded his eyes against the dying sun. Beyond a level, barren expanse of several miles' width, the land did indeed become more broken. Aborted hills were in evidence. The American slung his rifle over his arm and sighed. "Heave ahead. We're food for the buzzards, anyhow." The sun sank and the moon rose, flooding the desert with weird silver light. Drifted sand glimmered in long ripples, as if a sea had suddenly been frozen into immobility. Steve, parched fiercely by a thirst he dared not fully quench, cursed beneath his breath. The desert was beautiful beneath the moon, with the beauty of a cold marble Lorelei to lure him into destruction. What a mad quest, his weary brain reiterated. The Fire of Asshurbanipal retreated into the mazes of unreality with each dragging step. The desert became not merely a material wasteland, but the gray mists of the lost eons in whose depths dreamed sunken things. Clarny stumbled and swore. Was he failing already? Yar Ali swung along with the easy, tireless stride of the mountain man, and Steve set his teeth, nerving himself to greater effort. They were entering the broken country at last, and the going became harder. Shallow gullies and narrow ravines knifed the earth with wavering patterns. Most of them were nearly filled with sand, and there was no trace of water.
"This country was once oasis country," commented Yar Ali. "Allah knows how many centuries ago the sand took it, as the sand has taken so many cities in Turkestan."
They swung on like dead men in a gray land of death. The moon grew red and sinister as she sank, and shadowy darkness settled over the desert before they had reached a point where they could see what lay beyond the broken belt. Even the big Afghan's feet began to drag, and Steve kept himself erect only by a savage effort of will. At last they toiled up a sort of ridge, on the southern side of which the land sloped downward. "We rest," declared Steve. "There's no water in this hellish country. No use in going on forever. My legs are stiff as gun barrels. I couldn't take another step to save my neck. Here's a kind of stunted cliff, about as high as a man's shoulder, facing south. We'll sleep in the lee of it."
"And shall we not keep watch, Steve Sahib?"
"We don't," answered Steve. "If the Arabs cut out our throats while we're asleep, so much the better. We're goners anyhow." With which optimistic observation Clarny lay down stiffly in the deep sand. But Yar Ali stood, leaning forward, straining his eyes into the elusive darkness that turned the star-flecked horizons to murky wells of shadow.
"Something lies on the skyline to the south," he muttered uneasily. "A hill? I cannot tell, or even be sure that I see anything at all."
"You're seeing mirages already," said Steve irritably. "Lie down and sleep." And so saying, Steve slumbered. The sun in his eyes awoke him. He sat up yawning, and his first sensation was that of thirst. He lifted his canteen and wet his lips. One drink left. Yar Ali still slept. Steve's eyes wandered over the southern horizon, and he started. He kicked the recumbent Afghan. "Hey, wake up, Ali. I reckon you weren't seeing things after all. There's your hill, and a queer-looking one, too." The Afridi woke as a wild thing wakes, instantly and completely, his hand leaping to his long knife as he glared about for enemies. His gaze followed Steve's pointing fingers, and his eyes widened. "By Allah, and by Allah," he swore, "we have come into a land of Jinn. That is no hill. It is a city of stone in the midst of sands." Steve bound to his feet like a steel spring released. As he gazed with bated breath, a fierce shout escaped his lips. At his feet, the slope of the ridge ran down into a wide and level expanse of sand that stretched away southward. And far away across those sands, to his straining sight, the hill slowly took shape, like a mirage growing from the drifting sands. He saw great uneven walls, massive battlements. All about crawled the sands like a living, sensate thing, drifting high about the walls, softening the rugged outlines. No wonder that at first glance the whole had appeared like a hill. "Kara Sher!" Clarny exclaimed fiercely. "Beled el Jinn, the city of the dead! It wasn't a pipe dream after all. We found it! By heaven, we found it! Come on, let's go!" Yar Ali shook his head uncertainly, and muttered something about evil jinn under his breath, but he followed. The sight of the ruins had swept from Steve his thirst and hunger, and the fatigue that a few hours' sleep had not fully overcome. He trudged on swiftly, oblivious to the rising heat, his eyes gleaming with the lust of the explorer. It was not altogether greed for the fabled gem that had prompted Steve Clarny to risk his life in that grim wilderness. Deep in his soul lurked the age-old heritage of the white man, the urge to seek out the hidden places of the world, and that urge had been stirred to the depths by the ancient tales. Now as they crossed the level wastes that separated the broken land from the city, they saw the shattered walls take clearer form and shape, as if they grew out of the morning sky. The city seemed built of huge blocks of black stone, but how high the walls had been, there was no telling because of the sand that drifted high about their base. In many places they had fallen away, and the sand hid the fragments entirely. The sun reached her zenith, and thirst intruded itself in spite of zeal and enthusiasm. But Steve fiercely mastered his suffering. His lips were parched and swollen, but he would not take that last drink until he had reached the ruined city. Yar Ali wet his lips from his own canteen and tried to share the remainder with his friend. Steve shook his head and plodded on. In the ferocious heat of the desert afternoon they reached the ruin, and passing through a wide breach in the crumbling wall, gazed on the dead city. Sand choked the ancient streets and lent fantastic form to huge fallen and half-hidden columns. So crumbled into decay and so covered with sand was the whole that the explorers could make out little of the original plan of the city. Now it was but a waste of drifted sand and crumbling stone over which brooded, like an invisible cloud, an aura of unspeakable antiquity. But directly in front of them ran a broad avenue, the outline of which not even the ravaging sands and winds of time had been able to efface. On either side of the wide way were ranged huge columns, not unusually tall, even allowing for the sand that hid their bases, but incredibly massive. On the top of each column stood a figure carved from solid stone. Great somber images, half human, half bestial, partaking of the brooding brutishness of the whole city. Steve cried out in amazement. "The winged bulls at Nineveh! The bulls with men's heads! By the saints, Ali, the old tales are true. The Assyrians did build this city. The whole tale's true. They must have come here when the Babylonians destroyed Assyria. Why, this scene's a dead ringer for pictures I've seen. Reconstructed scenes of old Nineveh. And look!" He pointed down the broad street to the great building which reared at the other end, a colossal brooding edifice, whose columns and walls of solid black stone blocks defied the winds and sands of time. The drifting, obliterating sea washed about its foundations, overflowing into its doorways, but it would require 1,000 years to inundate the whole structure. "An abode of devils," muttered Yar Ali uneasily. "The Temple of Baal," exclaimed Steve. "Come on. I was afraid we'd find all the palaces and temples hidden by the sand and have to dig for the gem." "Little good it will do us," muttered Yar Ali. "Here we die." "I reckon so." Steve unscrewed the cap of his canteen. "Let's take our last drink. Anyway, we're safe from the Arabs. They'd never dare come here with their superstitions. We'll drink and then we'll die, I reckon. But first we'll find the jewel. When I pass out, I want to have it in my hand. Maybe a few centuries later, some lucky son of a gun will find our skeletons, and the gem. Here's to him, whoever he is." With which grim jest, Clarny drained his canteen, and Yar Ali followed suit. They had played their last ace. The rest lay on the lap of Allah. They strode up the Broadway, and Yar Ali, utterly fearless in the face of human foes, glanced nervously to right and left, half expecting to see a horned and fantastic face leering at him from behind a column. Steve himself felt the somber antiquity of the place, and almost found himself fearing a rush of bronze war chariots down the forgotten streets, or to hear the sudden, menacing flare of bronze trumpets. The silence in dead cities was so much more intense, he reflected, than that on the open desert. They came to the portals of the great temple. Rows of immense columns flanked the wide doorway, which was ankle-deep in sand, and from which sagged massive bronze frameworks that had once braced mighty doors, whose polished woodwork had rotted away centuries ago. They passed into a mighty hall of misty twilight, whose shadowy stone roof was upheld by columns like the trunks of forest trees. The whole effect of the architecture was one of awesome magnitude and sullen, breathtaking splendor, like a temple built by somber giants for the abode of dark gods. Yar Ali walked fearfully, as if he expected to awake sleeping gods, and Steve, without the Afridi's superstitions, yet felt the gloomy majesty of the place lay somber hands on his soul. No trace of a footprint showed in the deep dust on the floor. Half a century had passed since the affrighted and devil-ridden Turk had fled these silent halls. As for the Bedouins, it was easy to see why those superstitious sons of the desert shunned this haunted city. And haunted it was. Not by actual ghosts, perhaps, but by the shadows of lost splendors. As they trod the sands of the hall, which seemed endless, Steve pondered many questions. How did these fugitives from the wrath of frenzied rebels build this city? How did they pass through the country of their foes? For Babylonia lay between Assyria and the Arabian desert. Yet there had been no other place for them to go. Westward lay Syria and the sea, and north and east swarmed the dangerous Medes, those fierce Aryans whose aid had stiffened the arm of Babylon to smite her foe to the dust. Possibly, thought Steve, Kara Sher, whatever its name had been in those dim days, had been built as an outpost border city before the fall of the Assyrian Empire, whither survivals of that overthrow fled. At any rate, it was possible that Kara Sher had outlasted Nineveh by some centuries. A strange hermit city, no doubt, cut off from the rest of the world. Surely, as Yar Ali had said, this was once fertile country, watered by oases, and doubtless in the broken country they had passed over the night before, there had been quarries that furnished the stone for the building of the city. Then what caused its downfall? Did the encroachment of the sands and the filling up of the springs cause people to abandon it? Or was Kara Sher a city of silence before the sands crept over the walls? Did the downfall come from within or without? Did civil war blot out the inhabitants, or were they slaughtered by some powerful foe from the desert? Clarny shook his head in baffled chagrin. The answers to those questions were lost in the maze of forgotten ages. "Allahu Akbar!" They had traversed the great shadowy hall, and at its further end they came upon a hideous black stone altar, behind which loomed an ancient god, bestial and horrific. Steve shrugged his shoulders as he recognized the monstrous aspect of the image. Aye, that was Baal, on which black altar in other ages many a screaming, writhing, naked victim had offered up its naked soul. The idol embodied, in its utter abysmal and sullen bestiality, the whole soul of this demoniac city. Surely, thought Steve, the builders of Nineveh and Kara Sher were cast in another mold from the people of today. Their art and culture were too ponderous, too grimly barren of the lighter aspects of humanity, to be wholly human, as modern man understands humanity. Their architecture was repellent, of high skill, yet so massive, sullen, and brutish in effect as to be almost beyond the comprehension of moderns. The adventurers passed through a narrow door which opened in the end of the hall close to the idol, and came into a series of wide, dim, dusty chambers connected by column-flanked corridors. Along these they strode in the gray, ghostly light, and came at last to a wide stair whose massive stone steps led upward and vanished in the gloom. Here Yar Ali halted.
"We have dared much, Sahib," he muttered. "Is it wise to dare more?"
Steve, aquiver with eagerness, yet understood the Afghan's mind. "You mean we shouldn't go up those stairs?"
"They have an evil look. To what chambers of silence and horror may they lead? When jinn haunt deserted buildings, they lurk in the upper chambers. At any moment a demon may bite off our heads."
"We're dead men anyhow," grunted Steve. "But I tell you, you go on back through the hall and watch for the Arabs while I go upstairs."
"Watch for a wind on the horizon," responded the Afghan gloomily, shifting his rifle and loosening his long knife in its scabbard. "No Bedouin comes here. Lead on, Sahib. Thou art mad after the manner of all Franks, but I would not leave thee to face the jinn alone."
So the companions mounted the massive stairs, their feet sinking deep into the accumulated dust of centuries at each step. Up and up they went, to an incredible height, until the depths below merged into a vague gloom.
"We walk blind to our doom, Sahib," muttered Yar Ali. "Allah il Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet. Nevertheless, I feel the presence of slumbering evil, and never again shall I hear the wind blowing up the Khyber Pass."
Steve made no reply. He did not like the breathless silence that brooded over the ancient temple, nor the grisly gray light that filtered from some hidden source. Now above them the gloom lightened somewhat, and they emerged into a vast circular chamber, grayly illumined by light that filtered in through the high pierced ceiling. But another radiance lent itself to the illumination. A cry burst from Steve's lips, echoed by Yar Ali. Standing on the top step of the broad stone stair, they looked directly across the broad chamber, with its dust-covered heavy tile floor and bare black stone walls. From about the center of the chamber, massive steps led up to a stone dais, and on this dais stood a marble throne. About this throne glowed and shimmered an uncanny light, and the awe-struck adventurers gasped as they saw its source. On the throne slumped a human skeleton, an almost shapeless mass of moldering bones. A fleshless hand sagged outstretched upon the broad marble throne arm, and in its grisly clasp there pulsed and throbbed like a living thing a great crimson stone. The Fire of Asshurbanipal. Even after they had found the lost city, Steve had not really allowed himself to believe that they would find the gem, or that it even existed in reality. Yet he could not doubt the evidence of his eyes, dazzled by that evil, incredible glow. With a fierce shout, he sprang across the chamber and up the steps. Yar Ali was at his heels, but when Steve would have seized the gem, the Afghan laid a hand on his arm.
"Wait!" exclaimed the big Mohammedan. "Touch it not yet, Sahib. A curse lies on ancient things, and surely this is the thing triply accursed. Else why has it lain here untouched in a country of thieves for so many centuries? It is not well to disturb the possessions of the dead."
"Bosh!" snorted the American. "Superstitions. The Bedouins were scared by the tales that have come down to them from their ancestors. Being desert dwellers, they mistrust cities anyway, and no doubt this one had an evil reputation in its lifetime. And nobody except Bedouins have seen this place before, except that Turk who was probably half demented with suffering. These bones may be those of the king mentioned in the legend. The dry desert air preserves such things indefinitely, but I doubt it. Maybe Assyrian, most likely Arab, some beggar that got the gem and then died on that throne for some reason or other." The Afghan scarcely heard him. He was gazing in fearful fascination at the great stone, as a hypnotized bird stares into a serpent's eye.
"Look at it, Sahib," he whispered. "What is it? No such gem as this was ever cut by mortal hands. Look how it throbs and pulses like the heart of a cobra."
Steve was looking, and he was aware of a strange, undefined feeling of uneasiness. Well versed in the knowledge of precious stones, he had never seen a stone like this. At first glance he had supposed it to be a monster ruby, as told in the legends. Now he was not so sure, and he had a nervous feeling that Yar Ali was right. that this was no natural, normal gem. He could not classify the style in which it was cut, and such was the power of its lurid radiance that he found it difficult to gaze at it closely for any length of time. The whole setting was not one calculated to soothe restless nerves. The deep dust on the floor suggested an unwholesome antiquity. The gray light evoked a sense of unreality, and the heavy black walls towered grimly, hinting at hidden things. "Let's take the stone and go," muttered Steve, an unaccustomed panicky dread rising in his bosom.
"Wait!"
Yar Ali's eyes were blazing, and he gazed not at the gem but at the sullen stone walls.
"We are flies in the lair of the spider. Sahib, as Allah lives, it is more than ghosts of old fears that lurk over this city of horror. I feel the presence of peril as I have felt it before, as I felt it in a jungle cavern where a python lurked unseen in the darkness, as I felt it in the temple of Thuggee, where the hidden stranglers of Shiva crouched to spring upon us, as I feel it now, tenfold."
Steve's hair prickled. He knew that Yar Ali was a grim veteran, not to be stampeded by silly fear or senseless panic. He well remembered the incidents referred to by the Afghan, as he remembered other occasions upon which Yar Ali's oriental telepathic instinct had warned him of danger before that danger was seen or heard. "What is it, Yar Ali?" he whispered. The Afghan shook his head, his eyes filled with a weird mysterious light as he listened to the dim occult promptings of his subconscious.
"I know not. I know it is close to us, and that it is very ancient and very evil, I think."
Suddenly he halted and wheeled, the eerie light vanishing from his eyes to be replaced by a glare of wolf-like fear and suspicion.
"Hark, Sahib!" he snapped. "Ghosts or dead men mount the stair!"
Steve stiffened as the stealthy pad of soft sandals on stone reached his ear. "By Judas, Ali," he rapped, "something's out there." The ancient walls re-echoed to the chorus of wild yells as a horde of savage figures flooded the chamber. For one dazed, insane instant, Steve believed wildly that they were being attacked by re-embodied warriors of a vanished age. Then the spiteful crack of a bullet passed his ear, and the acrid smell of powder told him that their foes were material enough. Clarny cursed. In their fancied security, they had been caught like rats in a trap by the pursuing Arabs. Even as the American threw up his rifle, Yar Ali fired point-blank from the hip with deadly effect, hurled his empty rifle into the horde, and went down the steps like a hurricane, his 3-foot Khyber knife shimmering in his hairy hand. Into his gusto for battle went real relief that his foes were human. A bullet ripped the turban from his head, but an Arab went down with a split skull beneath the hillman's first shearing stroke. A tall Bedouin clapped his gun muzzle to the Afghan's side, but before he could pull the trigger, Clarny's bullets scattered his brains. The very number of the attackers hindered their onslaught on the big Afridi, whose tigerish quickness made shooting as dangerous to themselves as to him. The bulk of them swarmed about him, striking with scimitar and rifle stock, while others charged up the steps after Steve. At that range there was no missing. The American simply thrust his rifle muzzle into a bearded face and blasted it into a ghastly ruin. The others came on, screaming like panthers. And now as he prepared to expend his last cartridge, Clarny saw two things in one flashing instant. A wild warrior, who, with froth on his beard and a heavy scimitar uplifted, was almost upon him, and another who knelt on the floor drawing a careful bead on the plunging Yar Ali. Steve made an instant choice and fired over the shoulder of the charging swordsman, killing the rifleman, involuntarily offering his own life for his friends, for the scimitar was swinging at his own head. But even as the Arab swung, grunting with the force of the blow, his sandaled foot slipped on the marble steps, and the curved blade, veering erratically from its arc, clashed on Steve's rifle barrel. In an instant, the American clubbed his rifle, and as the Bedouin recovered his balance, and again heaved up the scimitar, Clarny struck with all his rangy power, and stock and skull shattered together. Then a heavy ball smacked into his shoulder, sickening him with the shock. As he staggered dizzily, a Bedouin whipped a turban cloth about his feet and jerked viciously. Clarny pitched headlong down the steps, to strike with stunning force. A gun stock in a brown hand went up to dash out his brains, but an imperious command halted the blow.
"Slay him not, but bind him hand and foot."
As Steve struggled dazedly against many gripping hands, It seemed to him that somewhere he had heard that imperious voice before. The American's downfall had occurred in a matter of seconds. Even as Steve's second shot had cracked, Yar Ali had half severed a raider's arm and himself received a numbing blow from a rifle stock on his left shoulder. His sheepskin coat, worn despite the desert heat, saved his hide from half a dozen slashing knives. A rifle was discharged so close to his face that the powder burnt him fiercely, bringing a bloodthirsty yell from the maddened Afghan. As Yar Ali swung up his dripping blade, the rifleman, ashy-faced, lifted his rifle above his head in both hands to parry the downward blow, whereat the Afridi, with a yelp of ferocious exultation, shifted as a jungle cat strikes and plunged his long knife into the Arab's belly. But at that instant a rifle stock, swung with all the hearty ill will its wielder could evoke, crashed against the giant's head, laying open the scalp and dashing him to his knees. With the dogged and silent ferocity of his breed, Yar Ali staggered blindly up again, slashing at foes he could barely see, but a storm of blows battered him down again, nor did his attackers cease beating him until he lay still. They would have finished him in short order then, but for another peremptory order from their chief, whereupon they bound the senseless knife man and flung him down alongside Steve, who was fully conscious and aware of the savage hurt of the bullet in his shoulder. He glared up at the tall Arab who stood looking down at him. "Well, Sahib," said this one, and Steve saw he was no Bedouin. "Do you not remember me?" Steve scowled. A bullet wound is no aid to concentration. "You look familiar. By Judas, you are! Nureddin el-Mekru." "I am honored. The Sahib remembers." Nureddin salaamed mockingly. "And you remember, no doubt, the occasion on which you made me a present of this." The dark eyes shadowed with bitter menace, and the sheikh indicated a thin white scar on the angle of his jaw. "I remember," snarled Clarny, whom pain and anger did not tend to make docile. "It was in Somaliland years ago. You were in the slave trade then. A wretch of a nigger escaped from you and took refuge with me. You walked into my camp one night in your high-handed way, started a row, and in the ensuing scrap you got a butcher knife across your face. I wish I'd cut your lousy throat." "You had your chance," answered the Arab. "Now the tables are turned." "I thought your stamping ground lay west," growled Clarny. "Yemen and Somali country." "I quit the slave trade long ago," answered the sheikh. "It is an outworn game. I led a band of thieves in Yemen for a time. Then again I was forced to change my location. I came here with a few faithful followers. And by Allah, those wild men nearly slit my throat at first. But I overcame their suspicions, and now I lead more men than have ever followed me in years. They whom you fought off yesterday were my men, scouts I had sent out ahead. My oasis lies far to the west. We have ridden for many days, for I was on my way to this very city. When my scouts rode in and told me of 2 wanderers, I did not alter my course, for I had business first in Beled el-Jinn. We rode into the city from the west, and saw your tracks in the sand. We followed them, and you were blind buffalo who heard not our coming." Steve snarled. "You wouldn't have caught us so easy, only we thought no Bedouin would dare come into Kara Sher." Nureddin nodded. "But I am no Bedouin. I have traveled far, and seen many lands and many races, and I have read many books. I know that fear is smoke, that the dead are dead, and that jinn and ghosts and curses are mists that the wind blows away. It was because of the tales of the red stone that I came in to this forsaken desert. But it has taken months to persuade my men to ride with me here. But I am here, and your presence is a delightful surprise. Doubtless you have guessed why I had you taken alive. I have more elaborate entertainment planned for you and that Pathan swine. Now I take the Fire of Ashurbanipal, and we will go." He turned toward the dais, and one of his men, a bearded, one-eyed giant, exclaimed, "Hold, my lord! Ancient evil reigned here before the days of Mohammed. The jinn howl through these halls when the winds blow,
and men have seen ghosts dancing on the walls beneath the moon. No man of mortals has dared this black city for 1,000 years, save one, half a century ago, who fled shrieking. You have come here from Yemen. You do not know the ancient curse on this foul city, and this evil stone, which pulses like the red heart of Satan. We have followed you here against our judgment, because you have proven yourself a strong man, and have said you hold a charm against all evil beings. You said you but wished to look on this mysterious gem. But now we see it is your intention to take it for yourself. Do not offend the Jinn. Nay, Nureddin, do not offend the Jinn, chorused the other Bedouins. The Sheikh's own hard-bitten ruffians, standing in a compact group somewhat apart from the Bedouins, said nothing. Hardened to crimes and deeds of impiety, they were less affected by the superstitions of the desert men, to whom the dread tale of the accursed city had been repeated for centuries. Steve, even while hating Nureddin with concentrated venom, realized the magnetic power of the man, the innate leadership that had enabled him to overcome thus far the fears and traditions of ages.
"The curse is laid on infidels who invade the city," answered Nureddin. "Not on the faithful. See, in this chamber have we overcome our Kafar foes."
A white-bearded desert hawk shook his head.
"The curse is more ancient than Muhammad, and recks not of race or creed. Evil men reared this black city in the dawn of the beginnings of days. They oppressed our ancestors of the black tents, and warred among themselves. Aye, the black walls of this foul city were stained with blood, and echoed to the shouts of unholy revel and the whispers of dark intrigues. Thus came the stone to the city. There dwelt a magician at the court of Asshurbanipal, and the black wisdom of ages was not denied to him. To gain honor and power for himself, he dared the horrors of a nameless vast cavern in a dark, untraveled land. And from those fiend-haunted depths he brought that blazing gem which is carved of the frozen flames of hell. By reason of his fearful power in black magic, he put a spell on the demon which guarded the ancient gem, and so stole away the stone, and the demon slept in the cavern unknowing. So this magician, Zuthultan by name, dwelt in the court of the Sultan Asshurbanipal, and did magic and forecast events by scanning the lurid deeps of the stone, into which no eyes but his could look unblinded. And men called the stone the Fire of Asshurbanipal, in honor of the king. But evil came upon the kingdom, and men cried out that it was the curse of the Jinn, and the Sultan, in great fear, bade Zuthultan take the gem and cast it into the cavern from which he had taken it, lest worse ill befall them. Yet it was not the magician's will to give up the gem wherein he read strange secrets of pre-Adamite days, and he fled to the rebel city of Kara-Sher, where soon civil war broke out, and men strove with one another to possess the gem. Then the king who ruled the city, coveting the stone, seized the magician and put him to death by torture. And in this very room he watched him die. With the gem in his hand, the king sat upon the throne, even as he has sat throughout the centuries, even as he now sits. The Arab's finger stabbed at the moldering bones on the marble throne, and the wild desert men blenched. Even Nureddin's own scoundrels recoiled, catching their breath, but the sheikh showed no sign of perturbation. "As Zuthultan died," continued the old Bedouin, "he cursed the stone whose magic had not saved him, and he shrieked aloud the fearful words which undid the spell he had put upon the demon in the cavern, and set the monster free. And crying out on the forgotten gods, Cthulhu and Koth and Yog-Sothoth, and all the pre-Adamite dwellers in the black cities under the sea and the caverns of the earth, he called upon them to take back that which was theirs, and with his dying breath pronounced doom on the false king, and that doom was that the king should sit on his throne holding in his hand the fire of Asshurbanipal until the thunder of Judgment Day. Thereat the great stone cried out as a live thing cries, and the king and his soldiers saw a black cloud spinning up from the floor, and out of the cloud blew a fetid wind, and out of the wind came a grisly shape, which stretched forth fearsome paws and laid them on the king, who shriveled and died at their touch. And the soldiers fled screaming, and all the people of the city ran forth, wailing into the desert, where they perished or gained through the wastes to the far oasis towns. Kara-Sher lay silent and deserted, the haunt of the lizard and the jackal. And when some of the desert people ventured into the city, they found the king dead on his throne, clutching the blazing gem. But they dared not lay hand upon it, for they knew the demon lurked near to guard it through all the ages, as he lurks near even as we stand here.
The warriors shuddered involuntarily and glanced about, and Nureddin said, "Why did he not come forth when the Franks entered the chamber? Is he deaf, that the sound of the combat has not awakened him?"
"We have not touched the gem," answered the old Bedouin, "nor had the Franks molested it. Men have looked on it and lived, but no mortal may touch it and survive."
Nureddin started to speak, gazed at the stubborn, uneasy faces, and realized the futility of argument. His attitude changed abruptly. "I am master here," he snapped, dropping a hand to his holster. "I have not sweat and bled for this gem to be balked at the last by groundless fears. Stand back all. Let any man cross me at the peril of his head." He faced them, his eyes blazing, and they fell back, cowed by the force of his ruthless personality. He strode boldly up the marble steps, and the Arabs caught their breath, recoiling toward the door. Yar Ali, conscious at last, groaned dismally. God, thought Steve, what a barbaric scene. Bound captives on the dust-heaped floor, wild warriors clustered about, gripping their weapons, the raw acrid scent of blood and burnt powder still fouling the air, corpses strewn in a horrid welter of blood, brains, and entrails. And on the dais the hawk-faced sheikh, oblivious to all except the evil crimson glow in the skeleton fingers that rested on the marble throne. A tense silence gripped all as Nureddin stretched forth his hand slowly, as if hypnotized by the throbbing crimson light. And in Steve's subconsciousness there shuddered a dim echo, as of something vast and loathsome, waking suddenly from an age-long slumber. The American's eyes moved instinctively toward the grim cyclopean walls. The jewel's glow had altered strangely. It burned a deeper, darker red, angry and menacing. "Heart of all evil," murmured the sheikh. "How many princes died for thee in the beginnings of happenings? Surely the blood of kings throbs in thee. The sultans and the princesses and the generals who wore thee, they are dust and are forgotten. But thou blazest with majesty undimmed fire of the world." Nureddin seized the stone. A shuddery wail broke from the Arabs, cut through by a sharp, inhuman cry. To Steve it seemed horribly that the great jewel had cried out like a living thing. The stone slipped from the sheikh's hand. Nureddin might have dropped it. To Steve it looked as though it leaped convulsively, as a live thing might leap. It rolled from the dais, bounding from step to step, with Nureddin springing after it, cursing as his clutching hand missed it. It struck the floor, veered sharply, and despite the deep dust rolled like a revolving ball of fire toward the back wall. Nureddin was close upon it. It struck the wall. The sheikh's hand reached for it. A scream of mortal fear ripped the tense silence. Without warning, the solid wall had opened. Out of the black wall that gaped there, a tentacle shot and gripped the sheikh's body as a python girdles its victim, and jerked him headlong into the darkness. And then the wall showed blank and solid once more. Only from within sounded a hideous, high-pitched, muffled screaming that chilled the blood of the listeners. Howling wordlessly, the Arabs stampeded, jammed in a battling, screeching mass in the doorway, tore through and raced madly down the wide stairs. Steve and Yar Ali, lying helplessly, heard the frenzied clamor of their fight fade away into the distance, and gazed in dumb horror at the grim wall. The shrieks had faded into a more horrific silence. Holding their breath, they heard suddenly a sound that froze the blood in their veins, the soft sliding of metal or stone in a groove. At the same time, the hidden door began to open, and Steve caught a glimmer in the blackness that might have been the glitter of monstrous eyes. He closed his own eyes. He dare not look upon whatever horror slunk from that hideous black well. He knew that there are strains the human brain cannot stand. And every primitive instinct in his soul cried out to him that this thing was nightmare and lunacy. He sensed that Yar Ali likewise closed his eyes, and the two lay like dead men. Clarny heard no sound, but he sensed the presence of a horrific evil too grisly for human comprehension, of an invader from outer gulfs and far black reaches of cosmic being. A deadly cold pervaded the chamber, and Steve felt the glare of inhuman eyes sear through his closed lids and freeze his consciousness. If he looked, if he opened his eyes, he knew stark black madness would be his instant lot. He felt a soul-shakingly foul breath against his face, and knew that the monster was bending close above him. But he lay like a man frozen in a nightmare. He clung to one thought. Neither he nor Yar Ali had touched the jewel this horror guarded. Then he no longer smelled the foul odor. The coldness in the air grew appreciably less, and he heard again the secret door slide in its groove. The fiend was returning to its hiding place. Not all the legions of hell could have prevented Steve's eyes from opening a trifle. He had only a glimpse as the hidden door slid to, and that one glimpse was enough to drive all consciousness from his brain. Steve Clarny, iron-nerved adventurer, fainted for the only time in his checkered life. How long he lay there, Steve never knew, but it could not have been long, for he was roused by Yar Ali's whisper.
"Lie still, Sahib. A little shifting of my body, and I can reach thy cords with my teeth."
Steve felt the Afghan's powerful teeth at work on his bonds, and as he lay with his face jammed into the thick dust, and his wounded shoulder began to throb agonizingly, he had forgotten it until now. He began to gather the wandering threads of his consciousness, and it all came back to him. How much, he wondered dazedly, had been the nightmares of delirium, born from suffering and the thirst that caked his throat. The fight with the Arabs had been real. The bonds and the wounds showed that. But the grisly doom of the sheikh, the thing that had crept out of the black entrance in the wall, surely that had been a figment of delirium. Nureddin had fallen into a well or pit of some sort. Steve felt his hands were free, and he rose to a sitting posture, fumbling for a pocket knife the Arabs had overlooked. He did not look up or about the chamber as he slashed the cords that bound his ankles, and then freed Yar Ali, working awkwardly because his left arm was stiff and useless. "Where are the Bedouins?" he asked, as the Afghan rose, lifting him to his feet.
"Allah, Sahib," whispered Yar Ali. "Are you mad? Have you forgotten? Let us go quickly before the Jinn returns."
"It was a nightmare," muttered Steve. "Look, the jewel is back on the throne." His voice died out. Again that red glow throbbed about the ancient throne, reflecting from the moldering skull. Again, in the outstretched finger bones pulsed the fire of Asshurbanipal. But at the foot of the throne lay another object that had not been there before. The severed head of Nureddin el-Makru stared sightlessly up at the gray light filtering through the stone ceiling. The bloodless lips were drawn back from the teeth in a ghastly grin. The staring eyes mirrored an intolerable horror. In the thick dust of the floor 3 spoors showed, one of the shakes where he had followed the red jewel as it rolled to the wall, and above it 2 other sets of tracks, coming to the throne and returning to the wall. Vast shapeless tracks as of splayed feet, taloned and gigantic, neither human nor animal. "My God," choked Steve. "It was true. And the thing I saw." Steve remembered the flight from that chamber as a rushing nightmare, in which he and his companion hurtled headlong down an endless stair that was a gray well of fear, raced blindly through dusty, silent chambers, past the glowering idol in the mighty hall, and into the blazing light of the desert sun where they fell slavering, fighting for breath. Again Steve was roused by the Afridi's voice.
"Sahib! Sahib! In the name of Allah the Compassionate, our luck has turned."
Steve looked at his companion as a man might look in a trance. The big Afghan's garments were in tatters and blood-soaked. He was stained with dust and caked with blood, and his voice was a croak. But his eyes were alight with hope, and he pointed with a trembling finger.
"In the shade of yon ruined wall," he croaked, striving to moisten his blackened lips. "Allah il Allah, the horses of the men we killed, with canteens and food pouches at the saddle horns. Those dogs fled without halting for the steeds of their comrades."
New life surged up into Steve's bosom, and he rose, staggering.
"Out of here," he mumbled. "Out of here, quick."
Like dying men, they stumbled to the horses, tore them loose, and climbed fumblingly into the saddles.
"We'll lead the spare mounts,"
croaked Steve, and Yar Ali nodded emphatic agreement.
"Belike we shall need them ere we sight the coast."
Though their tortured nerves screamed for the water that swung in canteens at the saddle horns, they turned the mounts aside and, swaying in the saddle, rode like flying corpses down the long sandy street of Kara Sher, between the ruined palaces and the crumbling columns, crossed the fallen wall and swept out into the desert. Not once did either glance back toward that black pile of ancient horror, nor did either speak until the ruins faded into the hazy distance. Then, and only then, did they draw rein and ease their thirst.
"Allah il Allah," said Yar Ali piously. "Those dogs have beaten me until it is though every bone in my body were broken. Dismount, I beg thee, Sahib, and let me probe for that accursed bullet, and dress thy shoulder to the best of my meager ability."
While this was going on, Yar Ali spoke, avoiding his friend's eye.
"You said, Sahib, you said something about seeing. What saw ye in Allah's name?"
A strong shudder shook the American's steely frame. "You didn't look when the thing put back the jewel in the skeleton's hand and left Nureddin's head on the dais?"
"By Allah, not I," swore Yar Ali. "My eyes were as closed as if they had been welded together by the molten irons of Satan."
Steve made no reply until the comrades had once more swung into the saddle and started on their long trek for the coast, which, with spare horses, food, water, and weapons, they had a good chance to reach. "I looked," the American said somberly. "I wish I had not. I know I'll dream about it for the rest of my life. I had only a glance. I couldn't describe it as a man describes an earthly thing. God help me, it wasn't earthly or sane either. Mankind isn't the first owner of the earth. There were beings here before his coming. And now, survivals of hideously ancient epics. Maybe spheres of alien dimensions press unseen on this material universe today. Sorcerers have called up sleeping devils before now and controlled them with magic. It is not unreasonable to suppose an Assyrian magician could invoke an elemental demon out of the earth to avenge him, and guard something that must have come out of hell in the first place. I'll try to tell you what I glimpsed, then we'll never speak of it again. It was gigantic and black and shadowy. It was a hulking monstrosity that walked upright like a man. But it was like a toad, too, and it was winged and tentacled. I saw only its back. If I'd seen the front of it, its face, I'd have undoubtedly lost my mind. The old Arab was right. God help us, it was the monster that Zuthultan called up out of the dark, blind caverns of the earth to guard the Fire of Asshurbanipal. End of section 9. Section 10 of Weird Tales presents Dark Stories of Stark Unreasoning Terror by Robert E. Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ben Tucker. In the Forest of Villefère. The sun had set. The great shadows came striding over the forest. In the weird twilight of a late summer day, I saw the path ahead glide on among the mighty trees and disappear, and I shuddered and glanced fearfully over my shoulder. Miles behind lay the nearest village, miles ahead the next. I looked to left and to right as I strode on, and anon I looked behind me, and anon I stopped short, grasping my rapier, as a breaking twig betokened the going of some small beast. or was it a beast? But the path led on, and I followed, because, forsooth, I had naught else to do. As I went, I bethought me, my own thoughts will rout me, if I be not aware. What is there in this forest, except, perhaps, the creatures that roam it, deer and the like? Tush, the foolish legends of those villagers. And so I went, and the twilight faded into dusk. Stars began to blink, and the leaves of the trees murmured in the faint breeze. And then I stopped short, my sword leaping to my hand, for just ahead, around a curve of the path, someone was singing. The words I could not distinguish, but the accent was strange, almost barbaric. I stepped behind a great tree, and the cold sweat beaded my forehead. Then the singer came in sight, a tall, thin man, vague in the twilight. I shrugged my shoulders. A man I did not fear. I sprang out, my point raised. "Stand!" He showed no surprise.
"I prithee handle thy blade with care, friend,"
he said. Somewhat ashamed, I lowered my sword. "I am new to this forest," I quoth apologetically. "I heard talk of bandits. I crave pardon. Where lies the road to Villefère?"
"Corbleu, you've missed it," he answered. "You should have branched off to the right some distance back. I am going there myself. If you may abide my company, I will direct you."
I hesitated. Yet, why should I hesitate? "Why, certainly. My name is de Montour of Normandy."
"And I am Carolus le Loup."
"No!" I started back. He looked at me in astonishment. "Pardon," said I. "The name is strange. Does not loup mean wolf?"
"My family were always great hunters," he answered.
He did not offer his hand. "You will pardon my staring," said I as we walked down the path, "but I can hardly see your face in the dusk." I sensed that he was laughing, though he made no sound.
"It is little to look upon," he answered.
I stepped closer, and then leaped away, my hair bristling. "A mask?" I exclaimed. "Why do you wear a mask, monsieur?"
"It is a vow," he explained. "In fleeing a pack of hounds, I vowed that if I escaped I would wear a mask for a certain time."
"Hounds, monsieur?"
"Wolves," he answered quickly. "I said wolves."
We walked in silence for a while, and then my companion said,
"I am surprised that you walk these woods by night. Few people come these ways even in the day."
"I am in haste to reach the border," I answered. "A treaty has been signed with the English, and the Duke of Burgundy should know of it. The people at the village sought to dissuade me. They spoke of a wolf that was purported to roam these woods."
"Here the path branches to Villefère,"
said he, and I saw a narrow, crooked path that I had not seen when I passed it before. It led in amid the darkness of the trees. I shuddered.
"You wish to return to the village?"
"No," I exclaimed. No. Lead on." So narrow was the path that we walked in single file, he leading. I looked well at him. He was taller, much taller than I, and thin, wiry. He was dressed in a costume that smacked of Spain. A long rapier swung at his hip. He walked with long, easy strides, noiselessly. Then he began to talk of travel and adventure. He spoke of many lands and seas he had seen, and many strange things. So we talked and went farther and farther into the forest. I presumed that he was French, and yet he had a very strange accent that was neither French nor Spanish, nor English, nor like any language I had ever heard. Some words he slurred strangely, and some he could not pronounce at all. "This path is not often used, is it?" I asked.
"Not by many,"
he answered, and laughed silently. I shuddered. It was very dark, and the leaves whispered together among the branches. "A fiend haunts this forest," I said.
"So the peasants say," he answered, "but I have roamed it oft and have never seen his face."
Then he began to speak of strange creatures of darkness, and the moon rose, and shadows glided among the trees. He looked up at the moon.
"Haste," said he. "We must reach our destination before the moon reaches her zenith."
We hurried along the trail. "They say," said I, "that a werewolf haunts these woodlands."
"It might be,"
said he, and we argued much upon the subject.
"The old women say," said he, "that if a werewolf is slain while a wolf, then he is slain, but if he is slain as a man, then his half-soul will haunt his slayer forever. But haste thee, the moon nears her zenith."
We came into a small moonlit glade, and the stranger stopped.
"Let us pause a while," said he.
Nay, let us be gone, I urged. I like not this place. He laughed without sound.
Why, said he, this is a fair glade, as good as a banquet hall it is, and many times have I feasted here. Look ye, I will show you a dance.
And he began bounding here and there, anon flinging back his head and laughing silently. Thought I, the man is mad. As he danced, I flung the sword away and fled. End of section 10. Section 11 of Weird Tales presents Dark Stories of Stark Unreasoning Terror by Robert E. Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Wolfshead. Fear? Your pardon, messieurs, but the meaning of fear you do not know. No, I hold to my statement. You are soldiers, adventurers. You have known the charges of regiments, of dragoons, the frenzy of wind-lashed seas. But fear, real, hair-raising, horror-crawling fear, you have not known. I myself have known such fear. But until the legions of darkness swirl from hell's gate, and the world flames to ruin, will never such fear again be known to men. Hark, I will tell you the tale, for it was many years ago and half across the world, and none of you will ever see the man of whom I tell you, or seeing, know. Return then with me across the years to a day when I, a reckless young cavalier, stepped from the small boat that had landed me from the ship floating in the harbor, cursed the mud that littered the crude wharf, and strode up the landing toward the castle in answer to the invitation of an old friend, Don Vincente da Lusto. Don Vincente was a strange, far-sighted man, a strong man, one who saw visions beyond the ken of his time. In his veins perhaps ran the blood of those old Phoenicians who the priests tell us ruled the seas and built cities in far lands in the dim ages. His plan of fortune was strange and yet successful. Few men would have thought of it. Fewer could have succeeded, for his estate was upon the western coast of that dark, mystic continent, that baffler of explorers, Africa. There by a small bay had he cleared away the sullen jungle, built his castle and his storehouses, and with ruthless hand had he wrested the riches of the land. 4 ships he had, 3 smaller craft and 1 great galleon. These plied between his domains and the cities of Spain, Portugal, France, and even England, laden with rare woods, ivory, slaves, the 1,000 strange riches that Don Vincente had gained by trade and by conquest. Aye, a wild venture, a wilder commerce, and yet might he have shaped an empire from the dark land had it not been for the rat-faced Carlos, his nephew. But I run ahead of my tale. Look, messieurs, I draw a map on the table, thus with finger dipped in wine. Here lay the small shallow harbor, and here the wide wharves. A landing ran thus, up the slight slope with hut-like warehouses on each side, and here it stopped at a wide shallow moat. Over it went a narrow drawbridge, and then one was confronted with a high palisade of logs set in the ground. This extended entirely around the castle. The castle itself was built on the model of another earlier age, being more for strength than beauty. Built of stone brought from a great distance, years of labor and 1,000 Negroes toiling beneath the lash had reared its walls, and now completed, it offered an almost impregnable appearance. Such was the intention of its builders, for Barbary pirates ranged the coasts, and the horror of a native uprising lurked ever near. A space of about a half-mile on every side of the castle was kept cleared away, and roads had been built through the marshy land. All this had required an immense amount of labor, but manpower was plentiful, a present to a chief, and he furnished all that was needed, and Portuguese know how to make men work. Less than 300 yards to the east of the castle ran a wide, shallow river, which emptied into the harbor. The name has entirely slipped my mind. It was a heathenish title, and I could never lay my tongue to it. I found that I was not the only friend invited to the castle. It seems that once a year or some such matter, Dom Vincente brought a host of jolly companions to his lonely estate and made merry for some weeks, to make up for the work and solitude of the rest of the year. In fact, it was nearly night, and a great banquet was in progress when I entered. I was acclaimed with great delight, greeted boisterously by friends and introduced to such strangers as were there. Entirely too weary to take much part in the revelry, I ate, drank quietly, listened to the toasts and songs, and studied the feasters. Dom Vincente, of course, I knew, as I had been intimate with him for years. Also his pretty niece, Isabel, who was one reason I had accepted his invitation to come to that stinking wilderness. Her second cousin, Carlos, I knew and disliked, a sly, mincing fellow with a face like a minx. Then there was my old friend, Luigi Varenza, an Italian, and his flirt of a sister, Marcita, making eyes at the men as usual. Then there was a short, stocky German who called himself Baron von Schiller, and Jean Desmartes, an out-of-the-elbows nobleman of Gascony, and Don Florenzo de Seville, a lean, dark, silent man who called himself a Spaniard and wore a rapier nearly as long as himself. There were others, men and women, but it was long ago, and all their names and faces I do not remember. But there was one man whose face somehow drew my gaze as an alchemist's magnet draws steel. He was a leanly built man of slightly more than medium height, dressed plainly, almost austerely, and he wore a sword almost as long as the Spaniards. But it was neither his clothes nor his sword which attracted my attention. It was his face. A refined, high-bred face. It was furrowed deep with lines that gave it a weary, haggard expression. Tiny scars flecked jaw and forehead as if torn by savage claws. I could have sworn the narrow gray eyes had a fleeting, haunted look in their expression at times. I leaned over to that flirt, Marcita, and asked the name of the man, as it had slipped my mind that we had been introduced.
"De Montour, from Normandy," she answered. "A strange man. I don't think I like him."
"Then he resists your snares, my little enchantress?" I murmured, long friendship making me as immune from her anger as from her wiles. But she chose not to be angry, and answered coyly, glancing from under demurely lowered lashes. I watched de Montour much, feeling somehow a strange fascination. He ate lightly, drank much, seldom spoke, and then only to answer questions. Presently, toasts making the rounds, I noticed his companions urging him to rise and give a health. At first he refused, then rose upon their repeated urgings and stood silent for a moment, goblet raised. He seemed to dominate, to overawe the group of revelers. Then with a mocking, savage laugh he lifted the goblet above his head. "To Solomon," he exclaimed, "who bound all devils, and thrice cursed be he for that some escaped." A toast and a curse in one. It was drunk silently, and with many sidelong, doubting glances. That night I retired early, weary of the long sea voyage and my head spinning from the strength of the wine, of which Dom Vincente kept such great stores. My room was near the top of the castle, and looked out toward the forests of the south and the river. The room was furnished in crude, barbaric splendor, as was all the rest of the castle. Going out to the window, I gazed at the arquebusier pacing the castle grounds just inside the palisade, at the cleared space lying unsightly and barren in the moonlight, at the forest beyond, at the silent river. From the native quarters close to the river bank came the weird twanging of some rude lute, sounding a barbaric melody. In the dark shadows of the forest, some uncanny night bird lifted a mocking voice. 1,000 minor notes sounded. Birds and beasts, and the devil knows what else. Some great jungle cat began a hair-lifting yowling. I shrugged my shoulders and turned from the windows. Surely devils lurked in those somber depths. There came a knock at my door, and I opened it to admit de Montour. He strode to the window and gazed at the moon, which rode resplendent and glorious. "The moon is almost full, is it not, monsieur?" he remarked, turning to me. I nodded, and I could have sworn that he shuddered. "Your pardon, monsieur. I will not annoy you further." He turned to go, but at the door turned and retraced his steps. "Monsieur," he almost whispered with a fierce intensity, "whatever you do, be sure you bar and bolt your door tonight." Then he was gone, leaving me to stare after him bewilderedly. I dozed off to sleep, the distant shouts of the revelers in my ears, and though I was weary, or perhaps because of it, I slept lightly. While I never really awoke until morning, sounds and noises seemed to drift to me through my veil of slumber, and once it seemed that something was prying and shoving against the bolted door. As is to be supposed, most of the guests were in a beastly humor the following day, and remained in their rooms most of the morning, or else straggled down late. Besides Don Vincente, there were really only 3 of the masculine members sober: de Montour, the Spaniard de Seville, as he called himself, and myself. The Spaniard never touched wine, and though de Montour consumed incredible quantities of it, it never affected him in any way. The ladies greeted us most graciously. "'Struth, signor," remarked that minx Marcita, giving me her hand with a gracious air that was like to make me snicker. "I am glad to see there are gentlemen among us who care more for our company than for the wine cup, for most of them are most surprisingly befuddled this morning." Then with the most outrageous turning of her wondrous eyes, "Methinks someone was too drunk to be discreet last night, or not drunk enough. For unless my poor senses deceive me much, someone came fumbling at my door late in the night." "Ha!" I exclaimed in quick anger. "No, hush!" She glanced about as if to see that we were alone, then, "Is it not strange that Signor de Montour, before he retired last night, instructed me to fasten my door firmly?" "Strange," I murmured, but did not tell her that he had told me the same thing. "And is it not strange, Pierre, that though Signor de Montour left the banquet hall even before you did, yet he has the appearance of one who has been up all night?" I shrugged. A woman's fancies are often strange. "Tonight," she said roguishly, "I will leave my door unbolted and see whom I catch." "You will do no such thing." She showed her little teeth in a contemptuous smile and displayed a small wicked dagger. "Listen, imp. De Montour gave me the same warning he did you. Whatever he knew, whoever prowled the halls last night, the object was more apt murder than amorous adventure. Keep you your doors bolted. The Lady Isabel shares your room, does she not?" "Not she, and I send my woman to the slave quarters at night," she murmured, gazing mischievously at me from beneath drooping eyelids. "One would think you a girl of no character from your talk," I told her, with the frankness of youth and of long friendship. "Walk with care, young lady, else I tell your brother to spank you." And I walked away to pay my respects to Isabel. The Portuguese girl was the very opposite of Marcita, being a shy, modest young thing, not so beautiful as the Italian, but exquisitely pretty in an appealing, almost childish air. I once had thoughts... Hi-ho, to be young and foolish. Your pardon, messieurs, an old man's mind wanders. It was of de Montour that I meant to tell you. De Montour and Dom Vincente's mink-faced cousin. A band of armed natives were thronged about the gates, kept at a distance by the Portuguese soldiers. Among them were some score of young men and women, all naked, chained neck to neck. Slaves they were, captured by some warlike tribe and brought for sale. Don Vincente looked them over personally. Followed a long haggling and bartering of which I quickly wearied and turned away, wondering that a man of Don Vincente's rank could so demean himself as to stoop to trade. But I strolled back when one of the natives of the village nearby came up and interrupted the sale with a long harangue to Don Vincente. While they talked, de Montour came up, and presently Don Vincente turned to us and said, "One of the woodcutters of the village was torn to pieces by a leopard or some such beast last night. A strong young man and unmarried." "A leopard? Did they see it?" suddenly asked de Montour. And when Don Vincente said no, that it came and went in the night, de Montour lifted a trembling hand and drew it across his forehead, as if to brush away cold sweat. "Look you, Pierre," quoth Don Vincente, "I have here a slave who, wonder of wonders, desires to be your man, though the devil only knows why." He led up a slim young Jacri, a mere youth, whose main asset seemed a merry grin. "He is yours," said Don Vincente. "He is goodly trained and will make a fine servant. And look ye, a slave is of an advantage over a servant, for all he requires is food and a loincloth or so, with a touch of the whip to keep him in his place." It was not long before I learned why Gola wished to be my man, choosing me among all the rest. It was because of my hair. Like many dandies of that day, I wore it long and curled, the strands falling to my shoulders. As it happened, I was the only man of the party who so wore my hair, and Gola would sit and gaze at it in silent admiration for hours at a time, or, until growing nervous under his unblinking scrutiny, I would boot him forth. It was that night that a brooding animosity hardly apparent between Baron von Schiller and Jean Desmartes broke out into a flame. As usual, woman was the cause. Marcita carried on a most outrageous flirtation with both of them. That was not wise. Desmartes was a wild young fool. Von Schiller was a lustful beast. But when messieurs did woman ever use wisdom? Their hate flamed to a murderous fury when the German sought to kiss Marcita. Swords were clashing in an instant. But before Don Vincente could thunder a command to halt, Luigi was between the combatants, and had beaten their swords down, hurling them back viciously.
"Signori,"
said he softly but with a fierce intensity,
"is it the part of high-bred signori to fight over my sister? Ha! By the toenails of Satan, for the toss of a coin I would call you both out. You, Marcita, go to your chamber instantly, nor leave until I give you permission."
And she went, for independent though she was, none cared to face the slim, effeminate-appearing youth, when a tigerish snarl curled his lips, a murderous gleam lightened his dark eyes. Apologies were made, but from the glances the two rivals threw at each other, we knew that the quarrel was not forgotten, and would blaze forth again at the slightest pretext. Late that night I woke suddenly with a strange, eerie feeling of horror. Why, I could not say. I rose, saw that the door was firmly bolted, and seeing Gola asleep on the floor, kicked him awake irritably. And just as he got up, hastily rubbing himself, the silence was broken by a wild scream, a scream that rang through the castle and brought a startled shout from the arquebusier pacing the palisade. A scream from the mouth of a girl, frenzied with terror. Gola squawked and dived behind the divan. I jerked the door open and raced down the dark corridor. Dashing down a winding stair, I caromed into something at the bottom, and we tumbled headlong. He gasped something, and I recognized the voice of Jean Desmartes. I hauled him to his feet and raced along, he following. The screams had ceased, but the whole castle was in an uproar, voices shouting, the clank of weapons, lights flashing up, Don Vincente's voice shouting for the soldiers, the noise of armed men rushing through the rooms and falling over each other. With all the confusion, Desmartes, the Spaniard, and I reached Marcita's room just as Luigi darted inside and snatched his sister into his arms. Others rushed in, carrying lights and weapons, shouting, demanding to know what was occurring. The girl lay quietly in her brother's arms, her dark hair loose and rippling over her shoulders, her dainty night garments torn to shred and exposing her lovely body. Long scratches showed upon her arms, breasts, and shoulders. Presently she opened her eyes, shuddered, then shrieked wildly and clung frantically to Luigi, begging him not to let something take her.
"The door," she whimpered. "I left it unbarred, and something crept into my room. Through the darkness, I struck at it with my dagger, and it hurled me to the floor, tearing at me. Then I fainted."
"Where is von Schiller?" asked the Spaniard, a fierce glint in his dark eyes.
Every man glanced at his neighbor. All the guests were there except the German. I noted de Montour gazing at the terrified girl, his face more haggard than usual, and I thought it strange that he wore no weapon.
"Aye, von Schiller!"
exclaimed Desmart fiercely, and half of us followed Dom Vincente out into the corridor. We began a vengeful search through the castle, and in a small dark hallway we found von Schiller. On his face he lay, in a crimson, ever-widening stain.
"This is the work of some native,"
exclaimed Desmart, face aghast. "Nonsense!" bellowed Dom Vincente. "No native from the outside could pass the soldiers. All slaves, von Schiller's among them, were barred and bolted in the slave quarters, except Gola, who sleeps in Pierre's room, and Isabel's woman."
"But who else could have done this deed?"
exclaimed Desmart in a fury. "You," I said abruptly. "Else why ran you so swiftly away from the room of Marcita?"
"Curse you, you lie!"
he shouted, and his swift-drawn sword leaped for my breast. But quick as he was, the Spaniard was quicker. Desmart's rapier clattered against the wall, and Desmart stood like a statue, the Spaniard's motionless point just touching his throat. "Bind him," said the Spaniard without passion. "Put down your blade, Don Florenzo," commanded Dom Vincente, striding forward and dominating the scene. "Senor Desmart, you are one of my best friends, but I am the only law here, and duty must be done. Give your word that you will not seek to escape."
"I give it,"
replied the Gascon calmly.
"I acted hastily. I apologize. I was not intentionally running away. But the halls and corridors of this cursed castle confuse me."
Of us all, probably but one man believed him. "Messieurs," de Montour stepped forward, "this youth is not guilty. Turn the German over." 2 soldiers did as he asked. De Montour shuddered, pointing. The rest of us glanced once, then recoiled in horror. "Could man have done that thing?"
"With a dagger?"
began someone.
"No dagger makes wounds like that," said the Spaniard. "The German was torn to pieces by the talons of some frightful beast."
We glanced about us, half expecting some hideous monster to leap upon us from the shadows. We searched that castle, every foot, every inch of it, and we found no trace of any beast. Dawn was breaking when I returned to my room to find that Gola had barred himself in, and it took me nearly a half hour to convince him to let me in. Having smacked him soundly and berated him for his cowardice, I told him what had taken place, as he could understand French and could speak a weird mixture which he proudly called French. His mouth gaped and only the whites of his eyes showed as the tale reached its climax.
"Juju," he whispered fearsomely. "Fetish man."
Suddenly, an idea came to me. I had heard vague tales, little more than hints of legends, of the devilish leopard cult that existed on the west coast. No white man had ever seen one of its votaries, but Dom Vincente had told us tales of beastmen, disguised in skins of leopards, who stole through the midnight jungle and slew and devoured. A ghastly thrill traveled up and down my spine, and in an instant I had Gola in a grasp which made him yell. "Was that a leopard man?" I hissed, shaking him viciously.
Massa, he gasped. "Me good boy. Juju man get. More besser no tell."
"You'll tell me," I gritted, renewing my endeavors until his hands waving feeble protests, he promised to tell me what he knew.
"No, leopard man,"
he whispered, and his eyes grew big with supernatural fear.
"Moon, he full. Woodcutter find. Him, heap clawed. Find 'nother woodcutter. Big massa."
Dom Vincente.
"Say, leopard. No leopard, but leopard man. He come to kill. Something kill leopard man. Heap claw. Hi, moon full again. Something come in lonely hut. Claw woman. Claw picnin. Man find claw up. Big massa say leopard. Full moon again, and woodcutter find. Heap clawed. Now come in castle. No leopard, but always footmarks of a man."
I gave a startled, incredulous exclamation. It was true, Gola averred. Always the footprints of a man led away from the scene of the murder. Then why did the natives not tell the big massa that he might hunt down the fiend? Here Gola assumed a crafty expression and whispered in my ear.
"The footprints were of a man who wore shoes."
Even assuming that Gola was lying, I felt a thrill of unexplainable horror. Who, then, did the natives believe was doing these frightful murders? And he answered, "Dom Vincente." By this time, messieurs, my mind was in a whirl. What was the meaning of all this? Who slew the German and sought to ravish Marcita? And as I reviewed the crime, it appeared to me that murder rather than rape was the object of the attack. Why did Montour warn us, and then appear to have knowledge of the crime, telling us that Desmartes was innocent and then proving it? It was all beyond me. The tale of the slaughter got among the natives, in spite of all we could do, and they appeared restless and nervous, and thrice that day Dom Vincente had a black lashed for insolence. A brooding atmosphere pervaded the castle. I considered going to Dom Vincente with Gola's tale, but decided to wait a while. The women kept their chambers that day. The men were restless and moody. Dom Vincente announced that the sentries would be doubled, and some would patrol the corridors of the castle itself. I found myself musing cynically that if Gola's suspicions were true, sentries would be of little good. I am not, messieurs, a man to brook such a situation with patience, and I was young then. So as we drank before retiring, I flung my goblet on the table and angrily announced that in spite of man, beast, or devil, I slept that night with doors flung wide, and I trampled angrily to my chamber. Again, as on the first night, de Montour came, and his face was as a man who has looked into the gaping gates of hell. "I've come," he said, "to ask you, nay, monsieur, to implore you to reconsider your rash determination." I shook my head impatiently. "You are resolved, yes? Then I ask you to do this for me, that after I enter my chamber, you will bolt my doors from the outside." I did as he asked, and then made my way back to my chamber, my mind in a maze of wonderment. I had sent Gola to the slave quarters, and I laid rapier and dagger close at hand. Nor did I go to bed, but crouched in a great chair in the darkness. Then I had much ado to keep from sleeping. To keep myself awake, I fell to musing on the strange words of de Montour. He seemed to be laboring under great excitement. His eyes hinted of some ghastly mysteries known to him alone, and yet his face was not that of a wicked man. Suddenly the notion took me to go to his chamber and talk with him. Walking those dark passages was a shuddersome task, but eventually I stood before de Montour's door. I called softly. Silence. I reached out a hand and felt splintered fragments of wood. Hastily, I struck flint and steel which I carried, and the flaming tinder showed the great oaken door sagging on its mighty hinges, showed a door smashed and splintered from the inside, and the chamber of de Montour was unoccupied. Some instinct prompted me to hurry back to my room, swiftly but silently, shoeless feet treading softly. And as I neared the door, I was aware of something in the darkness before me, something which crept in from a side corridor and glided stealthily along. In a wild panic of fear, I leaped, striking wildly and aimlessly in the darkness. My clenched fist encountered a human head, and something went down with a crash. Again I struck a light. A man lay senseless on the floor, and he was de Montour. I thrust a candle into a niche in the wall, and just then de Montour's eyes opened, and he rose uncertainly. "You!" I exclaimed, hardly knowing what I said. "You, of all men!" He merely nodded. "You killed von Schiller?" "Yes." I recoiled with a gasp of horror. "Listen." He raised his hand. "Take your rapier and run me through. No man will touch you." "No," I exclaimed. "I cannot." "Then quick," he said hurriedly. "Get into your chamber and bolt the door. Haste, it will return." "What will return?" I asked with a thrill of horror. "If it will harm me, it will harm you. Come into the chamber with me." "No, no!" he fairly shrieked, springing back from my outstretched arm. "Haste, haste! It left me for an instant, but it will return." Then in a low-pitched voice of indescribable horror, "It is returning. It is here now." And I felt a something, a formless, shapeless presence near, a thing of frightfulness. De Montour was standing, legs braced, arms thrown back, fists clenched. The muscles bulged beneath his skin. His eyes widened and narrowed. The veins stood out upon his forehead as if in great physical effort. As I looked, to my horror, out of nothing, a shapeless, nameless something took vague form. Like a shadow, it moved upon de Montour. It was hovering about him. Good God, it was merging, becoming one with the man. De Montour swayed. A great gasp escaped him. The dim thing vanished. De Montour wavered. Then he turned toward me, and may God grant that I never look on a face like that again. It was a hideous, a bestial face. The eyes gleamed with a frightful ferocity. The snarling lips were drawn back from gleaming teeth, which, to my startled gaze, appeared more like bestial fangs than human teeth. Silently, the thing, I cannot call it a human, slunk toward me. Gasping with horror, I sprang back and through the door, just as the thing launched itself through the air, with a sinuous motion which even then made me think of a leaping wolf. I slammed the door, holding it against the frightful thing, which hurled itself again and again against it. Finally it desisted, and I heard it slink stealthily off down the corridor. Faint and exhausted, I sat down, waiting, listening. Through the open window wafted the breeze, bearing all the scents of Africa, the spicy and the foul. From the native village came the sound of a native drum. Other drums answered farther up the river and back in the bush. Then from somewhere in the jungle, horridly incongruous, sounded the long, high-pitched call of a timber wolf. My soul revolted. Dawn brought a tale of terrified villagers, of a Negro woman torn by some fiend of the night, barely escaping. And to De Montour I went. On the way I met Don Vincente. He was perplexed and angry. "Some hellish thing is at work in this castle," he said. "Last night, though I have said naught of it to anyone, something leaped upon the back of one of the arquebusiers, tore the leather jerkin from his shoulders, and pursued him to the barbican. More, someone locked De Montour into his room last night, and he was forced to smash the door to get out." He strode on, muttering to himself, and I proceeded down the stairs more puzzled than ever. De Montour sat upon a stool gazing out the window. An indescribable air of weariness was about him. His long hair was uncombed and tousled. His garments were tattered. With a shudder I saw faint crimson stains upon his hands, and noted that the nails were torn and broken. He looked up as I came in, and waved me to a seat. His face was worn and haggard, but was that of a man. After a moment's silence he spoke. "I will tell you my strange tale. Never before has it passed my lips, and why I tell you, knowing that you will not believe me, I cannot say." And then I listened to what was surely the wildest, the most fantastic, the weirdest tale ever heard by man. "Years ago," said De Montour, "I was upon a military mission in northern France. Alone, I was forced to pass through the fiend-haunted woodlands of Villefère. In those frightful forests, I was beset by an inhuman, a ghastly thing, a werewolf. Beneath a midnight moon we fought, and I slew it. Now, this is the truth, that if a werewolf is slain in the half-form of a man, its ghost will haunt its slayer through eternity. But if it is slain as a wolf, hell gapes to receive it. The true werewolf is not, as many think, a man who may take the form of a wolf, but a wolf who takes the form of a man. Now listen, my friend, and I will tell you of the wisdom, the hellish knowledge that is mine, gained through many a frightful deed, imparted to me amid the ghastly shadows of midnight forests, where fiends and half-beasts roamed. In the beginning, the world was strange, misshapen. Grotesque beasts wandered through its jungles, driven from another world. Ancient demons and fiends came in great numbers, and settled upon this newer, younger world. Long the forces of good and evil warred. A strange beast, known as man, wandered among the other beasts, and since good or bad must have a concrete form ere either accomplishes its desire, the spirits of good entered man. The fiends entered other beasts, reptiles and birds, and long and fiercely waged the age-old battle. But man conquered. The great dragons and serpents were slain, and with them the demons. Finally, Solomon, wise beyond the ken of man, made great war upon them, and by virtue of his wisdom slew, seized, and bound. But there were some which were the fiercest, the boldest, and though Solomon drove them out, he could not conquer them. Those had taken the form of wolves. As the ages passed, wolf and demon became merged. No longer could the fiend leave the body of the wolf at will. In many instances, the savagery of the wolf overcame the subtlety of the demon and enslaved him, so the wolf became again only a beast, a fierce, cunning beast, but merely a beast. But of the werewolves, there are many even yet. And during the time of the full moon, the wolf may take the form, or the half-form, of a man. When the moon hovers at her zenith, however, the wolf spirit again takes ascendancy, and the werewolf becomes a true wolf once more. But if it is slain in the form of a man, then the spirit is free to haunt its slayer through the ages. Hearken now. I had thought to have slain the thing after it had changed to its true shape, but I slew it an instant too soon. The moon, though it approached the zenith, had not yet reached it, nor had the thing taken on fully the wolf form. Of this I knew nothing, and went my way. But when the next time approached for the full moon, I began to be aware of a strange, malicious influence. An atmosphere of horror hovered in the air, and I was aware of inexplicable, uncanny impulses. One night, in a small village in the center of a great forest, the influence came upon me with full power. It was night, and the moon, nearly full, was rising over the forest. And between the moon and me, I saw floating in the upper air, ghostly and barely discernible, the outline of a wolf's head. I remember little of what happened thereafter. I remember dimly clambering into the silent street, remember struggling, resisting briefly, vainly, and the rest is a crimson maze until I came to myself the next morning, and found my garments and hands caked and stained crimson, and heard the horrified chattering of the villagers, telling of a pair of clandestine lovers, slaughtered in a ghastly manner, scarcely outside the village, torn to pieces as if by wild beasts, as if by wolves. From that village I fled aghast, but I fled not alone. In the day I could not feel the drive of my fearful captor, but when night fell and the moon rose, I ranged the silent forest, a frightful thing, a slayer of humans, a fiend in a man's body. God, the battles I have fought! But always it overcame me and drove me ravening after some new victim. But after the moon had passed its fullness, the thing's power over me ceased suddenly, nor did it return until 3 nights before the moon was full again. Since then I have roamed the world, fleeing, seeking to escape. Always the thing follows, taking possession of my body when the moon is full. Gods, the frightful deeds I have done! I would have slain myself long ago, but I dare not, for the soul of a suicide is accursed, and my soul would be forever hunted through the flames of hell. And hearken, most frightful of all, my slain body would forever roam the earth, moved and inhabited by the soul of the werewolf. Can any thought be more ghastly? And I seem immune to the weapons of man. Swords have pierced me, daggers have hacked me, I am covered with scars, yet never have they struck me down. In Germany they bound and led me to the block. There would I have willingly placed my head, but the thing came upon me, and breaking my bonds, I slew and fled. Up and down the world I have wandered, leaving horror and slaughter in my trail. Chains, cells cannot hold me. The thing is fastened to me through all eternity. In desperation I accepted Don Vincente's invitation, for, look you, none knows of my frightful double life, since no one could recognize me in the clutch of the demon, and few, seeing me, live to tell of it. My hands are red, my soul doomed to everlasting flames. My mind is torn with remorse for my crimes, and yet I can do nothing to help myself. Surely, Pierre, no man ever knew the hell that I have known. Yes, I slew von Schiller, and I sought to destroy the girl Marcita. Why I did not, I cannot say, for I have slain both women and men. Now, if you will, take your sword and slay me, and with my last breath I will give you the good God's blessing. No? You know now my tale, and you see before you a man, fiend-haunted, for all eternity. My mind was spinning with wonderment as I left the room of de Montour. What to do, I knew not. It seemed likely that he would yet murder us all. and yet I could not bring myself to tell Dom Vincente all. From the bottom of my soul, I pitied de Montour. So I kept my peace, and in the days that followed I made occasion to seek him out and converse with him. A real friendship sprang up between us. About this time, that black devil Gola began to wear an air of suppressed excitement, as if he knew something he wished desperately to tell, but would not or else dared not. So the days passed in feasting, drinking, and hunting, until one night de Montour came to my chamber and pointed silently at the moon which was just rising. "Look ye," he said, "I have a plan. I will give it out that I am going into the jungle for hunting, and will go forth, apparently for several days. But at night I will return to the castle, and you must lock me in the dungeon, which is used as a storeroom." This we did, and I managed to slip down twice a day and carry food and drink to my friend. He insisted on remaining in the dungeon, even in the day, for though the fiend had never exerted its influence over him in the daytime, and he believed it powerless then, yet he would take no chances. It was during this time that I began to notice that Dom Vincente's mink-faced cousin Carlos was forcing his attentions upon Isabel, who was his second cousin, and who seemed to resent these attractions. Myself, I would have challenged him for a duel for the toss of a coin, for I despised him, but it was really none of my affair. However, it seemed that Isabel feared him. My friend Luigi, by the way, had become enamored of the dainty Portuguese girl, and was making swift love to her daily. And de Montour sat in his cell and reviewed his ghastly deeds until he battered the bars with his bare hands, and Don Florenzo wandered about the castle grounds like a dour Mephistopheles. And the other guests rode and quarreled and drank, and Gola slithered about, eyeing me as if always on the point of imparting momentous information. What wonder if my nerves became rasped to the shrieking point? Each day the natives grew surlier and more sullen and intractable. One night, not long before the full of the moon, I entered the dungeon where de Montour sat. He looked up quickly. "You dare much coming to me in the night?" I shrugged my shoulders, seating myself. A small barred window let in the night scents and sounds of Africa. "Hark to the native drums," I said. "For the past week they have sounded almost incessantly." De Montour assented. "The natives are restless. Methinks 'tis deviltry they are planning. Have you noticed that Carlos is much among them?" "No," I answered, "but 'tis like there will be a break between him and Luigi. Luigi is paying court to Isabel." So we talked when suddenly de Montour became silent and moody, answering only in monosyllables. The moon rose and peered in at the barred windows. De Montour's face was illuminated by its beams. And then the hand of horror grasped me. On the wall behind de Montour appeared a shadow clearly defined, of a wolf's head. At the same instant, de Montour felt its influence. With a shriek he bounded from his stool. He pointed fiercely, and as with trembling hands I slammed and bolted the door behind me, I felt him hurl his weight against it. As I fled up the stairway, I heard a wild raving and battering at the iron-bound door. But with all the werewolf's might, the great door held. As I entered my room, Gola dashed in and gasped out the tale he had been keeping for days. I listened incredulously, and then dashed forth to find Dom Vincente. I was told that Carlos had asked him to accompany him to the village to arrange a sale of slaves. My informer was Don Florenzo of Seville, and when I gave him a brief outline of Gola's tale, he accompanied me. Together we dashed through the castle gate, flinging a word to the guards and down the landing toward the village. Dom Vincente, walk with care. Keep sword loosened in its sheath. Fool, to walk in the night with Carlos, the traitor. They were nearing the village when we caught up with them. Dom Vincente, I exclaimed, return instantly to the castle. Carlos is selling you into the hands of the natives. Gola has told me that he lusts for your wealth and for Isabel. A terrified native babbled to him of booted footprints near the places where the woodcutters were murdered, and Carlos has made the blacks believe that the slayer was you. Tonight the natives were to rise and slay every man in the castle, except Carlos. Do you not believe me, Dom Vincente? Is this truth, Carlos? Asked Dom Vincente in amaze. Carlos laughed mockingly. This fool speaks truth, he said, but it accomplishes you nothing. Ho! He shouted as he leaped for Dom Vincente. Steel flashed in the moonlight, and the Spaniard's sword was through Carlos ere he could move. and the shadows rose about us. Then it was back to back, sword and dagger, 3 men against 100. Spears flashed, and a fiendish yell went up from savage throats. I spitted 3 natives in as many thrusts, and then went down from a stunning swing from a war club, and an instant later Don Vincente fell upon me, with a spear in one arm and another through the leg. Don Florenzo was standing above us, sword leaping like a living thing, when a charge of the arquebusiers swept the river bank clear and we were borne into the castle. The black hordes came with a rush, spears flashing like a wave of steel, a thunderous roar of savagery going up to the skies. Time and again they swept up the slopes, bounding the moat, until they were swarming over the palisades, and time and again the fire of the 100-odd defenders hurled them back. They had set fire to the plundered warehouses, and their light vied with the light of the moon. Just across the river there was a larger storehouse, and about this hordes of the natives gathered, tearing it apart for plunder.
"Would that they would drop torch upon it," said Don Vincente, "for naught is stored therein save some 1,000 pounds of gunpowder. I dared not store the treacherous stuff this side the river. All the tribes of the river and coast have gathered for our slaughter, and all my ships are upon the seas. We may hold out a while, but eventually they will swarm the palisade and put us to the slaughter." I hastened to the dungeon wherein de Montour sat. Outside the door I called to him, and he bade me enter in a voice which told me the fiend had left him for an instant. "The blacks have risen," I told him.
"I guessed as much. How goes the battle?" I gave him the details of the betrayal and the fight, and mentioned the powder house across the river. He sprang to his feet. "Now, by my hag-ridden soul," he exclaimed, "I will fling the dice once more with hell. Swift, let me out of the castle. I will essay to swim the river and set off yon powder." "It is insanity," I exclaimed. 1,000 blacks lurk between the palisades and the river, and thrice that number beyond. The river itself swarms with crocodiles." "I will attempt it," he answered, a great light in his face. "If I can reach it, some 1,000 natives will lighten the siege. If I am slain, then my soul is free, and mayhap will gain some forgiveness that I gave my life to atone for my crimes." Then, "Haste," he exclaimed, "for the demon is returning. Already I feel his influence. Haste, ye!" For the castle gates we sped, and as de Montour ran he gasped as a man in a terrific battle. At the gate he pitched headlong, then rose to spring through it. Wild yells greeted him from the natives. The arquebusiers shouted curses at him and at me. Peering down from the top of the palisades, I saw him turn from side to side uncertainly. A score of natives were rushing recklessly forward, spears raised. Then the eerie wolf yell rose to the skies, and de Montour bounded forward. Aghast, the natives paused, and before a man of them could move, he was among them. Wild shrieks, not of rage, but of terror. In amazement, the arquebusiers held their fire. Straight through the group of blacks de Montour charged, and when they broke and fled, 3 of them fled not. A dozen steps de Montour took in pursuit, then stopped stock still. A moment he stood so, while spears flew about him, then turned and ran swiftly in the direction of the river. A few steps from the river, another band of blacks barred his way. In the flaming light of the burning houses, the scene was clearly illuminated. A thrown spear tore through de Montour's shoulder. Without pausing in his stride, he tore it forth and drove it through a native, leaping over his body to get among the others. They could not face the fiend-driven white man. With shrieks they fled, and de Montour, bounding upon the back of one, brought him down. Then he rose, staggered, and sprang to the river bank. An instant he paused there, and then vanished in the shadows.
"Name of the devil!"
gasped Don Vincente at my shoulder.
"What manner of man is that? Was that de Montour?"
I nodded. The wild yells of the natives rose above the crackle of the arquebus fire. They were massed thick about the great warehouse across the river.
"They plan a great rush," said Don Vincente. "They will swarm clear over the palisade, methinks. Ha!"
A crash that seemed to rip the skies apart. A burst of flame that mounted to the stars. The castle rocked with the explosion, then silence as the smoke drifting away showed only a great crater where the warehouse had stood. I could tell of how Don Vincente led a charge, crippled as he was, out of the castle gate and down the slope, to fall upon the terrified blacks who had escaped the explosion. I could tell of the slaughter, of the victory in the pursuit of the fleeing natives. I could tell, too, messieurs, of how I became separated from the band, and of how I wandered far into the jungle, unable to find my way back to the coast. I could tell how I was captured by a wandering band of slave raiders, and of how I escaped. But such is not my intention. In itself it would make a long tale, and it is of de Montour that I am speaking. I thought much of the things that had passed, and wondered if indeed de Montour reached the storehouse to blow it to the skies, or whether it was but the deed of chance. That a man could swim that reptile-swarming river, fiend-driven though he was, seemed impossible, and if he blew up the storehouse, he must have gone up with it. So one night I pushed my way wearily through the jungle, and sighted the coast, and close to the shore a small tumble-down hut of thatch. To it I went, thinking to sleep therein if insects and reptiles would allow. I entered the doorway, and then stopped short. Upon a makeshift stool sat a man. He looked up as I entered, and the rays of the moon fell across his face. I stared back with a ghastly thrill of horror. It was de Montour, and the moon was full. Then as I stood, unable to flee, he rose and came toward me, and his face, though haggard as of a man who had looked into hell, was the face of a sane man. "Come in, my friend," he said, and there was a great peace in his voice. "Come in, and fear me not. The fiend has left me forever." "But tell me, how conquered you?" I exclaimed as I grasped his hand. "I fought a frightful battle as I ran to the river," he answered, "for the fiend had me in its grasp and drove me to fall upon the natives. But for the first time my soul and mind gained ascendancy for an instant just long enough to hold me to my purpose, and I believe the good saints came to my aid, for I was giving my life to save life. I leaped into the river and swam, and in an instant the crocodiles were swarming about me. Again in the clutch of the fiend I fought them, there in the river. Then suddenly the thing left me. I climbed from the river and fired the warehouse. The explosion hurled me hundreds of feet, and for days I wandered witless through the jungle. But the full moon came, and came again, and I felt not the influence of the fiend. I am free, free. And a wondrous note of exultation, nay, exaltation, thrilled his words. My soul is free. Incredible as it seems, the demon lies drowned upon the bed of the river, or else inhabits the body of one of the savage reptiles that swim the ways of the Niger. End of section 11. Section 12 of Weird Tales Presents Dark Stories of Stark Unreasoning Terror by Robert E. Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Haunter of the Ring. As I entered John Carawan's study, I was too much engrossed in my own thoughts to notice at first the haggard appearance of his visitor, a big, handsome young fellow well known to me. "Hello, Carawan," I greeted. "Hello, Gordon. Haven't seen you for a while. How's Evelyn?" And before he could answer, still on the crest of the enthusiasm which had brought me here, I exclaimed, "Look here, you fellows. I've got something that will make you stare. I got it from that robber, Ahmed Mektub. I paid high for it, but it's worth it. Look." From under my coat I drew the jewel-hilted Afghan dagger, which had fascinated me as a collector of rare weapons. Carawan, familiar with my passion, showed only polite interest, but the effect on Gordon was shocking. With a strangled cry, he sprang up and backward, knocking the chair clattering to the floor. Fists clenched and countenance livid, he faced me, crying, "Keep back! Get away from me, or—" I was frozen in my tracks. "What in the—" I began bewilderedly, when Gordon, with another amazing change of attitude, dropped into a chair and sank his head into his hands. I saw his heavy shoulders quiver. I stared helplessly from him to Carawan, who seemed equally dumbfounded. "Is he drunk?" I asked. Carawan shook his head and, filling a brandy glass, offered it to the man. Gordon looked up with haggard eyes, seized the drink, and gulped it down like a man half famished. Then he straightened up and looked at us, shamefacedly. "I'm sorry I went off my handle, O'Donnell," he said. "It was the unexpected shock of you drawing that knife." "Well," I retorted with some disgust, "I suppose you thought I was going to stab you with it." Yes, I did. Then at the utter blank expression on my face, he added, Oh, I didn't actually think that. At least I didn't reach that conclusion by any process of reasoning. It was just the blind primitive instinct of a hunted man against whom anyone's hand may be turned. His strange words and the despairing way he said them sent a queer shiver of nameless apprehension down my spine. What are you talking about? I demanded uneasily. Hunted? For what? You never committed a crime in your life. Not in this life, perhaps, he muttered. What do you mean? What if retribution for a black crime committed in a previous life were hounding me? He muttered. That's nonsense, I snorted. Oh, is it? He exclaimed, stung. Did you ever hear of my great-grandfather, Sir Richard Gordon of Argyll? Sure, but what's that got to do with... You've seen his portrait. Doesn't it resemble me? Well, yes, I admitted, except that your expression is frank and wholesome, whereas his is crafty and cruel. He murdered his wife, answered Gordon. Suppose the theory of reincarnation were true. Why shouldn't a man suffer in one life for a crime committed in another? You mean you think you are the reincarnation of your great-grandfather? Of all the fantastic... Well, since he killed his wife, I suppose you'll be expecting Evelyn to murder you. This last was delivered in searing sarcasm, as I thought of the sweet, gentle girl Gordon had married. His answer stunned me. My wife, he said slowly, has tried to kill me 3 times in the past week. There was no reply to that. I glanced helplessly at John Kirwan. He sat in his customary position, chin resting on his strong, slim hands. His white face was immobile, but his dark eyes gleamed with interest. In the silence, I heard a clock ticking like a death watch. Tell us the full story, Gordon, suggested Kirwan, and his calm, even voice was like a knife that cut us strangling, relieving the unreal tension. You know, we've been married less than a year, Gordon began, plunging into the tale as though he were bursting for utterance. His words stumbled and tripped over one another. All couples have spats, of course, but we've never had any real quarrels. Evelyn is the best-natured girl in the world. The first thing out of the ordinary occurred about a week ago. We had driven up in the mountains, left the car, and were wandering around picking wildflowers. At last we came to a steep slope, some 30 feet in height, and Evelyn called my attention to the flowers which grew thickly at the foot. I was looking over the edge and wondering if I could climb down without tearing my clothes to ribbons, when I felt a violent shove from behind that toppled me over. If it had been a sheer cliff, I'd have broken my neck. As it was, I went tumbling down, rolling and sliding, and brought up at the bottom, scratched and bruised, with my garments in rags. I looked up and saw Evelyn staring down, apparently frightened half out of her wits. "Oh, Jim!" she cried. "Are you hurt? How came you to fall?" It was on the tip of my tongue to tell her that there was such a thing as carrying a joke too far, but these words checked me. I decided that she must have stumbled against me unintentionally, and actually didn't know it was she who precipitated me down the slope. So I laughed it off and went home. She made a great fuss over me, insisted on swabbing my scratches with iodine, and lectured me for my carelessness. I hadn't the heart to tell her it was her fault. But 4 days later, the next thing happened. I was walking along our driveway when I saw her coming up it in the automobile. I stepped out on the grass to let her by, as there isn't any curb along the driveway. She was smiling as she approached me, and slowed down the car as if to speak to me. Then just before she reached me, a most horrible change came over her expression. Without warning, the car leaped at me like a living thing as she drove her foot down on the accelerator. Only a frantic leap backward saved me from being ground under the wheels. The car shot across the lawn and crashed into a tree. I ran to it and found Evelyn dazed and hysterical, but unhurt. She babbled of losing control of the machine. I carried her into the house and sent for Dr. Donnelly. He found nothing seriously wrong with her, and attributed her dazed condition to fright and shock. Within half an hour, she regained her normal senses, but she's refused to touch the wheel since. Strange to say, she seemed less frightened on her own account than on mine. She seemed vaguely to know that she had nearly run me down, and grew hysterical again when she spoke of it. Yet she seemed to take it for granted that I knew the machine had got out of her control. But I distinctly saw her wrench the wheel around, and I know she deliberately tried to hit me. Why? God alone knows. Still, I refused to let my mind follow the channel it was getting into. Evelyn had never given any evidence of any psychological weakness or nerves. She's always been a level-headed girl, wholesome and natural. But I began to think she was subject to crazy impulses. Most of us have felt the impulse to leap from tall buildings, and sometimes a person feels a blind, childish, and utterly reasonless urge to harm someone. We pick up a pistol, and the thought suddenly enters our mind how easy it would be to send our friend who sits smiling and unaware into eternity with a touch of the trigger. Of course we don't do it, but the impulse is there. So I thought perhaps some lack of mental discipline made Evelyn susceptible to these unguided impulses, and unable to control them. Nonsense, I broke in. I've known her since she was a baby. If she had any such trait, she's developed it since she married you. It was an unfortunate remark. Gordon caught it up with a despairing gleam in his eyes. That's just it. Since she married me. It's a curse, a black, ghastly curse, crawling like a serpent out of the past. I tell you, I was Richard Gordon, and she was Lady Elizabeth, his murdered wife. His voice sank to a blood-freezing whisper. I shuddered. It is an awful thing to look upon the ruin of a keen, clean brain, and such I was certain that I surveyed in James Gordon. Why or how, or by what grisly chance it had come about, I could not say, but I was certain the man was mad. You spoke of 3 attempts. It was John Kirwan's voice again, calm and stable amid the gathering webs of horror and unreality. Look here! Gordon lifted his arm, drew back the sleeve, and displayed a bandage, the cryptic significance of which was intolerable. I came into the bathroom this morning looking for my razor, he said. I found Evelyn just on the point of using my best shaving implement for some feminine purpose, cut out a pattern or something. Like many women, she can't seem to realize the difference between a razor and a butcher knife or a pair of shears. I was a bit irritated, and I said, Evelyn, how many times have I told you not to use my razors for such things? Bring it here. I'll give you my pocket knife. I'm sorry, Jim, she said. I didn't know it would hurt the razor. Here it is. She was advancing, holding the open razor toward me. I reached for it, then something warned me. It was the same look in her eyes, just as I had seen it the day she nearly ran over me. That was all that saved my life, for I instinctively threw up my hand just as she slashed at my throat with all her power. The blade gashed my arm, as you see, before I caught her wrist. For an instant she fought me like a wild thing. Her slender body was taut as steel beneath my hands. Then she went limp, and the look in her eyes was replaced by a strange, dazed expression. The razor slipped out of her fingers. I let go of her, and she stood swaying as if about to faint. I went to the lavatory. My wound was bleeding in a beastly fashion. And the next thing, I heard her cry out, and she was hovering over me. Jim, she cried, how did you cut yourself so terribly? Gordon shook his head and sighed heavily. I guess I was a bit out of my head. My self-control snapped. Don't keep up this pretense, Evelyn, I said. God knows what's got into you, but you know as well as I that you've tried to kill me 3 times in the past week. She recoiled as if I had struck her, catching at her breast and staring at me as if at a ghost. She didn't say a word, and just what I said I don't remember. But when I finished, I left her standing there, white and still as a marble statue. I got my arm bandaged at a drugstore and then came over here not knowing what else to do. Kirwan, O'Donnell, it's damnable. Either my wife is subject to fits of insanity... He choked on the word. No, I can't believe it. Ordinarily, her eyes are too clear and level. Too utterly sane. But every time she has an opportunity to harm me, she seems to become a temporary maniac. He beat his fists together in his impotence and agony. But it isn't insanity. I used to work in a psychopathic ward, and I've seen every form of mental unbalance. My wife is not insane. Then what? I began, but he turned haggard eyes on me. Only one alternative remains, he answered. It is the old curse. From the days when I walked the earth with a heart as black as hell's darkest pits, and did evil in the sight of man and of God. She knows, in fleeting snatches of memory. People have
seen before, have glimpsed forbidden things and momentary liftings of the veil which bars life from life. She was Elizabeth Douglas, the ill-fated bride of Richard Gordon, whom he murdered in jealous frenzy, and the vengeance is hers. I shall die by her hands, as it was meant to be. And she... He bowed his head in his hands. Just a moment. It was Kirawan again. You have mentioned a strange look in your wife's eyes. What sort of a look? Was it of maniacal frenzy? Gordon shook his head. It was an utter blankness. All the life and intelligence simply vanished, leaving her eyes dark wells of emptiness. Kirawan nodded and asked a seemingly irrelevant question. Have you any enemies? Not that I know of. You forgot Joseph Rolock, I said. I can't imagine that elegant sophisticate going to the trouble of doing you actual harm, but I have an idea that if he could discomfort you without any physical effort on his part, he'd do it with a right good will. Kirawan turned on me an eye that had suddenly become piercing. And who is this Joseph Rolock? A young exquisite who came into Evelyn's life and nearly rushed her off her feet for a while. But in the end, she came back to her first love, Gordon here. Rolock took it pretty hard. For all his suaveness, there's a streak of violence and passion in the man that might have cropped out but for his infernal indolence and blasé indifference. Oh, there's nothing to be said against Rolock, interrupted Gordon impatiently. He must know that Evelyn never really loved him. He merely fascinated her temporarily with his romantic Latin air. Not exactly Latin, Jim, I protested. Rolock does look foreign, but it isn't Latin. It's almost Oriental. Well, what has Rolock to do with this matter? Gordon snarled with the irascibility of frayed nerves. He's been as friendly as a man could be since Evelyn and I were married. In fact, only a week ago he sent her a ring which he said was a peace offering and a belated wedding gift. Said that, after all, her jilting him was a greater misfortune for her than it was for him. The conceited jackass. A ring. Kirawan had suddenly come to life. It was as if something hard and steely had been sounded in him. What sort of a ring? Oh, a fantastic thing, copper, made like a scaly snake coil 3 times, with its tail in its mouth and yellow jewels for eyes. I gather he picked it up somewhere in Hungary. He has traveled a great deal in Hungary? Gordon looked surprised at this questioning, but answered, Why, apparently the man's traveled everywhere. I put him down as the pampered son of a millionaire. He never did any work, so far as I know. He's a great student, I put in. I've been up to his apartment several times, and I never saw such a collection of books. Gordon leaped to his feet with an oath. Are we all crazy? He cried. I came up here hoping to get some help, and you fellows fall to talking of Joseph Rolock. I'll go to Dr. Donnelly. Wait! Kirawan stretched out a detaining hand. If you don't mind, we'll go over to your house. I'd like to talk to your wife. Gordon dumbly acquiesced. Harried and haunted by grisly forebodings, he knew not which way to turn, and welcomed anything that promised aid. We drove over in his car, and scarcely a word was spoken on the way. Gordon was sunk in moody ruminations, and Kirawan had withdrawn himself into some strange, aloof domain of thought beyond my ken. He sat like a statue, his dark, vital eyes staring into space, not blankly, but as one who looks with understanding into some far realm. Though I counted the man as my best friend, I knew but little of his past. He had come into my life as abruptly and unannounced as Joseph Rolock had come into the life of Evelyn Ashe. I had met him at the Wanderers Club, which is composed of the drift of the world, travelers, eccentrics, and all manner of men whose paths lie outside the beaten tracks of life. I had been attracted to him, and intrigued by his strange powers and deep knowledge. I vaguely knew that he was the black sheep younger son of a titled Irish family, and that he had walked many strange ways. Gordon's mention of Hungary struck a chord in my memory. One phase of his life Kirawan had once let drop fragmentarily. I only knew that he had once suffered a bitter grief and a savage wrong, and that it had been in Hungary, but the nature of the episode I did not know. At Gordon's house, Evelyn met us calmly, showing inner agitation only by the over-restraint of her manner. I saw the beseeching look she stole at her husband. She was a slender, soft-spoken girl whose dark eyes were always vibrant and alight with emotion. That child tried to murder her adored husband? The idea was monstrous.
Again, I was convinced that James Gordon himself was deranged. Following Kirawan's lead, we made a pretense of small talk, as if we had casually dropped in, but I felt that Evelyn was not deceived. Our conversation rang false and hollow, and presently Kirawan said, "Mrs. Gordon, that is a remarkable ring you are wearing. Do you mind if I look at it?" "I'll have to give you my hand," she laughed. "I've been trying to get it off today, and it won't come off." She held out her slim white hand for Kirawan's inspection, and his face was immobile as he looked at the metal snake that coiled about her slim finger. He did not touch it. I myself was aware of an unaccountable repulsion. There was something almost obscene about that dull copperish reptile wound about the girl's white finger. "It's evil-looking, isn't it?" She involuntarily shivered. "At first I liked it, but now I can hardly bear to look at it. If I can get it off, I intend to return it to Joseph. Mr. Rolock." Kirawan was about to make some reply when the doorbell rang. Gordon jumped as if shot, and Evelyn rose quickly. "I'll answer it, Jim. I know who it is." She returned an instant later with two more mutual friends, those inseparable cronies, Dr. Donnelly, whose burly body, jovial manner, and booming voice were combined with as keen a brain as any in the profession, and Bill Bain, elderly, lean, wiry, acidly witty. Both were old friends of the Ashe family. Dr. Donnelly had ushered Evelyn into the world, and Bain was always Uncle Bill to her.
"Howdy, Jim. Howdy, Mr. Kirawan," roared Donnelly. "Hey, O'Donnell, have you got any firearms with you? Last time you nearly blew my head off showing me an old flintlock pistol that wasn't supposed to be loaded."
"Dr. Donnelly!"
We all turned. Evelyn was standing beside a wide table, holding it as if for support. Her face was white. Our badinage ceased instantly. A sudden tension was in the air.
"Dr. Donnelly,"
she repeated, holding her voice steady by an effort.
"I sent for you and Uncle Bill for the same reason for which I know Jim has brought Mr. Kirawan and Michael. There is a matter Jim and I can no longer deal with alone. There is something between us, something black and ghastly and terrible."
"What are you talking about, girl?"
All the levity was gone from Donnelly's great voice.
"My husband,"
she choked, then went blindly on.
"My husband has accused me of trying to murder him."
The silence that fell was broken by Bain's sudden and energetic rise. His eyes blazed and his fists quivered.
"You young pup," he shouted at Gordon. "I'll knock the living daylights." "Sit down, Bill." Donnelly's huge hand crushed his smaller companion back into his chair. "No use going off half-cocked. Go ahead, honey."
"We need help. We cannot carry this thing alone."
A shadow crossed her comely face.
"This morning Jim's arm was badly cut. He said I did it. I don't know. I was handing him the razor. Then I must have fainted. At least everything faded away. When I came to myself, he was washing his arm in the lavatory, and he accused me of trying to kill him." "Why, the young fool!" barked the belligerent Bain. "Hasn't he sense enough to know that if you did cut him, it was an accident?" "Shut up, won't you?" snorted Donnelly. "Honey, did you say you fainted? That isn't like you." "I've been having fainting spells," she answered. "The first time was when we were in the mountains and Jim fell down a cliff. We were standing on the edge. Then everything went black, and when my sight cleared, he was rolling down the slope."
She shuddered at the recollection.
"Then, when I lost control of the car and it crashed into the tree, you remember, Jim called you over."
Dr. Donnelly nodded his head ponderously.
"I don't remember you ever having fainting spells before."
"But Jim says I pushed him over the cliff," she cried hysterically. "He says I tried to run him down in the car. He says I purposely slashed him with the razor."
Dr. Donnelly turned perplexedly toward the wretched Gordon.
"How about it, son?"
"God help me," Gordon burst out in agony. "It's true."
"Why, you lying hound!"
It was Bain who gave tongue, leaping again to his feet.
"If you want a divorce, why don't you get it in a decent way, instead of resorting to these despicable tactics?"
"Damn you!" roared Gordon, lunging up and losing control of himself completely. "If you say that, I'll tear your jugular out." Evelyn screamed. Donnelly grabbed Bain ponderously and banged him back into his chair with no overtly gentle touch. and Kirawan laid a hand lightly on Gordon's shoulder. The man seemed to crumple into himself. He sank back into his chair and held out his hands gropingly toward his wife. "Evelyn," he said, his voice thick with laboring emotion. "You know I love you. I feel like a dog, but God help me, it's true. If we go on this way, I'll be a dead man, and you—" "Don't say it!" she screamed. "I know you wouldn't lie to me, Jim. If you say I tried to kill you, I know I did. But I swear, Jim, I didn't do it consciously. Oh, I must be going mad. That's why my dreams have been so wild and terrifying lately."
"Of what have you dreamed, Mrs. Gordon?" asked Kirawan gently.
She pressed her hands to her temples and stared dully at him, as if only half comprehending.
"A black thing," she muttered. "A horrible, faceless, black thing that mows and mumbles and paws over me with apish hands. I dream of it every night, and in the daytime I try to kill the only man I ever loved. I'm going mad. Maybe I'm already crazy and don't know it."
"Calm yourself, honey."
To Dr. Donnelly, with all his science, it was only another case of feminine hysteria. His matter-of-fact voice seemed to soothe her, and she sighed and drew a weary hand through her damp locks.
"We'll talk this all over, and everything's going to be okay,"
he said, drawing a thick cigar from his vest pocket.
"Give me a match, honey."
She began mechanically to feel about the table, and just as mechanically Gordon said, "There are matches in the drawer, Evelyn." She opened the drawer and began groping in it when suddenly, as if struck by recollection and intuition, Gordon sprang up white-faced and shouted, No, don't open that drawer, don't!" Even as he voiced that urgent cry, she stiffened, as if at the feel of something in the drawer. Her change of expression held us all frozen, even Kirawan. The vital intelligence vanished from her eyes like a blown-out flame, and into them came the look Gordon had described as blank. The term was descriptive. Her beautiful eyes were dark wells of emptiness, as if the soul had been withdrawn from behind them. Her hand came out of the drawer holding a pistol, and she fired point-blank. Gordon reeled with a groan and went down, blood starting from his head. For a flashing instant she looked down stupidly at the smoking gun in her hand, like one suddenly waking from a nightmare. Then her wild scream of agony smote our ears. "Oh, God, I've killed him! Jim! She reached him before any of us, throwing herself on her knees and cradling his bloody head in her arms while she sobbed in an unbearable passion of horror and anguish. The emptiness was gone from her eyes. They were alive and dilated with grief and terror. I was making toward my prostrate friend with Donnelly and Bain, but Kirawan caught my arm. His face was no longer immobile. His eyes glittered with controlled savagery.
"Leave him to them," he snarled. "We are hunters, not healers. Lead me to the house of Joseph Rolock."
I did not question him. We drove there in Gordon's car. I had the wheel, and something about the grim face of my companion caused me to hurl the machine recklessly through the traffic. I had the sensation of being part of a tragic drama, which was hurtling with headlong speed toward a terrible climax. I wrenched the car to a grinding halt at the curb before the building, where Rolock lived in a bizarre apartment high above the city. The very elevator that shot us skyward seemed imbued with something of Kirawan's driving urge for haste. I pointed out Rolock's door, and he cast it open without knocking and shouldered his way in. I was close at his heels. Rolock, in a dressing gown of Chinese silk worked with dragons, was lounging on a divan, puffing quickly at a cigarette. He sat up, overturning a wine glass which stood with a half-filled bottle at his elbow. Before Kirawan could speak, I burst out with our news. "James Gordon has been shot!" He sprang to his feet.
"Shot? When? When did she kill him?"
"She?" I glared in bewilderment. "How did you know?" With a steely hand, Kirawan thrust me aside, and as the men faced each other, I saw recognition flare up in Rolock's face. They made a contrast. Kirawan, tall, pale, with some white-hot passion. Rolock, slim, darkly handsome, with the Saracenic arch of his slim brows above his black eyes. I realized that whatever else occurred, it lay between those two men. They were not strangers. I could sense like a tangible thing the hate that lay between them.
"John Kirawan," softly whispered Rolock. "You remember me, Joseph Rolock."
Only an iron control kept Kirawan's voice steady. The other merely stared at him without speaking.
"Years ago," said Kirawan more deliberately,
When we delved in the dark mysteries together in Budapest, I saw whither you were drifting. I drew back. I would not descend to the foul depths of forbidden occultism and diabolism to which you sank. And because I would not, you despised me, and you robbed me of the only woman I ever loved. You turned her against me by means of your vile arts, and then you degraded and debauched her, sank her into your own foul slime. I have killed you with my hands then, Josef Vorolak, vampire by nature as well as by name that you are, but your arts protected you from physical vengeance. But you have trapped yourself at last. Kirwan's voice rose in fierce exultation. All his cultured restraint had been swept away from him, leaving a primitive elemental man, raging and gloating over a hated foe. You sought the destruction of James Gordon and his wife because she unwittingly escaped your snare. Rollock shrugged his shoulders and laughed. You are mad. I have not seen the Gordons for weeks. Why blame me for their family troubles? Kirwan snarled. Liar as always. What did you say just now when O'Donnell told you Gordon had been shot? When did she kill him? You were expecting to hear that the girl had killed her husband. Your psychic powers had told you that a climax was close at hand. You were nervously awaiting news of the success of your devilish scheme. But I did not need a slip of your tongue to recognize your handiwork. I knew as soon as I saw the ring on Evelyn Gordon's finger. The ring she could not remove, the ancient and accursed ring of Thoth Amon, handed down by foul cults of sorcerers since the days of forgotten Stygia. I knew that ring was yours, and I knew by what ghastly rights you came to possess it. And I knew its power. Once she put it on her finger, in her innocence and ignorance, she was in your power. By your black magic you summoned the black elemental spirit, the haunter of the ring, out of the gulfs of night and the ages. Here in your accursed chamber you performed unspeakable rituals to drive Evelyn Gordon's soul from her body, and to cause that body to be possessed by that godless sprite from outside the human universe. She was too clean and wholesome, her love for her husband too strong, for the fiend to gain complete and permanent possession of her body. Only for brief instants could it drive her own spirit into the void and animate her form. But that was enough for your purpose. But you have brought ruin upon yourself by your vengeance. Kirwan's voice rose to a feline screech. What was the price demanded by the fiend you drew from the pits? Ha! You blench! Josef Rollock is not the only man to have learned forbidden secrets. After I left Hungary, a broken man, I took up again the study of the black arts, to trap you, you cringing serpent. I explored the ruins of Zimbabwe, the lost mountains of Inner Mongolia, and the forgotten jungle islands of the southern seas. I learned what sickened my soul so that I forswore occultism forever. But I learned of the black spirit that deals death by the hand of a beloved one, and is controlled by a master of magic. But Josef Vrolak, you are not an adept. You have not the power to control the fiend you have invoked, and you have sold your soul. The Hungarian tore at his collar as if it were a strangling noose. His face had changed, as if a mask had dropped away. He looked much older. You lie, he panted. I did not promise him my soul. I do not lie. Kirwan's shriek was shocking in its wild exultation. I know the price a man must pay for calling forth the nameless shape that roams the gulfs of darkness. Look, there in the corner behind you, a nameless, sightless thing is laughing, is mocking you. It has fulfilled its bargain, and it has come for you, Josef Vrolak. No! Shrieked Vrolak, tearing his limp collar away from his sweating throat. His composure had crumpled, and his demoralization was sickening to see. I tell you, it was not my soul. I promised it a soul, but not my soul. He must take the soul of the girl, or of James Gordon. Fool, roared Kirwan. Do you think he could take the souls of innocents, that he would not know they were beyond his reach? The girl and the youth he could kill. Their souls were not his to take, or yours to give. But your black soul is not beyond his reach, and he will have his wage. Look, he is materializing behind you. He is growing out of thin air. Was it the hypnosis inspired by Kirawan's burning words that caused me to shudder and grow cold? To feel an icy chill that was not of earth pervade the room? Was it a trickle of light and shadow that seemed to produce the effect of a black anthropomorphic shadow on the wall behind the Hungarian? No, by heaven. It grew. It swelled. Vrolok had not turned. He stared at Kirawan with eyes starting from his head, hair standing stiffly on his scalp, sweat dripping from his livid face. Kirawan's cry started shudders down my spine. "Look behind you, fool! I see him! He has come! He is here! His grisly mouth gapes in awful laughter. His misshapen paws reach for you!" And then at last Vrolok wheeled, with an awful shriek, throwing his arms above his head in a gesture of wild despair. And for one brain-shattering instant he was blotted out by a great black shadow. Kirawan grasped my arm, and we fled from that accursed chamber, blind with horror. The same paper which bore a brief item telling of James Gordon having suffered a slight scalp wound by the accidental discharge of a pistol in his home, headlined the sudden death of Joseph Vrolok, wealthy and eccentric clubman, in his sumptuous apartments, apparently from heart failure. I read it at breakfast while I drank cup after cup of black coffee, from a hand that was not too steady, even after the lapse of a night. Across the table from me, Kirawan likewise seemed to lack appetite. He brooded, as if he roamed again through the bygone years. Gordon's fantastic theory of reincarnation was wild enough, I said at last, but the actual facts were still more incredible. Tell me, Kirawan, was that last scene the result of hypnosis? Was it the power of your words that made me seem to see a black horror grow out of the air and rip Joseph Vrolok's soul from his living body? He shook his head. No human hypnotism would strike that black-hearted devil dead on the floor. No, there are beings outside the ken of common humanity, foul shapes of transcosmic evil. Such a one it was with which Vrolok dealt. But how could it claim his soul? I persisted. If indeed such an awful bargain had been struck, it had not fulfilled its part, for James Gordon was not dead, but merely knocked senseless. Vrolok did not know it, answered Kirawan. He thought that Gordon was dead, and I convinced him that he himself had been trapped and was doomed. In his demoralization he fell easy prey to the thing he had called forth. It, of course, was always watching for a moment of weakness on his part. The powers of darkness never deal fairly with human beings. He who traffics with them is always cheated in the end. It's a mad nightmare, I muttered. But it seems to me, then, that you, as much as anything else, brought about Vrolok's death. It is gratifying to think so, Kirawan answered. Evelyn Gordon is safe now, and it is a small repayment for what he did to another girl years ago, and in a far country. End of section 12. Section 13 of Weird Tales Presents Dark Stories of Stark Unreasoning Terror by Robert E. Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Hyena. From the time when I first saw Senecoza, the fetish man, I distrusted him, and from vague distrust the idea eventually grew into hatred. I was but newly come to the East Coast, new to African ways, somewhat inclined to follow my impulses and possessed of a large amount of curiosity. Because I came from Virginia, race instinct and prejudice were strong in me, and doubtless the feeling of inferiority which Senecoza constantly inspired in me had a great deal to do with my antipathy for him. He was surprisingly tall and leanly built. 6 inches above 6 feet he stood, and so muscular was his spare frame that he weighed a good 200 pounds. His weight seemed incredible when one looked at his lanky build, but he was all muscle, a lean black giant. His features were not pure Negro. They more resembled Berber than Bantu, with the high bulging forehead, thin nose, and thin straight lips. But his hair was as kinky as a bushman's, and his color was blacker even than the Maasai. In fact, his glossy hide had a different hue from those of the native tribesmen, and I believe that he was of a different tribe. It was seldom that we of the ranch saw him. Then, without warning, he would be among us, or we would see him striding through the shoulder-high grass of the veldt, sometimes alone, sometimes followed at a respectful distance by several of the wilder Maasai, who bunched up at a distance from the buildings, grasping their spears nervously and eyeing everyone suspiciously. He would make his greetings with a courtly grace. His manner was deferentially courteous, but somehow it rubbed me the wrong way, so to speak. I always had a vague feeling that the black was mocking us. He would stand before us, a naked bronze giant, make trade for a few simple articles, such as a copper kettle, beads, or a trade musket, repeat the words of some chief, and take his departure. I did not like him, and being young and impetuous, I spoke my opinion to Ludwig Strolvaus, a very distant relative, 10th cousin or such like, on whose trading post ranch I was staying. But Ludwig chuckled in his blond beard and said that the fetish man was all right. A power he is among the natives, true. They all fear him. But a friend he is to the whites. Ja. Ludwig was long a resident on the east coast. He knew natives, and he knew the fat Australian cattle he raised, but he had little imagination. The ranch buildings were in the midst of a stockade, on a kind of slope overlooking countless miles on miles of the finest grazing land in Africa. The stockade was large, well suited for defense. Most of the 1,000 cattle could be driven inside in case of an uprising of the Maasai. Ludwig was inordinately proud of his cattle. 1,000 now, he would tell me, his round face beaming. 1,000 now, but later, 10,000, and another 10,000. This is a good beginning, but only a beginning. Ja. I must confess that I got little thrill out of the cattle. Natives herded and corralled them. All Ludwig and I had to do was ride about and give orders. That was the work he liked best, and I left it mostly to him. My chief sport was in riding away across the veldt, alone or attended by a gun-bearer with a rifle. Not that I ever bagged much game. In the first place, I was an execrable marksman. I could hardly have hit an elephant at close range. In the second place, it seemed to me a shame to shoot so many things. A bush antelope would bound up in front of me and race away, and I would sit watching him, admiring the slim, lithe figure, thrilled with the graceful beauty of the creature, my rifle lying idle across my saddle horn. The native boy who served as my gun-bearer began to suspect that I was deliberately refraining from shooting, and he began in a covert way to throw sneering hints about my womanishness. I was young, and valued even the opinion of a native, which is very foolish. His remarks stung my pride, and one day I hauled him off his horse and pounded him until he yelled for mercy. Thereafter my doings were not questioned. But still, I felt inferior when in the presence of the fetish man. I could not get the other natives to talk about him. All I could get out of them was a scared rolling of eyeballs, gesticulation indicative of fear, and vague information that the fetish man dwelt among the tribes, some distance in the interior. General opinion seemed to be that Senecoza was a good man to let alone. One incident made the mystery about the fetish man take on, it seemed, a rather sinister form. In the mysterious way that news travels in Africa, and which white men so seldom hear of, we learned that Senecoza and a minor chief had had a falling out of some kind. It was vague, and seemed to have no special basis of fact. But shortly afterward, that chief was found half devoured by hyenas. That, in itself, was not unusual, but the fright with which the natives heard the news was. The chief was nothing to them. In fact, he was something of a villain, but his killing seemed to inspire them with a fright that was little short of homicidal. When the black reaches a certain stage of fear, he is as dangerous as a cornered panther. The next time Senecoza called, they rose and fled en masse, and did not return until he had taken his departure. Between the fear of the blacks, the tearing to pieces of the chief by the hyenas, and the fetish man, I seemed to sense vaguely a connection of some kind, but I could not grasp the intangible thought. Not long thereafter, that thought was intensified by another incident. I had ridden far out on the veldt, accompanied by my servant. As we paused to rest our horses close to a kopje, I saw upon the top a hyena eyeing us. Rather surprised, for the beasts are not in the habit of thus boldly approaching man in the daytime, I raised my rifle and was taking a steady aim, for I always hated the things, when my servant caught my arm. "No shoot, Bwana! No shoot!" he exclaimed hastily, jabbering a great deal in his own language, with which I was not familiar. "What's up?" I asked impatiently. He kept on jabbering and pulling my arm until I gathered that the hyena was a fetish beast of some kind. "Oh, all right. I conceded, lowering my rifle just as the hyena turned and sauntered out of sight. Something about the lank, repulsive beast and his shambling yet gracefully lithe walk struck my sense of humor with a ludicrous comparison. Laughing, I pointed toward the beast and said, "That fellow looks like a hyena imitation of Senecoza, the fetish man." My simple statement seemed to throw the native into a more abject fear than ever. He turned his pony and dashed off in the general direction of the ranch, looking back at me with a scared face. I followed, annoyed, and as I rode I pondered. Hyenas, a fetish man, a chief torn to pieces, a countryside of natives in fear. What was the connection? I puzzled and puzzled, but I was new to Africa. I was young and impatient, and presently, with a shrug of annoyance, I discarded the whole problem. The next time Senecoza came to the ranch, he managed to stop directly in front of me. For a fleeting instant his glittering eyes looked into mine, and in spite of myself I shuddered and stepped back, involuntarily, feeling much as a man feels who looks unaware into the eyes of a serpent. There was nothing tangible, nothing on which I could base a quarrel, but there was a distinct threat. Before my Nordic pugnacity could reassert itself, he was gone. I said nothing, but I knew that Senecoza hated me for some reason, and that he plotted my killing. Why, I did not know. As for me, my distrust grew into bewildered rage, which in turn became hate. And then Ellen Farrell came to the ranch. Why she should choose a trading ranch in East Africa for a place to rest from the society life of New York, I do not know. Africa is no place for a woman. That is what Ludwig, also a cousin of hers, told her, but he was overjoyed to see her. As for me, girls never interested me much. Usually I felt like a fool in their presence, and was glad to be out. But there were few whites in the vicinity, and I tired of the company of Ludwig. Ellen was standing on the wide veranda when I first saw her, a slim, pretty young thing with rosy cheeks and hair like gold and large gray eyes. She was surprisingly winsome in her costume of riding breeches, puttees, jacket, and light helmet. I felt extremely awkward, dusty, and stupid as I sat on my wiry African pony and stared at her. She saw a stocky youth of medium height, with sandy hair, eyes in which a kind of gray predominated, an ordinary, unhandsome youth, clad in dusty riding clothes and a cartridge belt on one side of which was slung an ancient Colt of big caliber, and on the other a long, wicked hunting knife. I dismounted, and she came forward, hand outstretched. "I'm Ellen," she said, "and I know you're Steve. Cousin Ludwig has been telling me about you." I shook hands, surprised at the thrill the mere touch of her hand gave me. She was enthusiastic about the ranch. She was enthusiastic about everything. Seldom have I seen anyone who has more vigor and vim, more enjoyment of everything done. She fairly scintillated with mirth and gaiety. Ludwig gave her the best horse on the place, and we rode much about the ranch and over the veldt. The blacks interested her much. They were afraid of her, not being used to white women. She would have been off her horse and playing with the pickaninnies if I had let her. She couldn't understand why she should treat the black people as dust beneath her feet. We had long arguments about it. I could not convince her, so I told her bluntly that she didn't know anything about it and she must do as I told her. She pouted her pretty lips and called me a tyrant, and then was off over the veldt like an antelope, laughing at me over her shoulder, her hair blowing free in the breeze. Tyrant? I was her slave from the first. Somehow the idea of becoming a lover never entered my mind. It was not the fact that she was several years older than I, or that she had a sweetheart, several of them, I think, back in New York. Simply, I worshipped her. Her presence intoxicated me, and I could think of no more enjoyable existence than serving her as a devoted slave. I was mending a saddle one day when she came running in. "Oh, Steve," she called, "there's the most romantic-looking savage. Come quick and tell me what his name is." She led me out of the veranda. "There he is," she said, naively pointing. Arms folded, haughty, head thrown back, stood Senecoza. Ludwig, who was talking to him, paid no attention to the girl until he had completed his business with the fetish man, and then, turning, he took her arm and they went into the house together. Again I was face to face with the savage, but this time he was not looking at me. With a rage amounting almost to madness, I saw that he was gazing after the girl. There was an expression in his serpent-like eyes. On the instant my gun was out and leveled. My hand shook like a leaf with the intensity of my fury. Surely I must shoot Senecoza down like the snake he was. Shoot him down and riddle him. Shoot him into a shredded heap. The fleeting expression left his eyes, and they were fixed on me. Detached they seemed, inhuman in their sardonic calm, and I could not pull the trigger. For a moment we stood, and then he turned and strode away, a magnificent figure, while I glared after him and snarled with helpless fury. I sat down on the veranda. What a man of mystery was that savage? What strange power did he possess? Was I right, I wondered, in interpreting the fleeting expression as he gazed after the girl? It seemed to me, in my youth and folly, incredible that a black man, no matter what his rank, should look at a white woman as he did. Most astonishing of all, why could I not shoot him down? I started as a hand touched my arm.
"What are you thinking about, Steve?"
asked Ellen, laughing. Then before I could say anything,
"Wasn't that chief, or whatever he was, a fine specimen of a savage? He invited us to come to his kraal. Is that what you call it? It's away off in the veldt somewhere, and we're going."
"No!" I exclaimed violently, springing up.
"Why, Steve," she gasped, recoiling. "How rude! He's a perfect gentleman, isn't he, Cousin Ludwig?"
"Ja," nodded Ludwig placidly. "We go to his kraal sometime soon, maybe. A strong chief, not savage. His chief has perhaps good trade." "No," I repeated furiously. "I'll go if somebody has to. Ellen's not going near that beast."
"Well, that's nice," remarked Ellen somewhat indignantly. "I guess you're my boss, Mr. Man."
With all her sweetness, she had a mind of her own. In spite of all I could do, they arranged to go to the fetish man's village the next day. That night the girl came out to me, where I sat on the veranda in the moonlight, and she sat down on the arm of my chair.
"You're not angry at me, are you, Steve?" she said wistfully, putting her arm around my shoulders. "Not mad, are you?"
Mad? Yes, maddened by the touch of her soft body. Such mad devotion as a slave feels. I wanted to grovel in the dust at her feet and kiss her dainty shoes. Will women never learn the effect they have on men? I took her hand and hesitantly pressed it to my lips. I think she must have sensed some of my devotion.
"Dear Steve,"
she murmured, and the words were like a caress.
"Come, let's walk in the moonlight."
We walked outside the stockade. I should have known better, for I had no weapon but the big Turkish dagger I carried out and used for a hunting knife. But she wished to.
"Tell me about this Senecoza,"
she asked, and I welcomed the opportunity. And then I thought, what could I tell her? That hyenas had eaten a small chief of the Maasai? That the natives feared the fetish man? That he had looked at her? And then the girl screamed as out of the tall grass leaped a vague shape, half seen in the moonlight. I felt a heavy, hairy form crash against my shoulders. Keen fangs ripped my upflung arm. I went to the earth, fighting with frenzied horror. My jacket was slit to ribbons, and the fangs were at my throat before I found and drew my knife and stabbed, blindly and savagely. I felt my blade rip into my foe, and then, like a shadow, it was gone. I staggered to my feet, somewhat shaken. The girl caught and steadied me.
"What was it?"
she gasped, leading me toward the stockade. "A hyena," I answered. "I could tell by the scent, but I never heard of one attacking like that." She shuddered. Later on, after my torn arm had been bandaged, she came close to me and said in a wondrously subdued voice,
"Steve, I've decided not to go to the village, if you don't want me to."
After the wounds on my arm had become scars, Ellen and I resumed our rides, as might be expected. One day we had wandered rather far out on the veldt, and she challenged me to a race. Her horse easily distanced mine, and she stopped and waited for me, laughing. She had stopped on a sort of kopje, and she pointed to a clump of trees some distance away.
"Trees," she said gleefully. "Let's ride down there. There's so few trees on the veldt."
And she dashed away. I followed some instinctive caution, loosening my pistol in its holster, and drawing my knife. I thrust it down in my boot so that it was entirely concealed. We were perhaps halfway to the trees when from the tall grass about us leaped Senecoza and some 20 warriors. One seized the girl's bridle and the others rushed me. The one who caught at Ellen went down with a bullet between his eyes, and another crumpled at my second shot. Then a thrown war club hurled me from the saddle, half senseless, and as the blacks closed in on me, I saw Ellen's horse. driven frantic by the prick of a carelessly handled spear, scream and rear, scattering the blacks who held her, and dashed away at headlong speed, the bit in her teeth. I saw Senecoza leap on my horse and give chase, flinging a savage command over his shoulder, and both vanished over the kopje. The warriors bound me hand and foot and carried me into the trees. A hut stood among them, a native hut of thatch and bark. Somehow the sight of it sent me shuddering. It seemed to lurk, repellent and indescribably malevolent amongst the trees, to hint of horrid and obscene rites, of voodoo. I know not why it is, but the sight of a native hut, alone and hidden, far from a village or tribe, always has to me a suggestion of nameless horror. Perhaps that is because only a black who is crazed, or one who is so criminal that he has been exiled by his tribe, will dwell that way. In front of the hut, they threw me down. "When Senecoza returns with the girl," said they, "you will enter," and they laughed like fiends. Then, leaving one black to see that I did not escape, they left. The black who remained kicked me viciously. He was a bestial-looking Negro, armed with a trade musket. "They go to kill white men, fool," he mocked me. "They go to the ranches and trading posts, first to that fool of an Englishman," meaning Smith, the owner of a neighboring ranch. And he went on giving details. Senecoza had made the plot, he boasted. They would chase all the white men to the coast. "Senecoza is more than a man," he boasted. "You shall see, white man," lowering his voice and glancing about him from beneath his low, beetling brows. "You shall see the magic of Senecoza." And he grinned, disclosing teeth filed to points. "Cannibal!" I ejaculated involuntarily. "A Maasai?" "No," he answered. "A man of Senecoza." "Who will kill no white men?" I jeered. He scowled savagely. "I will kill you, white man." "You dare not." "That is true," he admitted, then added angrily, "Senecoza will kill you himself." And meantime, Ellen was riding like mad, gaining on the fetish man, but unable to ride toward the ranch, for he had gotten between and was forcing her steadily out upon the veldt. The black unfastened my bonds. His line of reasoning was easy to see, absurdly easy. He could not kill a prisoner of the fetish man, but he could kill him to prevent his escape, and he was maddened with the bloodlust. Stepping back, he half raised his trade musket, watching me as a snake watches a rabbit. It must have been about that time, as she afterward told me, that Ellen's horse stumbled and threw her. Before she could rise, the black had leaped from his horse and seized her in his arms. She screamed and fought, but he gripped her, held her helpless, and laughed at her. Tearing her jacket to pieces, he bound her arms and legs, remounted, and started back, carrying the half-fainting girl in front of him. Back in front of the hut, I rose slowly. I rubbed my arms where the ropes had been, moved a little closer to the black, stretched, stooped, and rubbed my legs. Then with a cat-like bound I was on him, my knife flashing from my boot. The trade musket crashed and the charge whizzed above my head as I knocked up the barrel and closed with him. Hand to hand I would have been no match for the black giant, but I had the knife. Clenched close together, we were too close for him to use the trade musket for a club. He wasted time trying to do that, and with a desperate effort I threw him off balance and drove the dagger to the hilt in his black chest. I wrenched it out again. I had no other weapon, for I could find no more ammunition for the trade musket. I had no idea which way Ellen had fled. I assumed she had gone toward the ranch, and in that direction I took my way. Smith must be warned. The warriors were far ahead of me. Even then, they might be creeping up about the unsuspecting ranch. I had not covered a fourth of the distance when a drumming of hoofs behind me caused me to turn my head. Ellen's horse was thundering toward me, riderless. I caught her as she raced past me and managed to stop her. The story was plain. The girl had either reached a place of safety and had turned the horse loose, or what was much more likely, had been captured, the horse escaping and fleeing toward the ranch, as a horse will do. I gripped the saddle, torn with indecision. Finally, I leaped on the horse and sent her flying toward Smith's ranch. It was not many miles. Smith must not be massacred by those black devils, and I must find a gun if I expected to rescue the girl from Senecoza. A half-mile from Smith's, I overtook the raiders and went through them like drifting smoke. The workers at Smith's place were startled by a wild riding horseman charging headlong into the stockade, shouting, "Masai! Masai! A raid, you fools!" snatching a gun and flying out again. So when the savages arrived, they found everybody ready for them, and they got such a warm reception that after one attempt they turned tail and fled back across the veldt. And I was riding as I never rode before. The mare was almost exhausted, but I pushed her mercilessly. On, on. I aimed for the only place I knew likely, the hut among the trees. I assumed that the fetish man would return there. And long before the hut came into sight, a horseman dashed from the grass, going at right angles to my course, and our horses colliding sent both tired animals to the ground.
"Steve!"
It was a cry of joy mingled with fear. Ellen lay, tied hand and foot, gazing up at me wildly as I regained my feet. Senecoza came with a rush, his long knife flashing in the sunlight. Back and forth we fought. Slash, ward, and parry, my ferocity and agility matching his savagery and skill. A terrific lunge which he aimed at me I caught on my point, laying his arm open, and then with a quick engage and wrench disarmed him. But before I could use my advantage, he sprang away into the grass and vanished. I caught up the girl, slashing her bonds, and she clung to me, poor child, until I lifted her and carried her toward the horses. But we were not yet through with Senecoza. He must have had a rifle cached away somewhere in the bush, for the first I knew of him was when a bullet spat within a foot above my head. I caught at the bridles, and then I saw the mare had done all she could temporarily. She was exhausted. I swung Ellen up on the horse. "Ride for our ranch," I ordered her. "The raiders are out, but you can get through. Ride low and ride fast."
"But you, Steve."
"Go, go!" I ordered, swinging her horse around and starting it. She dashed away, looking at me wistfully over her shoulder. Then I snatched the rifle and a handful of cartridges I had gotten at Smith's and took to the bush. And through that hot African day, Senecoza and I played a game of hide-and-seek, crawling, slipping in and out of the scanty veldt bushes, crouching in the tall grass. We traded shots back and forth. A movement of the grass, a snapping twig, the rasp of grass blades, and a bullet came questing, another answering it. I had but a few cartridges, and I fired carefully, but presently I pushed my one remaining cartridge into the rifle, a big 6-bore single-barrel breech-loader, for I had not had time to pick when I snatched it up. I crouched in my covert and watched for the black to betray himself by a careless movement. Not a sound, not a whisper among the grasses. Away off over the veldt, a hyena sounded his fiendish laugh, and another answered, closer at hand. The cold sweat broke out on my brow. What was that? A drumming of many horses' hoofs. Raiders returning? I ventured a look, and could have shouted for joy. At least 20 men were sweeping toward me, white men and ranch boys, and ahead of them all rode Ellen. They were still some distance away. I darted behind a tall bush and rose, waving my hand to attract their attention. They shouted and pointed to something beyond me. I whirled and saw, some 30 yards away, a huge hyena slinking toward me, rapidly. I glanced carefully across the veldt. Somewhere out there, hidden by the billowing grasses, lurked Senecoza. A shot would betray to him my position, and I had but one cartridge. The rescue party was still out of range. I looked again at the hyena. He was still rushing toward me. There was no doubt as to his intentions. His eyes glittered like a fiend's from hell, and a scar on his shoulder showed him to be the same beast that had once before attacked me. Then a kind of horror took hold of me, and resting the old elephant rifle over my shoulder, I sent my last bullet crashing through the bestial thing. With a scream that seemed to have a horribly human note in it, the hyena turned and fled back into the bush, reeling as it ran, and the rescue party swept up around me. A fusillade of bullets crashed through the bush from which Senecoza had sent his last shot. There was no reply. "We hunter snake down," quoth Cousin Ludwig, his Boer accent increasing with his excitement, and we scattered through the veldt in a skirmish line, combing every inch of it warily. Not a trace of the fetish man did we find. A rifle we found, empty, with empty shells scattered about, and, which was very strange, hyena tracks leading away from the rifle. I felt the short hairs of my neck bristle with intangible horror. We looked at each other and said not a word, as with a tacit agreement we took up the trail of the hyena. We followed it as it wound in and out in the shoulder-high grass, showing how it had slipped up on me, stalking me as a tiger stalks its victim. We struck the trail the thing had made, returning to the bush after I had shot it. Splashes of blood marked the way it had taken. We followed.
"It leads toward the fetish hut," muttered an Englishman. "Here, sirs, is a damnable mystery."
And Cousin Ludwig ordered Ellen to stay back, leaving 2 men with her. We followed the trail over the kopje into the clump of trees. Straight to the door of the hut it led. We circled the hut cautiously, but no tracks led away. It was inside the hut. Rifles ready, we forced the rude door. No tracks led away from the hut, and no tracks led to it, except the tracks of the hyena. Yet there was no hyena within that hut, and on the dirt floor, a bullet through his black breast, lay Sinacosa, the fetish man. End of section 13. Section 14 of Weird Tales presents Dark Stories of Stark Unreasoning Terror by Robert E. Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Grisly Horror, Chapter 1. The Horror in the Pines. The silence of the pine woods lay like a brooding cloak about the soul of Bristol McGrath. The black shadows seemed fixed, immovable as the weight of superstition that overhung this forgotten back country. Vague ancestral dreads stirred at the back of McGrath's mind, for he was born in the pine woods, and 16 years of roaming about the world had not erased their shadows. The fearsome tales at which he had shuddered as a child whispered again in his consciousness, tales of black shapes stalking the midnight glades. Cursing these childish memories, McGrath quickened his pace. The dim trail wound tortuously between dense walls of giant trees. No wonder he had been unable to hire anyone in the distant river village to drive him to the Ballville estate. The road was impassable for a vehicle, choked with rotting stumps and new growth. Ahead of him it bent sharply. McGrath halted short, frozen to immobility. The silence had been broken at last, in such a way as to bring a chill tingling to the backs of his hands, for the sound had been the unmistakable groan of a human being in agony. Only for an instant was McGrath motionless. Then he was gliding about the bend of the trail with the noiseless slouch of a hunting panther. A blue snub-nosed revolver had appeared as if by magic in his right hand, his left involuntarily clenched in his pocket on the bit of paper that was responsible for his presence in that grim forest. That paper was a frantic and mysterious appeal for aid. It was signed by McGrath's worst enemy, and contained the name of a woman long dead. McGrath rounded the bend in the trail, every nerve tense and alert, expecting anything, except what he actually saw. His startled eyes hung on the grisly object for an instant, and then swept the forest walls. Nothing stirred there. A dozen feet back from the trail, visibility vanished in a ghoulish twilight, where anything might lurk unseen. McGrath dropped to his knee beside the figure that lay in the trail before him. It was a man, spread-eagled, hands and feet bound to 4 pegs driven deep in the hard-packed earth. A black-bearded, hook-nosed, swarthy man. "Ahmed," muttered McGrath. "Ballville's Arab servant. God!" For it was not the binding cords that brought the glaze to the Arab's eyes. A weaker man than McGrath might have sickened at the mutilations which keen knives had wrought on the man's body. McGrath recognized the work of an expert in the art of torture. Yet a spark of life still throbbed in the tough frame of the Arab. McGrath's gray eyes grew bleaker as he noted the position of the victim's body, and his mind flew back to another, grimmer jungle, and a half-filleted black man pegged out on a path as a warning to the white man who dared invade a forbidden land. He cut the cords, shifted the dying man to a more comfortable position. It was all he could do. He saw the delirium ebb momentarily in the bloodshot eyes, saw recognition glimmer there. Clots of bloody foam splashed the matted beard, the lips writhed soundlessly, and McGrath glimpsed the bloody stump of his severed tongue. The black-nailed fingers began scrabbling in the dust. They shook, clawing erratically but with purpose. McGrath bent close, tense with interest, and saw crooked lines grow under the quivering fingers. With the last effort of an iron will, the Arab was tracing a message in the characters of his own language. McGrath recognized the name. Richard Ballville. It was followed by danger, and the hand waved weakly up the trail, then, and McGrath stiffened convulsively, Constance. One final effort of the dragging finger traced John de Al. Suddenly the bloody frame was convulsed by one last sharp agony. The lean, sinewy hand knotted spasmodically and then fell limp. Ahmed ibn Suleiman was beyond vengeance or mercy. McGrath rose, dusting his hands, aware of the tense stillness of the grim woods around him, aware of a faint rustling in their depths that was not caused by any breeze. He looked down at the mangled figure with involuntary pity, though he knew well the foulness of the Arab heart, a black evil that had matched that of Ahmed's master, Richard Balville. Well, it seemed that master and man had at last met their match in human fiendishness. But who, or what? For 100 years the Balvilles had ruled supreme over this back country, first over their wide plantations and hundreds of slaves, and later over the submissive descendants of those slaves. Richard, the last of the Balvilles, had exercised as much authority over the Pinelands as any of his autocratic ancestors. Yet, from this country where men had bowed to the Balvilles for a century, had come that frenzied cry of fear, a telegram that McGrath clenched in his coat pocket. Stillness succeeded the rustling, more sinister than any sound. McGrath knew he was watched, knew that the spot where Ahmed's body lay was the invisible deadline that had been drawn for him. He believed that he would be allowed to turn and retrace his steps unmolested to the distant village. He knew that if he continued on his way, death would strike him suddenly and unseen. Turning, he strode back the way he had come. He made the turn and kept straight on until he had passed another crook in the trail. Then he halted, listened. All was silent. Quickly he drew the paper from his pocket, smoothed out the wrinkles, and read, again, in the cramped scrawl of the man he hated most on earth. Bristol, if you still love Constance Brand, for God's sake forget your hate and come to Balville Manor as quick as the devil can drive you. Richard Balville. That was all. It reached him by telegraph in that far western city where McGrath had resided since his return from Africa. He would have ignored it but for the mention of Constance Brand. That name had sent a choking, agonizing pulse of amazement through his soul, had sent him racing toward the land of his birth by train and plane, as if indeed the devil were on his heels. It was the name of one he thought dead for 3 years, the name of the only woman Bristol McGrath had ever loved. Replacing the telegram, he left the trail and headed westward, pushing his powerful frame between the thick-set trees. His feet made little sound on the matted pine needles. His progress was all but noiseless. Not for nothing had he spent his boyhood in the country of the big pines. 300 yards from the old road he came upon that which he sought. An ancient trail paralleling the road. Choked with young growth, it was little more than a trace through the thick pines. He knew that it ran to the back of the Balville mansion, did not believe the secret watchers would be guarding it, for how could they know he remembered it? He hurried south along it, his ears whetted for any sound. Sight alone could not be trusted in that forest. The mansion, he knew, was not far away now. He was passing through what had once been fields, in the days of Richard's grandfather, running almost up to the spacious lawns that girdled the manor. But for half a century they had been abandoned to the advance of the forest. But now he glimpsed the manor, a hint of solid bulk among the pine tops ahead of him. And almost simultaneously, his heart shot into his throat as a scream of human anguish knifed the stillness. He could not tell whether it was a man or a woman who screamed, and his thought that it might be a woman winged his feet in his reckless dash toward the building that loomed starkly up just beyond the straggling fringe of trees. The young pines had even invaded the once generous lawns. The whole place wore an aspect of decay. Behind the manor, the barns and outhouses which once housed slave families were crumbling in ruin. The mansion itself seemed to totter above the litter, a creaky giant, rat-gnawed and rotting, ready to collapse at any untoward event. With the stealthy tread of a tiger, Bristol McGrath approached a window on the side of the house. From that window sounds were issuing that were an affront to the tree-filtered sunlight and a crawling horror to the brain. Nerving himself for what he might see, he peered within. End of section 14. Section 15 of Weird Tales presents Dark Stories of Stark Unreasoning Terror by Robert E. Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Grisly Horror, Chapter 2. Black Torture. He was looking into a great dusty chamber, which might have served as a ballroom in antebellum days. Its lofty ceiling was hung with cobwebs. Its rich oak panels showed dark and stained. But there was a fire in the great fireplace. A small fire just large enough to heat to a white glow the slender steel rods thrust into it. But it was only later that Bristol McGrath saw the fire and the things that glowed on the hearth. His eyes were gripped like a spell on the master of the manor. And once again he looked on a dying man. A heavy beam had been nailed to the paneled wall, and from it jutted a rude crosspiece. From this crosspiece Richard Balville hung by cords about his wrists. His toes barely touched the floor, tantalizingly, inviting him to stretch his frame continually in an effort to relieve the agonizing strain on his arms. The cords had cut deeply into his wrists. Blood trickled down his arms. His hands were black and swollen almost to bursting. He was naked except for his trousers, and McGrath saw that already the white-hot irons had been horribly employed. There was reason enough for the deathly pallor of the man, the cold beads of agony upon his skin. Only his fierce vitality had allowed him thus long to survive the ghastly burns on his limbs and body. On his breast had been burned a curious symbol. A cold hand laid itself on McGrath's spine, for he recognized that symbol, and once again his memory raced away across the world, in the years to a black, grim, hideous jungle, where drums bellowed and fire-shot darkness and naked priests of an abhorred cult traced a frightful symbol in quivering human flesh. Between the fireplace and the dying man squatted a thick-set black man, clad only in ragged, muddy trousers. His back was toward the window, presenting an impressive pair of shoulders. His bullet head was set squarely between those gigantic shoulders, like that of a frog, and he appeared to be avidly watching the face of the man on the crosspiece. Richard Balville's bloodshot eyes were like those of a tortured animal, but they were fully sane and conscious. They blazed with desperate vitality. He lifted his head painfully, and his gaze swept the room. Outside the window, McGrath instinctively shrank back. He did not know whether Balville saw him or not. The man showed no sign to betray the presence of the watcher to the bestial black who scrutinized him. Then the brute turned his head toward the fire, reaching a long ape-like arm toward a glowing iron, and Balville's eyes blazed with a fierce and urgent meaning the watcher could not mistake. McGrath did not need the agonized motion of the tortured head that accompanied the look. With a tigerish bound he was over the window-sill and in the room, even as the startled black shot erect, whirling with apish agility. McGrath had not drawn his gun. He dared not risk a shot that might bring other foes upon him. There was a butcher knife in the belt that held up the ragged, muddy trousers. It seemed to leap like a living thing into the hand of the black as he turned, but in McGrath's hand gleamed a curved Afghan dagger that had served him well in many a bygone battle. Knowing the advantage of instant and relentless attack, he did not pause. His feet scarcely touched the floor inside before they were hurling him at the astounded black man. An inarticulate cry burst from the thick red lips. The eyes rolled wildly. The butcher knife went back and hissed forward with the swiftness of a striking cobra that would have disemboweled a man whose thews were less steely than those of Bristol McGrath. But the black was involuntarily stumbling backward as he struck, and that instinctive action slowed his stroke just enough for McGrath to avoid it with a lightning-like twist of his torso. The long blade hissed under his armpit, slicing cloth and skin, and simultaneously the Afghan dagger ripped through the black bull throat. There was no cry, but only a choking gurgle as the man fell, spouting blood. McGrath had sprung free as a wolf springs after delivering the death stroke. Without emotion, he surveyed his handiwork. The black man was already dead, his head half severed from his body. That slicing sidewise lunge that slew in silence, severing the throat to the spinal column, was a favored stroke of the hairy hillmen that haunt the crags overhanging the Khyber Pass. Less than a dozen white men have ever mastered it. Bristol McGrath was one. McGrath turned to Richard Balville. Foam dripped on the seared, naked breast and blood trickled from the lips. McGrath feared that Balville had suffered the same mutilation that had rendered Ahmed speechless, but it was only suffering and shock that numbed Balville's tongue. McGrath cut his cords and eased him down on a worn old divan nearby. Balville's lean muscle-corded body quivered like taut steel strings under McGrath's hands. He gagged, finding his voice.
Knew you'd come, he gasped, writhing at the contact of the divan against his seared flesh. I've hated you for years, but I knew.
McGrath's voice was harsh as the rasp of steel. What did you mean by your mention of Constance Brand? She is dead. A ghastly smile twisted the thin lips.
No, she's not dead, but she soon will be if you don't hurry. Quick, brandy. They're on the table. That beast didn't drink it all.
McGrath held the bottle to his lips. Ballville drank avidly. McGrath wondered at the man's iron nerve. That he was in ghastly agony was obvious. He should be screaming in a delirium of pain, yet he held to sanity and spoke lucidly, though his voice was a laboring croak.
I haven't much time, he choked. Don't interrupt. Save your curses till later. We both loved Constance Brand. She loved you. 3 years ago, she disappeared. Her garments were found on the bank of a river. Her body was never recovered. You went to Africa to drown your sorrow. I retired to the estate of my ancestors and became a recluse. What you didn't know, what the world didn't know, was that Constance Brand came with me. No, she didn't drown. That ruse was my idea. For 3 years, Constance Brand had lived in this house. He achieved a ghastly laugh. Oh, don't look so stunned, Bristol. She didn't come of her own free will. She loved you too much. I kidnapped her, brought her here by force. Bristol! His voice rose to a frantic shriek. If you kill me, you'll never learn where she is.
The frenzied hands that had locked on his corded throat relaxed, and sanity returned to the red eyes of Bristol McGrath.
Go on,
he whispered in a voice not even he recognized.
I couldn't help it, gasped the dying man. She was the only woman I ever loved. Oh, don't sneer, Bristol. The others didn't count. I brought her here where I was king. She couldn't escape, couldn't get word to the outside world. No one lives in this section except nigger descendants of the slaves owned by my family. My word was their only law. I swear I didn't harm her. I only kept her prisoner, trying to force her to marry me. I didn't want her any other way. I was mad, but I couldn't help it. I come of a race of autocrats who took what they wanted, recognized no law but their own desires. You know that. You understand it. You come of the same breed yourself. Constance hates me, if that's any consolation to you, damn you. She's strong, too. I thought I could break her spirit, but I couldn't. Not without the whip, and I couldn't bear to use that.
He grinned hideously at the wild growl that rose unbidden to McGrath's lips. The big man's eyes were coals of fire, his hard hands knotted into iron mallets. A spasm racked Ballville, and blood started from his lips. His grin faded, and he hurried on. All went well until the foul fiend inspired me to send for John de Albor. I met him in Vienna years ago. He's from East Africa, a devil in human form. He saw Constance, lusted for her as only a man of his type can. When I finally realized that, I tried to kill him. Then I found that he was stronger than I, that he had made himself master of the niggers. My niggers, to whom my word had always been law. He taught them his devilish cult. Voodoo, muttered McGrath involuntarily. No, voodoo's infantile beside this black fiendishness. Look at the symbol on my breast where de Albor burned it with a white-hot iron. You have been in Africa. You understand the brand of Zimbabwe. De Albor turned my Negroes against me. I tried to escape with Constance and Ahmed. My own blacks hemmed me in. I did smuggle a telegram through to the village by a man who remained faithful to me. They suspected him and tortured him until he admitted it. John de Albor brought me his head. Before the final break, I hid Constance in a place where no one will ever find her except you. De Albor tortured Ahmed until he told that I had sent for a friend of the girls to aid us. Then de Albor sent his men up the road with what was left of Ahmed as a warning to you if you came. It was this morning that they seized us.
I hid Constance last night. Not even Ahmed knew where. The Albor tortured me to make me tell."
The dying man's hands clenched, and a fierce, passionate light blazed in his eyes. McGrath knew that not all the torments of all the hells could ever have wrung that secret from Balville's iron lips.
"It was the least you could do," he said, his voice harsh with conflicting emotions. "I've lived in hell for 3 years because of you, and Constance has. You deserve to die. If you weren't dying already, I'd kill you myself." "Damn you. You think I want your forgiveness?" gasped the dying man. "I'm glad you suffered. If Constance didn't need your help, I'd like to see you dying as I'm dying, and I'll be waiting for you in hell. But enough of this. The Albor left me a while to go up the road and assure himself that Ahmed was dead. This beast got to swilling my brandy and decided to torture me some himself. Now, listen, Constance is hidden in Lost Cave. No man on earth knows of its existence except you and me. Not even the Negroes. Long ago, I put an iron door in the entrance and I killed the man who did the work. So the secret is safe. There's no key. You gotta open it by working certain knobs."
It was more and more difficult for the man to enunciate intelligibly. Sweat dripped from his face and the cords of his arms quivered.
"Run your fingers over the edge of the door until you find 3 knobs that form a triangle. You can't see them. You'll have to feel. Press each one in counter-clockwise motion 3 times, around and around, then pull on the bar. The door will open. Take Constance and fight your way out. If you see they're going to get you, shoot her. Don't let her fall into the hands of that black beast."
The voice rose to a shriek. Foam spattered from the livid, writhing lips, and Richard Balville heaved himself almost upright, then toppled limply back. The iron will that had animated the broken body had snapped at last, as a taut wire snaps. McGrath looked down at the still form, his brain a maelstrom of seething emotions, then wheeled, glaring, every nerve a-tingle, his pistol springing into his hand. End of section 15. Section 16 of Weird Tales presents Dark Stories of Stark Unreasoning Terror by Robert E. Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ben Tucker. The Grisly Horror, Chapter 3. The Black Priest. A man stood in the doorway that opened upon the great outer hall. A tall man in a strange alien garb. He wore a turban and a silk coat belted with a gay-hued girdle. Turkish slippers were on his feet. His skin was not much darker than McGrath's, his features distinctly oriental in spite of the heavy glasses he wore. "Who the devil are you?" demanded McGrath, covering him.
"Ali ibn Suleiman, Effendi," answered the other in faultless Arabic. "I came to this place of devils at the urging of my brother, Ahmed ibn Suleiman, whose soul may the Prophet ease. In New Orleans the letter came to me. I hastened here, and lo, stealing through the woods, I saw black men dragging my brother's corpse to the river. I came on, seeking his master."
McGrath mutely indicated the dead man. The Arab bowed his head in stately reverence.
"My brother loved him," he said. "I would have vengeance for my brother and my brother's master. Effendi, let me go with you."
"All right." McGrath was afire with impatience. He knew the fanatical clan loyalty of the Arabs, knew that Ahmed's one decent trait had been a fierce devotion for the scoundrel he served. "Follow me." With a last glance at the master of the manor and the black body sprawling like a human sacrifice before him, McGrath left the chamber of torture. Just so, he reflected, one of Balville's warrior king ancestors might have lain in some dim past age, with a slaughtered slave at his feet to serve his spirit in the land of ghosts. With the Arab at his heels, McGrath emerged into the girdling pines that slumbered in the still heat of noon. Faintly to his ears a distant pulse of sound was borne by a vagrant drift of breeze. It sounded like the throb of a faraway drum. "Come on!" McGrath strode through the cluster of outhouses and plunged into the woods that rose behind them. Here, too, had once stretched the fields that builded the wealth of the aristocratic Ballvilles, but for many years they had been abandoned. Paths straggled aimlessly through the ragged growth, until presently the growing denseness of the trees told the invaders that they were in forest that had never known the woodsman's axe. McGrath looked for a path. Impressions received in childhood are always enduring. Memory remains, overlaid by later things, but unerring through the years. McGrath found the path he sought, a dim trace twisting through the trees. They were forced to walk single file. The branches scraped their clothing. Their feet sank into the carpet of pine needles. The land trended gradually lower. Pines gave way to cypresses, choked with underbrush. Scummy pools of stagnant water glimmered under the trees. Bullfrogs croaked. Mosquitoes sang with maddening insistence about them. Again the distant drum throbbed across the pine lands. McGrath shook the sweat out of his eyes. That drum roused memories well fitted to these somber surroundings. His thoughts reverted to the hideous scar seared on Richard Ballville's naked breast. Ballville had supposed that he, McGrath, knew its meaning, but he did not. That it portended black horror and madness he knew, but its full significance he did not know. Only once before had he seen that symbol in the horror-haunted country of Zimbabwe, into which few white men had ever ventured, and from which only one white man had ever escaped alive. Bristol McGrath was that man, and he had only penetrated the fringe of that abysmal land of jungle and black swamp. He had not been able to plunge deep enough into that forbidden realm either to prove or to disprove the ghastly tales men whispered of an ancient cult surviving a prehistoric age, of the worship of a monstrosity whose mold violated an accepted law of nature. Little enough he had seen, but what he had seen had filled him with shuddering horror that sometimes returned now in crimson nightmares. No word had passed between the men since they had left the manor. McGrath plunged on through the vegetation that choked the path. A fat, blunt-tailed moccasin slithered from under his feet and vanished. Water could not be far away. A few more steps revealed it. They stood on the edge of a dank, slimy marsh from which rose a miasma of rotting vegetable matter. Cypresses shadowed it. The path ended at its edge. The swamp stretched away and away, lost to sight swiftly in twilight dimness.
"What now, Effendi?" asked Ali. "Are we to swim this morass?"
"It's full of bottomless quagmires," answered McGrath. "It would be suicide for a man to plunge into it. Not even the Pawnee Wood niggers have ever tried to cross it. But there is a way to get to the hill that rises in the middle of it. You can just barely glimpse it among the branches of the cypresses, see? Years ago, when Ballville and I were boys, and friends, we discovered an old Indian path, a secret, submerged road that led to that hill. There's a cave in the hill, and a woman is imprisoned in that cave. I'm going to it. Do you want to follow me or to wait for me here? The path is a dangerous one."
"I will go, Effendi," answered the Arab.
McGrath nodded in appreciation and began to scan the trees about him. Presently he found what he was looking for, a faint blaze on a huge cypress, an old mark, almost imperceptible. Confidently then he stepped into the marsh beside the tree. He himself had made that mark long ago. Scummy water rose over his shoe soles, but no higher. He stood on a flat rock, or rather a heap of rocks, the topmost of which was just below the stagnant surface. Locating a certain gnarled cypress far out in the shadow of the marsh, he began walking directly toward it, spacing his strides carefully, each carrying him to a rock step invisible below the murky water. Ali ibn Sulayman followed him, imitating his motions. Through the swamp they went, following the marked trees that were their guideposts. McGrath wondered anew at the motives that had impelled the ancient builders of the trail to bring these huge rocks from afar and sink them like piles into the slush. The work must have been stupendous, requiring no mean engineering skill. Why had the Indians built this broken road to Lost Island? Surely that isle and the cave in it had some religious significance to the red men, or perhaps it was their refuge against some stronger foe. The going was slow. A misstep meant a plunge into marshy ooze, into unstable mire that might swallow a man alive. The island grew out of the trees ahead of them, a small knoll girdled by a vegetation-choked beach. Through the foliage was visible the rocky wall that rose sheer from the beach to a height of 50 or 60 feet. It was almost like a granite block rising from a flat sandy rim. The pinnacle was almost bare of growth. McGrath was pale, his breath coming in quick gasps. As they stepped upon the beach-like strip, Ali, with a glare of commiseration, drew a flask from his pocket. "Drink a little brandy, Effendi," he urged, touching the mouth to his own lips, Oriental fashion. "It will aid you." McGrath knew that Ali thought his evident agitation was a result of exhaustion, but he was scarcely aware of his recent exertions. It was the emotions that raged within him, the thought of Constance Brand, whose beautiful form had haunted his troubled dreams for 3 dreary years. He gulped deeply of the liquor, scarcely tasting it, and handed back the flask. "Come on." The pounding of his own heart was suffocating, drowning the distant drum as he thrust through the choking vegetation at the foot of the cliff. On the gray rock above the green mask appeared a curious carven symbol, as he had seen it years ago, when its discovery led him and Richard Ballville to the hidden cavern. He tore aside the clinging vines and fronds, and his breath sucked in at the sight of a heavy iron door set in the narrow mouth that opened in the granite wall. McGrath's fingers were trembling as they swept over the metal, and behind him he could hear Ali breathing heavily. Some of the white man's excitement had imparted itself to the Arab. McGrath's hands found the 3 knobs, forming the apices of a triangle, mere protuberances not apparent to the sight. Controlling his jumping nerves, he pressed them as Ballville had instructed him, and felt each give slightly at the 3rd pressure. Then, holding his breath, he grasped the bar that was welded in the middle of the door and pulled. Smoothly on oiled hinges, the massive portal swung open. They looked into a wide tunnel that ended in another door, this a grill of steel bars. The tunnel was not dark. It was clean and roomy, and the ceiling had been pierced to allow light to enter. The holes covered with screens to keep out insects and reptiles. But through the grill he glimpsed something that sent him racing along the tunnel, his heart almost bursting through his ribs. Ali was close at his heels. The grill door was not locked. It swung outward under his fingers. He stood motionless, almost stunned with the impact of his emotions. His eyes were dazzled by a gleam of gold. A sunbeam slanted down through the pierced rock roof and struck mellow fire from the glorious profusion of golden hair that flowed over the white arm that pillowed the beautiful head on the carved oak table. "Constance!" It was a cry of hunger and yearning that burst from his livid lips. Echoing the cry, the girl started up, staring wildly, her hands at her temples, her lambent hair rippling over her shoulders. To his dizzy gaze she seemed to float in an aureole of golden light. "Bristol! Bristol McGrath!" She echoed his call with a haunting, incredulous cry. Then she was in his arms, her white arms clutching him in a frantic embrace, as if she feared he were but a phantom that might vanish from her. For the moment the world ceased to exist for Bristol McGrath. He might have been blind, deaf, and dumb to the universe at large. His dazed brain was cognizant only of the woman in his arms, his senses drunken with the softness and fragrance of her, his soul stunned with the overwhelming realization of a dream he had thought dead and vanished forever. When he could think consecutively again, he shook himself like a man coming out of a trance and stared stupidly around him. He was in a wide chamber cut in the solid rock. Like the tunnel, it was illumined from above, and the air was fresh and clean. There were chairs, tables, and a hammock, carpets on the rocky floor, cans of food, and a water cooler. Ballville had not failed to provide for his captive's comfort. McGrath glanced around at the Arab and saw him beyond the grill. Considerately, he had not intruded upon their reunion.
3 years, the girl was sobbing. 3 years I've waited. I knew you'd come. I knew it. But we must be careful, my darling. Richard will kill you if he finds you. Kill us both.
He's beyond killing anyone, answered McGrath. But just the same, we've got to get out of here. Her eyes flared with new terror.
Yes, John de Albor. Ballville was afraid of him. That's why he locked me in here. He said he'd sent for you. I was afraid for you.
Ali, McGrath called, come in here. We're getting out of here now, and we'd better take some water and food with us. We may have to hide in the swamps for... Abruptly, Constance shrieked, tore herself from her lover's arms. And McGrath, frozen by the sudden awful fear in her wide eyes, felt the dull, jolting impact of a savage blow at the base of his skull. Consciousness did not leave him, but a strange paralysis gripped him. He dropped like an empty sack on the stone floor and lay there like a dead man, helplessly staring up at the scene which tinged his brain with madness. Constance, struggling frenziedly in the grasp of the man he had known as Ali ibn Sulayman, now terribly transformed. The man had thrown off his turban and glasses, and in the murky whites of his eyes McGrath read the truth with its grisly implications. The man was not an Arab. He was a Negroid mixed breed, yet some of his blood must have been Arab, for there was a slightly Semitic cast to his countenance, and this cast, together with his oriental garb and his perfect acting of his part, had made him genuine. But now all this was discarded and the Negroid strain was uppermost. Even his voice, which had enunciated the sonorous Arabic, was now the throaty gutturals of the Negro.
"You've killed him!"
The girl sobbed hysterically, striving vainly to break away from the cruel fingers that prisoned her white wrists.
"He's not dead yet," laughed the octoroon. "The fool quaffed drugged brandy, a drug found only in the Zimbabwe jungles. It lies inactive in the system until made effective by a shock blow on a nerve center."
"Please, do something for him,"
she begged. The fellow laughed brutally.
"Why should I? He has served his purpose. Let him lie there until the swamp insects have picked his bones. I should like to watch that. But we will be far away before nightfall."
His eyes blazed with the bestial gratification of possession. The sight of this white beauty struggling in his grasp seemed to rouse all the jungle lust in the man. McGrath's wrath and agony found expression only in his bloodshot eyes. He could not move hand or foot.
"It was well I returned alone to the manor," laughed the octoroon. "I stole up the window while this fool talked with Richard Balville. The thought came to me to let him lead me to the place where you were hidden. It had never occurred to me that there was a hiding place in the swamp. I had the Arab's coat, slippers, and turban. I thought I might use them sometime. The glasses helped, too. It was not difficult to make an Arab out of myself. This man had never seen John de Albor. I was born in East Africa and grew up a slave in the house of an Arab, before I ran away and wandered to the land of Zimbabwe. But enough, we must go. The drum has been muttering all day. The blacks are restless. I promised them a sacrifice to Zemba. I was going to use the Arab, but by the time I had tortured out of him the information I desired, he was no longer fit for a sacrifice. Well, let them bang their silly drum. They'd like to have you for the bride of Zemba. But they don't know I've found you. I have a motorboat hidden on the river 5 miles from here."
"You fool!"
shrieked Constance, struggling passionately.
"Do you think you can carry a white girl down the river like a slave?"
"I have a drug which will make you like a dead woman," he said. "You will lie in the bottom of the boat, covered by sacks. When I board the steamer that shall bear us from these shores, you will go into my cabin in a large, well-ventilated trunk. You will know nothing of the discomforts of the voyage. You will awake in Africa."
He was fumbling in his shirt, necessarily releasing her with one hand. With a frenzied scream and a desperate wrench, she tore loose and sped out through the tunnel. John de Albor plunged after her, bellowing. A red haze floated before McGrath's maddened eyes. The girl would plunge to her death in the swamps unless she remembered the guide marks. Perhaps it was death she sought, in preference to the fate planned for her by the fiendish Negro. They had vanished from his sight out of the tunnel. But suddenly Constance screamed again, with a new poignancy. To McGrath's ears came an excited jabbering of Negro gutturals. De Albor's accents were lifted in angry protest. Constance was sobbing hysterically. The voices were moving away. McGrath got a vague glimpse of a group of figures through the masking vegetation as they moved across the line of the tunnel mouth. He saw Constance being dragged along by 6 giant blacks, typical pineland dwellers, and after them came John de Albor, his hands eloquent in dissension. That glimpse only, through the fronds, and then the tunnel mouth gaped empty, and the sound of splashing water faded away through the marsh. End of section 16. Section 17 of Weird Tales Presents Dark Stories of Stark Unreasoning Terror by Robert E. Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Grisly Horror, Chapter 4, The Black God's Hunger. In the brooding silence of the cavern, Bristol McGrath lay staring blankly upward, his soul a seething hell. Fool. Fool to be taken in so easily, yet how could he have known? He had never seen de Albor. He had supposed he was a full-blooded Negro. Balville had called him a black beast, but he must have been referring to his soul. De Albor, for the betraying murk of his eyes, might pass anywhere for a white man. The presence of those black men meant but one thing. They had followed him, and de Albor had seized Constance as she rushed from the cave. De Albor's evident fear bore a hideous implication. He had said the blacks wanted to sacrifice Constance. Now she was in their hands. God! The word burst from McGrath's lips, startling in the stillness, startling to the speaker. He was electrified. A few moments before he had been dumb, but now he discovered he could move his lips, his tongue. Life was stealing back through his dead limbs. They stung as if with returning circulation. Frantically, he encouraged that sluggish flow. Laboriously, he worked his extremities, his fingers, hands, wrists, and finally, with a surge of wild triumph, his arms and legs. Perhaps de Albor's hellish drug had lost some of its power through age. Perhaps McGrath's unusual stamina threw off the effects as another man could not have done. The tunnel door had not been closed, and McGrath knew why. They did not want to shut out the insects which would soon dispose of a helpless body. Already the pests were streaming through the door, a noisome horde. McGrath rose at last, staggering drunkenly, but with his vitality surging more strongly each second. When he tottered from the cave, no living thing met his glare. Hours had passed since the Negroes had departed with their prey. He strained his ears for the drum. It was silent. The stillness rose like an invisible black mist around him. Stumblingly, he splashed along the rock trail that led to hard ground. Had the blacks taken their captive back to the death-haunted manor, or deeper into the pine lands? Their tracks were thick in the mud. 6 pairs of bare splay feet, the slender prints of Constance's shoes, the marks of de Albor's Turkish slippers. He followed them with increasing difficulty as the ground grew higher and harder. He would have missed the spot where they turned off the dim trail but for the fluttering of a bit of silk in the faint breeze. Constance had brushed against a tree trunk there, and the rough bark had shredded off a fragment of her dress. The band had been headed east, toward the manor. At the spot where the bit of cloth hung, they had turned sharply southward. The matted pine needles showed no tracks, but disarranged vines and branches bent aside marked their progress, until McGrath, following these signs, came out upon another trail leading southward. Here and there were marshy spots, and these showed the prints of feet, bare and shod. McGrath hastened along the trail, pistol in hand, in full possession of his faculties at last. His face was grim and pale. De Albor had not had an opportunity to disarm him after striking that treacherous blow. Both the Octoroon and the blacks of the Pinelands believed him to be lying helpless back in Lost Cave. That, at least, was to his advantage. He kept straining his ears in vain for the drum he had heard earlier in the day. The silence did not reassure him. In a voodoo sacrifice, drums would be thundering, but he knew he was dealing with something even more ancient and abhorrent than voodoo. Voodoo was comparatively a young religion, after all, born in the hills of Haiti. Behind the froth of voodooism rose the grim religions of Africa, like granite cliffs glimpsed through a mask of green fronds. Voodooism was a mewling infant beside the black, immemorial colossus that had reared its terrible shape in the older land through uncounted ages. Zimbabwe. The very name sent a shudder through him, symbolic of horror and fear. It was more than the name of a country and the mysterious tribe that inhabited that country. It signified something fearfully old and evil, something that had survived its natural epoch, a religion of the night, and a deity whose name was death and horror. He had seen no Negroed cabins. He knew that these were farther to the east and south, most of them huddling along the banks of the river and tributary creeks. It was the instinct of the black man to build his habitation by a river, as he had built by the Congo, the Nile, and the Niger since time's first grey dawn. Zimbabwe. The word beat like the throb of a tom-tom through the brain of Bristol McGrath. The soul of the black man had not changed through the slumberous centuries. Change might come in the clangor of city streets, in the raw rhythms of Harlem, but the swamps of the Mississippi do not differ enough from the swamps of the Congo to work any great transmutation in the spirit of a race that was old before the first white king wove the thatch of his wattled hut palace. Following that winding path through the twilight dimness of the big pines, McGrath did not find it in his soul to marvel that black, slimy tentacles from the depths of Africa had stretched across the world to breed nightmares in an alien land. Certain natural conditions produce certain effects, breed certain pestilences of body or mind, regardless of their geographical situation. The river-haunted pinelands were as abysmal in their way as were the reeking African jungles. The trend of the trail was away from the river. The land sloped very gradually upward, and all signs of marsh vanished. The trail widened, showing signs of frequent use. McGrath became nervous. At any moment he might meet someone. He took to the thick woods alongside the trail, and forced his way onward, each movement sounding cannon loud to his wetted ears. Sweating with nervous tension, he came presently upon a smaller path, which meandered in the general direction he wished to go. The pinelands were crisscrossed by such paths. He followed it with greater ease and stealth, and presently, coming to a crook in it, saw it join the main trail. Near the point of junction stood a small log cabin, and between him and the cabin squatted a big black man. This man was hidden behind the bole of a huge pine beside the narrow path, and peering around it toward the cabin. Obviously he was spying on someone, and it was quickly apparent who this was, as John de Albor came to the door and stared despairingly down the wide trail. The Black Watcher stiffened and lifted his fingers to his mouth, as if to sound a far-carrying whistle, but de Albor shrugged his shoulders helplessly and turned back into the cabin again. The Negro relaxed, though he did not alter his vigilance. What this portended, McGrath did not know, nor did he pause to speculate. At the sight of de Albor, a red mist turned the sunlight to blood, in which the black body before him floated like an ebony goblin. A panther stealing upon its kill would have made as much noise as McGrath made in his glide down the path toward the squatting black. He was aware of no personal animosity toward the man, who was but an obstacle in his path of vengeance. Intent on the cabin, the black man did not hear that stealthy approach. Oblivious to all else, he did not move or turn, until the pistol butt descended on his woolly skull with an impact that stretched him senseless among the pine needles. McGrath crouched above his motionless victim, listening. There was no sound nearby, but suddenly, far away, there rose a long-drawn shriek that shuddered and died away. The blood congealed in McGrath's veins. Once before he had heard that sound, in the low, forest-covered hills that fringed the borders of forbidden Zimbabwe. His black boys had turned the color of ashes and fallen on their faces. What it was he did not know, and the explanation offered by the shuddering natives had been too monstrous to be accepted by a rational mind. They called it the voice of the god of Zimbabwe. Stung to action, McGrath rushed down the path and hurled himself against the back door of the cabin. He did not know how many blacks were inside. He did not care. He was berserk with grief and fury. The door crashed inward under the impact. He lit on his feet inside, crouching, gun level, hip high, lips a-snarl. But only one man faced him, John de Albor, who sprang to his feet with a startled cry. The gun dropped from McGrath's fingers. Neither lead nor steel could glut his hate now. It must be with naked hands turning back the pages of civilization to the red dawn days of the primordial. With a growl that was less like the cry of a man than the grunt of a charging lion, McGrath's fierce hands locked about the octoroon's throat. De Albor was borne backward by the hurtling impact, and the men crashed together over a camp cot, smashing it to ruins. And as they tumbled on the dirt floor, McGrath set himself to kill his enemy with his bare fingers. The octoroon was a tall man, rangy and strong, but against the berserk white man he had no chance. He was hurled about like a sack of straw, battered and smashed savagely against the floor, and the iron fingers that were crushing his throat sank deeper and deeper until his tongue protruded from his gaping blue lips and his eyes were starting from his head. With death no more than a hand's breadth from the octoroon, some measure of sanity returned to McGrath. He shook his head like a dazed bull, eased his terrible grip a trifle, and snarled, "Where's the girl? Quick, before I kill you!" De Albor retched and fought for breath, ashen-faced.
"The blacks," he gasped. "They have taken her to be the bride of Zemba. I could not prevent them. They demand a sacrifice. I offered them you, but they said you were paralyzed and would die anyway. They were cleverer than I thought. They followed me back to the manor from the spot where we left the Arab in the road, followed us from the manor to the island. They are out of hand, mad with bloodlust, but even I, who know black men as none else knows them, I had forgotten that not even a priest of Zimbabwe can control them when the fire of worship runs in their veins. I am their priest and master, yet when I sought to save the girl, they forced me into this cabin and set a man to watch me until the sacrifice is over. You must have killed him. He would never have let you enter here.
With a chill grimness, McGrath picked up his pistol. You came here as Richard Balville's friend, he said unemotionally, to get possession of Constance Brand. You made devil worshippers out of the black people. You deserve death for that. When the European authorities that govern Africa catch a priest of Zimbabwe, they hang him. You've admitted that you are a priest. Your life is forfeit on that score, too. But it is because of your hellish teachings that Constance Brand is about to die, and it's for that reason that I'm going to blow out your brains. John de Albor shriveled.
She is not dead yet,
he gasped, great drops of perspiration dripping from his ashy face.
She will not die until the moon is high above the pines. It is full tonight. The moon of Zimbabwe. Don't kill me. Only I can save her. I know I failed before, but if I go to them, appear to them suddenly and without warning, they'll think it is because of supernatural powers that I was able to escape from the hut without being seen by the watchman. That will renew my prestige. You can't save her. You might shoot a few blacks, but there would still be scores left to kill you, and her. But I have a plan, yes. I am a priest of Zimbabwe. When I was a boy, I ran away from my Arab master and wandered far until I came to the land of Zimbabwe. Then I grew to manhood and became a priest, dwelling there until the white blood in me drew out in the world again to learn the ways of the white man. When I came to America, I brought a Zemba with me. I cannot tell you how. Let me save Constance Brand.
He was clawing at McGrath, shaking as if with an ague.
I love her, even as you love her. I will play fair with you both, I swear it. Let me save her. We can fight for her later, and I'll kill you if I can.
The frankness of that statement swayed McGrath more than anything else the octoroon could have said. It was a desperate gamble, but after all, Constance would be no worse off with John de Albor alive than she was already. She would be dead before midnight unless something was done swiftly. "Where is the place of sacrifice?" asked McGrath.
3 miles away in an open glade, answered de Albor. South, on the trail that runs past my cabin. All the blacks are gathered there except my guard, and some others who are watching the trail below the cabin. They are scattered out along it, the nearest out of sight of my cabin, but within sound of the loud shrill whistle with which these people signal one another. This is my plan. You wait here in my cabin or in the woods as you choose. I'll avoid the watchers on the trail and appear suddenly before the blacks at the house of Zemba. A sudden appearance will impress them deeply, as I said. I know I cannot persuade them to abandon their plan, but I will make them postpone the sacrifice until just before dawn. And before that time, I will manage to steal the girl and flee with her. I'll return to your hiding place, and we'll fight our way out together.
McGrath laughed. "Do you think I'm an utter fool? You'd send your blacks to murder me while you carry Constance away as you planned. I'm going with you. I'll hide at the edge of the clearing to help you if you need help, and if you make a false move, I'll get you if I don't get anybody else." The octoroon's murky eyes glittered, but he nodded acquiescence. "Help me bring your guard into the cabin," said McGrath. "He'll be coming to soon. We'll tie and gag him and leave him here." The sun was setting and twilight was stealing over the pinelands as McGrath and his strange companion stole through the shadowy woods. They had circled to the west to avoid the watchers on the trail, and were now following on the many narrow footpaths which traced their way through the forest. Silence reigned ahead of them, and McGrath mentioned this.
"Zemba is a god of silence," muttered de Albor. "From sunset to sunrise on the night of the full moon, no drum is beaten. If a dog barks, it must be slain. If a baby cries, it must be killed. Silence locks the jaws of the people until Zemba roars. Only his voice is lifted on the night of the moon of Zemba."
McGrath shuddered. The foul deity was an intangible spirit, of course, embodied only in legend, but de Albor spoke of it as a living thing. A few stars were blinking out, and shadows crept through the thick woods, blurring the trunks of the trees that melted together in darkness. McGrath knew they could not be far from the house of Zemba. He sensed the close presence of a throng of people, though he heard nothing. De Albor, ahead of him, halted suddenly, crouching. McGrath stopped trying to pierce the surrounding mask of interlacing branches. "What is it?" muttered the white man, reaching for his pistol. De Albor shook his head, straightening. McGrath could not see the stone in his hand, caught up from the earth as he stooped. "Do you hear something?" demanded McGrath. De Albor motioned him to lean forward, as if to whisper in his ear. Caught off his guard, McGrath bent toward him. Even so, he divined the treacherous African's intention, but it was too late. The stone in De Albor's hand crashed sickeningly against the white man's temple. McGrath went down like a slaughtered ox, and De Albor sped away down the path to vanish like a ghost in the gloom. End of section 17. Section 18 of Weird Tales Presents Dark Stories of Stark Unreasoning Terror by Robert E. Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Grisly Horror, Chapter 5, The Voice of Zemba. In the darkness of the woodland path, McGrath stirred at last, and staggered groggily to his feet. That desperate blow might have crushed the skull of a man whose physique and vitality were not that of a bull. His head throbbed, and there was dried blood on his temple. But his strongest sensation was burning scorn at himself for having again fallen victim to John de Albor. And yet, who would have suspected that move? He knew de Albor would kill him if he could, but he had not expected an attack before the rescue of Constance. The fellow was dangerous and unpredictable as a cobra. Had his pleas to be allowed to attempt Constance's rescue been but a ruse to escape death at the hands of McGrath? McGrath stared dizzily at the stars that gleamed through the ebon branches, and sighed with relief to see that the moon had not yet risen. The pine woods were black as only pinelands can be, with a darkness that was almost tangible, like a substance that could be cut with a knife. McGrath had reason to be grateful for his rugged constitution. Twice that day had John de Albor outwitted him, and twice the white man's iron frame had survived the attack. His gun was in his scabbard, his knife in its sheath. De Albor had not paused to search, had not paused for a second stroke to make sure. Perhaps there had been a tinge of panic in the African's actions. Well, this did not change matters a great deal. He believed that de Albor would make an effort to save the girl, and McGrath intended to be on hand, whether to play a lone hand or to aid the octoroon. This was no time to hold grudges, with the girl's life at stake. He groped down the path, spurred by a rising glow in the east. He came upon the glade almost before he knew it. The moon hung in the low branches, blood red, high enough to illumine it, and the throng of black people who squatted in a vast semicircle about it, facing the moon. Their rolling eyes gleamed milkily in the shadows. Their features were grotesque masks. None spoke. No head turned toward the bushes behind which he crouched. He had vaguely expected blazing fires, a blood-stained altar, drums and the chant of maddened worshippers. That would be voodoo. But this was not voodoo, and there was a vast gulf between the two cults. There were no fires, no altars, but the breath hissed through his locked teeth. In a far land he had sought in vain for the rituals of Zimbabwe. Now he looked upon them within 40 miles of the spot where he was born. In the center of the glade, the ground rose slightly to a flat level. On this stood a heavy iron-bound stake that was indeed but the sharpened trunk of a good-sized pine, driven deep into the ground, and there was something living chained to that stake, something which caused McGrath to catch his breath in horrified unbelief. He was looking upon a god of Zimbabwe. Stories had told of such creatures, wild tales drifting down from the borders of the forbidden country, repeated by shivering natives about jungle fires, passed along until they reached the ears of skeptical white traders. McGrath had never really believed the stories, though he had gone searching for the being they described, for they spoke of a beast that was a blasphemy against nature. A beast that sought food strange to its natural species. The thing chained to the stake was an ape, but such an ape as the world at large never dreamed of, even in nightmares. Its shaggy gray hair was shot with silver that shone in the rising moon. It looked gigantic as it squatted ghoulishly on its haunches. Upright on its bent, gnarled legs, it would be as tall as a man and much broader and thicker, but its prehensile fingers were armed with talons like those of a tiger, not the heavy blunt nails of the natural anthropoid, but the cruel scimitar-curved claws of the great carnivora. Its face was like that of a gorilla, low-browed, flaring-nostriled, chinless. But when it snarled, its wide, flat nose wrinkled like that of a great cat, and the cavernous mouth disclosed saber-like fangs, the fangs of a beast of prey. This was Zemba, the creature sacred to the people of the land of Zimbabwe, a monstrosity, a violation of an accepted law of nature, a carnivorous ape. Men had laughed at this story, hunters and zoologists and traders. But now McGrath knew that such creatures dwelt in black Zimbabwe and were worshipped, as primitive man is prone to worship an obscenity or perversion of nature. Or a survival of past eons, that was what the flesh-eating apes of Zimbabwe were. Survivors of a forgotten epoch, remnants of a vanished prehistoric age when nature was experimenting with matter, and life took many monstrous forms. The sight of the monstrosity filled McGrath with revulsion. It was abysmal, a reminder of that brutish and horror-shadowed past out of which mankind crawled so painfully eons ago. This thing was an affront to sanity. It belonged in the dust of oblivion with the dinosaur, the mastodon, and the saber-toothed tiger. It looked massive beyond the stature of modern beasts, shaped on the plan of another age, when all things were cast in a mightier mold. He wondered if the revolver at his hip would have any effect on it, wondered by what dark and subtle means John de Albor had brought the monster from Zimbabwe to the Pinelands. But something was happening in the glade, heralded by the shaking of the brute's chain as it thrust forward its nightmare head. From the shadows of the trees came a file of black men and women, young, naked except for the mantle of monkey skins and parrot feathers thrown over the shoulders of each. More regalia brought by John de Albor, undoubtedly. They formed a semicircle at a safe distance from the chained brute, and sank to their knees, bending their heads to the ground before him. Thrice this motion was repeated. Then rising, they formed two lines, men and women facing one another, and began to dance. At least it might by courtesy be called a dance. They hardly moved their feet at all, but all other parts of their bodies were in constant motion, twisting, rotating, writhing. The measured rhythmical movements had no connection at all with the voodoo dances McGrath had witnessed. This dance was disquietingly archaic in its suggestion, though even more depraved and bestial. Naked, primitive passions framed in a cynical debauchery of motion. No sound came from the dancers, or from the votaries squatting about the ring of trees, but the ape, apparently infuriated by the continued movements, lifted his head and sent into the night the frightful shriek McGrath had heard once before that day. He had heard it in the hills that border black Zimbabwe. The brute plunged to the end of his heavy chain, foaming and gnashing his fangs, and the dancers fled like spume blown from a gust of wind. They scattered in all directions, and then McGrath started up in his covert, barely stifling a cry. From the deep shadows had come a figure, gleaming taunily in contrast to the black forms about it. It was John de Albor, naked except for a mantle of bright feathers, and on his head a circlet of gold that might have been forged in Atlantis. In his hand he bore a gold wand that was the scepter of the high priests of Zimbabwe. Behind him came a pitiful figure, at the sight of which the moonlit forest reeled to McGrath's sight. Constance had been drugged. Her face was that of a sleepwalker. She seemed not aware of her peril or the fact that she was naked. She walked like a robot, mechanically responding to the urge of the cord tied about her white neck. The other end of that cord was in John de Albor's hand, and he half led, half dragged her toward the horror that squatted in the center of the glade. De Albor's face was ashy in the moonlight that now flooded the glade with molten silver. Sweat beaded his skin. His eyes gleamed with fear and ruthless determination. And in a staggering instant McGrath knew that the man had failed, that he had been unable to save Constance, and that now, to save his own life from his suspicious followers, he himself was dragging the girl to the gory sacrifice. No vocal sound came from the votaries, but hissing intake of breath sucked through thick lips, and the rows of black bodies swayed like reeds in the wind. The great ape leaped up, his face a slavering devil's mask. He howled with frightful eagerness, gnashing his great fangs that yearned to sink into that soft white flesh and the hot blood beneath. He surged against his chain, and the stout post quivered. McGrath, in the bushes, stood frozen, paralyzed by the imminence of horror. And then John de Albor stepped behind the unresisting girl and gave her a powerful push that sent her reeling forward to pitch headlong on the ground under the monster's talons. And simultaneously McGrath moved. His move was instinctive rather than conscious. His .44 jumped into his hand and spoke, and the great ape screamed like a man death-stricken and reeled, clapping misshapen hands to its head. An instant, the throng crouched frozen, white eyes bulging, jaws hanging slack. Then before any could move, the ape, blood gushing from his head, wheeled, seized the chain in both hands, and snapped it with a wrench that twisted the heavy links apart as if they had been paper. John de Albor stood directly before the mad brute, paralyzed in his tracks. Zemba roared and leaped, and the African went down under him, disemboweled by the razor-like talons, his head crushed to a crimson pulp by a sweep of the great paw. Ravening, the monster charged among the votaries, clawing and ripping and smiting, screaming intolerably. Zombebwe spoke, and the death was in his bellowing. Screaming, howling, fighting, the black people scrambled over one another in their mad flight. Men and women went down under those shearing talons, were dismembered by those gnashing fangs. It was a red drama of the primitive. Destruction amok and a riot. The primordial embodied in fangs and talons, gone mad and plunging in slaughter. Blood and brains deluged the earth. Black bodies and limbs and fragments of bodies littered the moon-lighted glade in ghastly heaps before the last of the howling wretches found refuge among the trees. The sounds of their blundering, panic-stricken flight drifted back. McGrath had leaped from his covert almost as soon as he had fired. Unnoticed by the terrified Negroes, and himself scarcely cognizant of the slaughter raging around him, he raced across the glade toward the pitiful white figure that lay limply beside the iron-bound stake. "Constance!" he cried, gathering her to his breast. Languidly she opened her cloudy eyes. He held her close, heedless of the screams and devastation surging about them. Slowly, recognition grew in those lovely eyes. "Bristol," she murmured incoherently. Then she screamed, clung to him, sobbing hysterically. "Bristol, they told me you were dead. The blacks, the horrible blacks, they're going to kill me. They were going to kill de Albor too, but he promised a sacrifice." "Don't, girl, don't." He subdued her frantic tremblings. "It's all right now." Abruptly, he looked up into the grinning, blood-stained face of nightmare and death. The great ape had ceased to rend his dead victims and was slinking toward the living pair in the center of the glade. Blood oozed from the wound in its sloping skull that had maddened it. McGrath sprang toward it, shielding the prostrate girl. His pistol spurted flame, pouring a stream of lead into the mighty breast as the beast charged. On it came, and his confidence waned. Bullet after bullet he sent crashing into its vitals, but it did not halt. Now he dashed the empty gun full into the gargoyle face without effect, and with a lurch and a roll it had him in its grasp. As the giant arms closed crushingly about him, he abandoned all hope. But following his fighting instinct to the last, he drove his dagger hilt deep in the shaggy belly. But even as he struck, he felt a shudder run through the gigantic frame. The great arms fell away, and then he was hurled to the ground in the last death throes of the monster, and the thing was swaying its face a death mask. Dead on its feet, it crumpled, toppled to the ground, quivered, and lay still. Not even a man-eating ape of Zombebwe could survive that close-range volley of mushrooming lead. As the man staggered up, Constance rose and reeled into his arms, crying hysterically. "It's all right now, Constance," he panted, crushing her to him. "The Zemba's dead. De Albor's dead. Ballville's dead. The Negroes have run away. There's nothing to prevent us leaving now. The moon of Zombebwe was the end for them, but it's the beginning of life for us." End of section 18. End of Weird Tales Presents Dark Stories of Stark Unreasoning Terror by Robert E. Howard.